Kansas City, we've had a lot of team changes. There's a lot of people trying things out, and like the Esports Arena, tournaments, if you look at these rosters, you can start to pick some of these guys that are trying to see if some of these fit, some of these duos want to team with some other people, and it's very interesting, like what's going on underneath, like the first layer of some of these teams. So it's a very exciting opportunity to see kind of how these tryouts in a sense go for some of these guys. So a lot of talent, like I said, and a lot of new fresh teams and coordination there, and some money on the line as well.
Hell yeah. It's roster mania season for sure, right? Esports Arena, a great, area to get those rosters together and work out the kinks, I guess, for sure. So I completely agree. Of course, we got our format on screen as well, 4v4, a single elimination up until top 8. Turns out we are already in top 8. So today's going to be double elim, a best of 3 every single series, including grand finals. And of course, we've got our prize pool as well, split between first, second, and third. You can see it on screen. Should be quick and clean today. Wes, we've already got top competition in line for our first matchup as well.
Yeah, we do, don't we? I think Boobadooboo is one of those players that trying to figure out what is he going to do. The FaZe roster obviously kind of disappointing so far throughout Infinite, so things obviously shifting up over there. Not quite sure what's been made official, what's even happening, honestly. I hear rumors, but nothing straight up. So very excited for that young talent and Boobadooboo to find himself a squad that he's more comfortable with, can find some success, because we know when he's playing his best, he can win championships.
Absolutely. I mean, the experience we saw from Halo 5, it's carried over to Infinite in a big way. So I agree. I think, FaZe kind of up in the air. Good to see the passion still in the roster, at least amongst the players. Like, I know Snipedown is still looking to compete as well. But Boo Boo, in the meantime, what we do know, Wes, is today he's competing with Falcated, with Spartan, and with Suppressed. And this is a hell of a roster. I think this might be the team to beat today. Sintenegra is the team that they're going to go up against. This is a team that's been placing pretty well recently in ESA. Of course, in the past, I think we had him as Fire and Ice. We've got Magico here. We got Nasty Bullet, Guardian, and Yoan to round it out. In our first series as well, we got Strongholds Recharge, Slayer Live Fire, and CTF Aquarius.
Yeah, Sintenegra's going to have their hands full, obviously. I mean, we know that those guys have some talent, and they're coming up, and they represent their scene very well. I think that some of these guys towards the end of Halo 5 really started to impress us, especially in the Esports Arena tournaments. But get to the top 8 and then all of a sudden see Spartan and the boys on the other side, that's going to be a really tough match. But, I mean, yeah, you can even pick apart some of these teams like I was hinting at as we get into game here, that like Sparty back with Boobadooboo and Falcated, the last time these guys teamed, they won a Halo Reach tournament on LAN. So not surprised to see them go back to the well there. They didn't keep that team together to go to another event, but that team really was on fire, even with Ace as the fourth. So Suppressed, he's got an opportunity here to really impress some of the veterans in the scene now. And Suppressed, we talk about him a lot, Shyway. He's one of those up-and-comers that has a lot of skill. Got some disappointing placements on XSET, but also showed some highlights in that individual skill department while on XSET. Johan, however, showing a little bit of highlights here with the shock rifle as well.
What you hope to see from Sintenegra early on, for sure. They're going to make a dent. They're going to have to do it here and hopefully, set some momentum for themselves. But like you said, I mean, this Palm Village roster looking incredible. You talked about Suppressed. Somebody, must have caught wind of the waves, I guess he was making, because he's on SSG now as well, right? So we've got a lot of these players just kind of, leveling up and showing their stuff. And once again, Esports Arena, what a great spot to showcase it all.
Very excited for Suppress in his young career as well. SSG is going to benefit immensely from getting that kind of a talent on their team. I think he did play very well on XSET, however, XSET just couldn't put it together. Although, Sintenegra looked like they were off to a hot start, but the lead in Palm Villain's hands for now. Boobadooboo, shock rifle in hand. I was watching him last night. He was popping off with this thing. Can't quite hit the headshot there, and it's going to cost him his life, potentially the A stronghold as well. So we will see a momentary Sintenegra A and C cap for now.
We'll see how long they hold on to it. Of course, Sparty just in between it all, locking down at B. Nice little line of sight there on the Guardian. Going to clean him up nice and quick. This is going to give his teammates a little bit of access to get to see. You can see a little two-prong attack. Make it actually grapple straight through control.
The three-prong attack.
Yeah, with Sparty, that's one way to kind of get straight through enemy lines. Oh, my.
Sparty just continuing to be a menace. This guy, he's on the bench for United. The question is, how long will he stay there? Because, I mean, look at that. Just gets out of dodge, plays his life. So he took a ton of damage, dealt a ton of damage, picked up a few kills. everything you want out of a player right there. And that's why we're starting to see Palm Villains start to build a lead here. Centenegra need to figure out a way to stall that. They do just that by resetting B, staying alive. Johan does. He gets a kill as well on the suppress, but unfortunately still got to figure out a way to get either A or C now. It looks like C was the prioritization. Unfortunately, Johan just goes down.
You can see how limited their options are and how quickly it all happened, right? Just seconds ago, we had that BC or AC hold. Thankfully for Centenegra, they did manage to recap A. Nasty Bullet trying to get a little sneaky here. It looks like his opponent's already rotated over. He's going to double back. Should be a 2v1 here for A. So quick defense on it and capture coming into C as well. Centenegra, they might have been taken back by that little game plan at Palm Villains, but yeah, a trade as well. It didn't hurt him too badly, did it?
No, good trade. Centenegra doing a phenomenal job. If you went into this series, you would have said Palm Villains is a heavy favorite to take this one, but Centenegra giving them everything they can take here in the early stages of at least game one. A does get transferred over back into Palm Villains' hands. They do lose 2, so in a 2v2 situation, it's up to Suppress to deny B from being transferred. He does get the kill, but a good job once again by Centenegra to trade that out. Unfortunately, not really able to capitalize objective as of right now, but keeping up with the Slays department so far is a really big accomplishment from Centenegra. They're going to need to do that the entire series if they want to make this one interesting, and that's not something easy to do against these guys.
Agreed. You can tell that, you know, despite the plays they're making, they're being backed into a corner, and I think that was the biggest issue right there was Nasty Bullet leaving that situation, allowing Boo Boo to get the shock, and Boo Boo, he's already got 2 kills on the feet. Here he is with the shotgun to put more damage cross map into B. He's got Sparty there to help out. Camo now up as well. Already got a member of Centenegra on top of it, so great play to be very quick to get there despite the loss of map control.
Booba-dooba, shock rifle in hand. He's going to opt to go for sword. Love this out of him. He's got to stay alive, though. A lot of power in one Spartan. What can he do with it?
Maybe too much power.
Teammates are doing a good job across the map. There's a camo guy that hops into C, and that's a great job by Johan to get that 4 onto him. All that power just transfers over right to Centenegra's hands. He's got sword. Chose not to pick up the shock rifle. I actually like that decision because he wants to be aggressive with this camo. And look at that. They're able to defend B as well. Transfer over C. And what looked like an opportunity for a power spike from Booba-dooba immediately gets shut down on the back of Johan's camo play. And that's a phenomenal use of that camo.
Centenegra trading blows here, which is the biggest thing. Can they keep it up, though? You can see the pressure coming in from Sparty straight through center map. He's already got teammates on that left-hand side to come push C and make his job easier getting to B here as well. You can see they've lost the sight line. Multiple going to go down in the feed here, spawning up in C. Already a little perimeter between A and C being created. Surprise going to get aggressive. Looks like he lost his fight over with Magico. That's going to make things tough for Sparty. So once again, like I said, Centenegra, they still find ways to stay in the game here.
Yeah, look at this. It's about to be a trip cap here momentarily at the very least. They can find a few kills and make this trip cap last just a little bit of time. It'll pay so much dividends in their score. Unfortunately, they do lose C. A good job not to overextend, though. They don't lose too many players here. Need to be careful because it is going to be an A push now from Palm Villains, and nobody really there to help pull it out. He is going to be grappling in there. He's able to find one. Guardian finds a second. They're going to get the reset, Shyway. And look at this. I love the aggressiveness out of them. Push the trip cap. You smell blood in the water. You have 2 dead and numbers advantage.
Confidence out the gate from Centenegra. That's what you love to see. Johan going to try his hand. Unfortunately, he will drop here. Guardian, you can tell he wants a piece of that camo. This is a tough spot to die. And he'll take the 1v1 and win it with suppressed as well. Not only does he stay alive, he's got Magico nearby to help for a second kill. All the money just coming his way. I'm not sure what happened with the comms in this situation, Wes, because it's just all pouring in his favor.
What a wise decision to back up all the way to the tunnel. It allows him, or it allows Palm Villains to lose track of exactly where he is. Because of that, he gets an easy kill on that back smack, turns it into 2, and that just continued to allow Centenegra to get right back into this one. They're only down 8 points.
I like that you mentioned that, right? Like, Sparty maybe in that situation thinks, did he back off and rotate out? Or is he nearby, just kind of being elusive in that situation? Centenegra will continue to do it. 131 on the board as they keep the game tied, but Nasty Bullet has an opportunity to extend things. There's a big pickup on the Sparty. Drops out of action here, too. Once again, Centenegra doing such a great job playing their lives in these situations.
Yeah, it's such a tough place for Nasty Bullet to try and get out of that. After he got that first kill, you know, everybody on Palm Villains is looking for him with that camo. Unfortunately, they need to be looking for Falcated at this point is Centenegra because there's 3 dead. Falcated with this shock rifle can be so lethal. And he's going to choose to hold down pipes here. A and B set up for now for Palm Villains, and could get ugly quick if Falcated can start to heat up. And look at that, it's a double. Can he find the triples? The big question. Spots the 3rd player, gets him down to no shield, but the damage is done. Falcated breaking this game now wide open. They're up 40 points.
Such patient play out of him, too. He's not going to overextend for any kill. Instead, hold his positioning. As I say, he'll grapple, get aggressive, but I think he must be aware of that one player down below him. Going to take one with the BR, and he does know he's here. He's just looking for him. All while it happens, time ticking in the favor of Palm Villains. His foul almost hits the shot. Perfect little bait and switch trade with Boo Boo Doo Boo. It looks like he will still go down. Boo Boo will hunt his prey instead.
Yeah, Boo Boo's gonna spot another player bottom pit as well as he gets a killing spree. So Falcated, we saw him dominating throughout that live. Boo Boo Doo Boo also on a killing spree. That's where you can see this immediate 8-point lead turn into this 100-point lead here shortly, as Palm Villains have blown this game wide open. Like I said, it's a trip cap situation. They can't quite get the reset on the B just yet, but I mean, this game is going to be all she wrote, and this is some of the best players in the world. What you give them when they have full map control, Shyway, they can just dominate the entire time.
I mean, it's just suffocating, right? Like, no matter where you spawn, where you're standing, you're getting melted from every angle. It's clear Palm Villains took advantage. In the end of that, they'll win it with a 1-0. I saw some life out of Centenegra early on, Wes, which gives me some hope that we can maybe see a bounce back in Slayer. But when you see it fizzle out halfway through, you start to think, okay, maybe that was just how much time it took for Palm Villains to kind of download. You know, now is it just execution the whole way through?
Yeah, I think for Centenegra, they did such a good job to weather the storm throughout the early and the middle game up until a point where Palm Villains really just had full map control. They get 4 dead, and now all of a sudden you have so much more difficult of a time playing against Falcated with the shock rifle, playing with little map control, playing with little space on the map. You're respawning consistently down numbers. They're continuously keeping one of you dead, and that's like, I mean, that's in the story of Halo Infinite at the highest level, right? The best teams in the world, they will figure out ways to keep their numbers advantage, to keep their power in their hands, and they will suffocate you, like you said. And it's up to Centenegra to figure out ways to get out of that. The best teams in the world, what they're like, they're all great when they have control. It's a matter of when you don't have control, how are you getting out of that, and how quickly can you do that in order to keep the game close, right? And I think Centenegra clearly let that second portion of the game get away from them. Live Fire Slayer is a game that you can hopefully continuously keep the game close in, and I think for Centenegra, they're going to be happy to see this Slayer as game 2.
Yeah.
And going into Aquarius CTF, hopefully they'll be able to reset a little bit, but it is going to have to come off the back of a little bit more power control and a little bit more map control from them. They need to be able to create space and weather the storm that Palm Villains is going to throw at them.
Definitely. We saw a couple moments of brilliance, but what we are seeing instead of Live Fire, actually, Wes, is going to be Aquarius Slayer instead. Either way, I mean, same game plan here. Slay the enemy team. So far, they already got 2. But can they get the camo top center? You can see Boo Boo looking for it as he wins his fight.
3 dead for Centenegra, unfortunately. The last player will have Magica trying to get that camo, but he's forced to drop down. There's a player bottom middle right next to him. He goes right by him like ships in the night, and unfortunately, he loses his life. And that's a tough start for Centenegra. 7-4 doesn't look bad, but when you see this camo going into Boo Boo Doo Boo's hands and you have flashbacks of every play he's made in the biggest stages, you know how capable he is of just breaking this game wide open with just a few kills here with this camo. How does he choose to play it so far? Sitting back.
It's being annoying.
Good damage. Phenomenal grenade. And oh no, here comes the sandwich now that kill has broken this setup wide open.
I like the extension from that player on Centenegra to get to his left-hand side, do some damage. But obviously, Boo Boo not phased by it. Make that spree a 6 kill and a double. He's got suppressed and team who fly through blue base and just clean up the scraps as well. So the result of that, now 12-6, a flip in the spawns in the map. You can tell the entirety of Palm Villains already aware of it. Looks like the spawns ended up moving over to Util. Might give Centenegra some breathing room. They're going to try to out-rotate here and hopefully take some trades before this gets out of hand.
I see what you did there with the not phased from Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even notice, but
we'll let that settle for everybody listening. Suppressed, picking up a double before he gets taken down. 15-8 now. Palm Villains looking clean. Boo Boo Doo Boo 6-2-2. A player that maybe statistically was having a hard time at the start of Infinite. I'll tell you what, Shawway, I've been watching him recently. He's really started to pick up his performance, and I love that out of him because I thought it was only a matter of time for him to get comfortable. It looks like he's very comfortable now as he picks up his 7th kill.
I think that the biggest thing that we've noticed with Infinite at the end of the day is just, the right chemistry on the right team that really, kind of coordinates well with you. And for Boo Boo, it just seems like right now, at least, everything is going perfectly. 20-11 in this game. Falcade going to stay alive here. Sparty, look at it. A tricky position he's got as Magico has no idea he's down below. There's another one dead. I mean, at this point, and I think it's something we started to see at the halfway point in recharges, is just how well Palm Villains play once they've got a grasp of you, basically.
Yeah, it's difficult when you have a tough start because you give up so much map, so much power to Palm Villains, and we saw, like you said, in the second half of recharge, exactly what can happen when you give up that map control. It's another camo in the hands of Bubadoo, and guess what? He's already up to 11 now. Heat wave in hand, thrust in his back pocket. He's got everything you could ask for here on Aquarius Slayer, and still continuing to hit these slides to be aggressive, to move across the map so quickly, and with the heat wave to pair with it, it's just quick kills as well. And now the rest of Centenegra have to run, have to hide because Bubadoo is hunting.
I was just waiting to see how he's going to use that thrust. Does he chase the guy down? Does he use it to evade? He tried to just barely get out that fight, and does take a trade as he does it. Of course, damage done at this point, 30-18, make it 31. Things snowballing out of control, and Palm Villain just kind of fly in any direction they like to clean up kills. Surprise might be the first to do it. There's a nice pickup onto Magico. A couple more in front of him, and at this point doesn't seem to bother him that there's 3 players in util. He'll still find a way.
No, this is a dangerous moment in this series for Centenegra. It's going to be a short one because Palm Villains, you can just see the confidence, right? Yeah. When a team plays with this much confidence, it's so difficult to try and push them back, to just stall, to buy time for the rest of your team. Look at that, Johan. This is him slowing it down, hopefully. But in the meantime, while he's slowing it down, he's giving up so much map control. Dynamo grenades are being recycled. They're being put to use on the Johan. And now, although his teammates have had time to respawn, Johan gets taken down. And it's wash, rinse, repeat for the Palm Villains right now. It's another camo in their hands, and Sparty with the commando. And us, once again, a thrust can be so lethal. And Centenegra just don't have an answer right now for the amount of pressure we're seeing from Palm Villains.
Definitely not. Unfortunately, this one is already done and dusted, just a matter of when it's going to happen. But it really just goes to show the ability of this team and how far they're going to go in this tournament today, Wes. We talked about it early on. This is the team to beat, and I hope we do see some top-level competitors that can really give them a run for their money here today. We'll see. Centenegra, they started strong game 1, but at this point, 44-26, it would have to be an unprecedented miracle, Wes.
I'm not even going to entertain it at this point. Although Magico, he picks up a kill. Still good practice for these guys. Sure. Centenegra want to continue to try and compete at all times when they're playing against these top teams. It's difficult, but in order to get there, in order to improve your game at this point in your career, you have to keep trying against these guys. Everybody's been through this. Even the guys they're playing against came through that journey as well. It is going to be a Palm Villains 2-0 here in our first best of 3, and they look good. And Shawway, I couldn't agree with you more. They're going to be the team to beat here today. They look very strong, and it is that trio, Spartan, Bubadoo, Falcade, that have had success throughout multiple Halos, I feel. But it looks like Halo Infinite's not going to be a different story here. They look very strong as well.
Yeah, definitely not today. They're looking good so far, and that was a very dominant performance to kick things off. Of course, this is top 8, so I do believe Centenegra will drop to lower bracket. They still got a shot in this, and maybe we'll see them a little bit later. Of course, definitely going to come off a little battered after that series. I'm taking a peek at the bracket in the meantime here, Wes, just to get a sense of what is our competition to work with. Who is that team that can maybe beat Team Boo Boo? And it looks like right now the Bird and BBG, Built by Gamers, are just about to go head-to-head in Winterside bracket. So maybe that's where we want to look for some of this talent. Even just to look at the check-in, the Bird is Common, Name, JK, and Furiously. That's a hell of a team right there.
Okay.
BBG, I'm expecting top talent as well. You've got Catalyst is the name of this team. It's Piggy, Kyle Groovy, Alex Shock, and Mortally. Very sweaty team right there. So
yeah,
expecting some big plays. Here it is: Eli Elite, Mo, Claim, and Crisley for but this is Unleashed, actually. This is not BBG. Ohm, Nemesis, Aperture, and Mines. There's BBG. So that
sounds about right.
That's a good one right there too. So we got some stacked competition, West, no matter where you look.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's still going to be very difficult to take down this Palm Villains team, but there are a lot of these young up-and-coming talents that we see placing in the top 16, even in the top 12 at some of these major HCS events. And these are the tournaments that these guys need to be competing in, to just get the reps, to just get as much opportunity to, one, play for that cash, but two, to get quality practice against some of the best in the world, right? To get the best of 3 practice, best of 5 practice, whatever it may be. Like, practicing in tournament modes will get you more familiar with how the ebbs and the flows of your emotions are going to go throughout these series, right? You're going to lose game ones in series. You're going to have to reverse sweep teams. You're going to have a lead and then lose that lead. And it's all about training yourself mentally to be able to like make it over those humps, like experience those, but also be in the right mindset to overcome those the next time around.
That's a good way to look at it, Wes. Something tells me you've got competitive experience or something. I can't place
a little bit, just a little bit.
But you're right. Like,
trust me, I got plenty of lows.
Okay, and that's the beauty of it, right? Is like embracing the lows and the failure and learning from it.
A lot of learning.
Sorry,
a lot of opportunity. A lot of opportunity to learn.
Yeah, exactly. And for our sponsor teams as well, like we got ESA Red and ESA Blue in this competition today, and I think they are a focal point as far as, these teams that get to learn and improve. On Fridays, we got our exhibition matches as well, where they get to go up against, top competition. So we'll see more of that in the near future. In the meantime, we've got our series, West on screen. It's BBG. It's the Bird. We talked about it a little bit. Our series layout, Strongholds, Live Fire, Slayer Streets, and CTF Bazaar should be a pretty action-packed one.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the fact that we're able to start off with Strongholds, Live Fire. It's one of my favorite game types, I think. Yeah. Just the map mode combo. You get the S7, of course, something I just love. Being put in a lot of the high precision, most talented players in the world's hands. Obviously, you want the highest precision, most rewarding weapon in there. So S7 being a part of it, but also trying to weigh the pros and cons of prioritizing the overshield at times is a very interesting way that teams kind of strategize between one another. I know that there's times where you want to go for overshield, but it's away from every stronghold, right? So taking the time to do that, sending resources there. How many resources do you send there? How often do you prioritize it over control, like taking over B while they get overshield with the plan to just melt the overshield player? Very different levels of strategy just had it. Even the highest level, you'll see the difference between Sentinels and Cloud9. Yeah, they want everything. They want the trip cap and the overshield, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way all the time. So when you see these live opportunities to make a decision come up, how these players dictate or prioritize one decision over the other is very, very interesting to me. And we'll see if they pay off or not very quickly, because immediately they transition into either success or failure very quickly.
It's a good point, right? Like, do you commit yourself for the OS and potentially give up map control? And maybe you can swing the game with it, but the OS is not as strong in this game as it used to be, right? So some teams
got a little bit of a buff, though.
It got a tiny buff, but still, I think, a coordinated team fire, and next thing you know, it's like the OS never existed, right? The moment it's applied, you're just getting melted. So yeah, very curious to see how those game plans play out. It looks like we won't have to wait very long for that to happen. This is the second time I've been a little bamboozled by the series layout, so I'm wondering I'm wondering if we just keep it up in the air until we see the game, Wes.
Yeah, unlike Live Fire, the overshield on Bazaar, it's a must. And look at that. Nemesis securing that overshield, putting it to use, and now they've broken into the base. I'm actually very excited to see this series because a lot of young talent on both sides. I think Name is one of those guys that I've played against in the playlist in 8s. And I'm like, hey, this kid's got a good shot. Not quite sure how great his decision making is, but it's an opportunity to see it. And already we're seeing Built by Gamers with the flag on the move. This bodes well for their series as they're able to start this one off hot. And I'm sorry, this is the Bird running the flag. That's my bad, but Nemesis gets it all the way to his big door, and that's a massive opportunity for them to take a very early lead.
The Bird are flying, for sure, with that flag. This is my terrible attempt at humor, but that is about to be capped.
I like the phase one better.
You like that? It's always the unintentional, right? Because then I don't know it's happening, so I don't, kill my own joke halfway through. Either way, boom. Can he keep the flag in play? Looks like he went down. Return going to come in here. Do they have any time to get to it, though? I think this might be chalked unless Mines can move a little quicker.
No, mine's kind of caught off into no man's land right there. I don't know quite what his route was, but If he didn't take that direct route back to his flag to try and help his teammate cap that one, that was a mistake, and we'll see if that's going to be punished here. It's Built by Gamers now with an opportunity to counter cap what looked like an amazing opportunity for the Bird to get off to an early lead. Could be immediately reversed and flipped on their head. Just going to take one round of slays. Gloriously does go down first. There's multiple members of the Bird still here between the flag and the capture point, so we're going to have to see what happens. A couple kills get traded out, and I do believe both flags are being pulled at the time.
We've got a lot of action in different corners of the map, that's for sure. Furiously going to try to find something in it all. There's the kill on the mines, looking for a second here on Bohm. Doesn't go for it the full way. You know what? He's got too many targets to worry about. Nemesis with great coverage. That flag is going to continue to pedestal, and it looks like this one is the one that's going to go in for sure. So Birds, maybe it didn't work out the first time. The second time, definitely they got some coordination here.
Beautiful play by the Bird to overextend off spawn. What looked like it was going to be a counter cap opportunity for Built by Gamers. The Bird overextend themselves. They get a flag pull. They make it ugly. And because of it, they're able to find a way to get some slays, continue that flag on the move. And they actually get the first cap once again. So it wasn't the original cap that we thought that they were going to get, but they made it work. They created chaos and they thrived in it. They find themselves up 1-0.
Adaptation like that is going to be huge in the remainder of this game. So we'll see what they can do, especially with the Rockets about to pop up here. Bohm needs the fight. He'll go out in a trade. Nemesis with an opportunity of his own. Less good shots, but good enough, right? Marksman comes in. Little reversal metal. Not going to find the second, though. It's a shotgun in the hands of Furiously, and that's good coverage. I think they might have the Rockets off this.
They will. They should have the Rockets. They had the Bulldog for a moment. It's going to be Name, actually, with the Rockets, and he actually gets 2, but he gets taken down, so doesn't really look like the Rockets are going to transition into a cap, and that's unfortunate. You really want to use those power spikes to create some opportunity there, but just numbers being traded out. And that's a great job by the Bird once again to figure out ways to trade kills in these disadvantageous positions, especially when the other team has Rockets, keeping the game 1-0 in their favor.
It's a slow fight here, center map, but I mean, JK living as long as he has might give them some strides in the long run here. You got OS about to pop up as well, so just playing his life, right? He's been kind of bobbing and weaving around bottom mid for the last minute or two, and it seems to be paying off. About to meet a challenger as Nemesis going straight for OS. Gonna make it tough for him. A little circle around Market is gonna be the play here. Looks like Bohm gonna get caught in the middle, and he takes 2 off that. It's enough for Name to get away with OS. Massive play ahead of JK.
Wasn't really quite sure what his game plan was, but it pays off, and JK creates the opening, like you said, for Name to secure this overshield. That's allowed Name to get the last kill. It was a one-on-one situation. And now, Built by Gamers should have an opportunity to take map control, get into the enemy team's bar. They get the first 2 picks, and this could be where Built by Gamers get aggressive. They get a flag pull. Can they successfully flush out mines out of the back of the base? They do just that. It's going to be just Nemesis in the bar, but unfortunately, so many players are weak, and the Bird, they spawn in the corner. That's easy pickings for those players. As they come back to their base, they finish off those kills. So it looked like it was going to be a good opportunity, but that opportunity gets squandered by the last remaining player and a couple of dynamo grenades from Nemesis.
If PBG locked that down, they got the first 2 kills, and that dynamo, I mean, it couldn't have been more perfectly placed, right? Just takes 2 at the same time because of it. Now maybe it's BBG's turn for a little plan of attack here. You can see a kill on the feed. Mine's looking for a victim of his own, one directly below. All of his nades going to go out to Common. Finally, he dies. Name the next under fire here. Can he get a trade in the situation? He won't. So BBG going to continue to hold on to their numbers here and keep them back.
Map control in the hands of BBG for now. Aperture's able to find one. Stays alive. Wants to relocate to get up top. They're having such a hard time getting into the front of this base, though. That's the issue here. Both teams so far can get map control. It's just a matter of how do you break into the fortress that are the bases on Bazaar. And with Overshield coming up, I think you pull it back, and that's exactly what Bomex does.
Seems to be the game plan is just, continue to hold the center map as long as you can until the resources come up and you got enough artillery to just, guarantee the round of slays. Furiously, he can't even find his way to center map at this rate. Surprised he didn't attempt the jump because now he's dead 100%. Rocket going to do it. Bohm with the OS as well. So this is the opportunity PBG have been waiting for, but do they come out with clean trades or clean slays here?
Check your corners. Unfortunately, eats a melee. Is going to find one, but that's a good trade there by the Bird to take down that Overshield player. Now Furiously doing everything he can to stay alive, and as long as he stays alive, those are seconds that allow his teammates to come off respawn. So although he goes down, everyone, That was actually as well played as it could have been by Floriously. Let's see if it pays off for the bird to come off respawn. However, they're going to have to deal with mines on their bridge, and they got Nemesis with them, so there's going to be 2 players pushing in here, and that's a great job by that player to get a few kills, and it's going to be a return from the bird. Phenomenal defense right there, and what looked to be a very difficult situation to deal with.
Bird locked that one down for sure. We're seeing the results of it too. Floriously getting very aggressive here. Looks like he had shots behind him as well. Looks like he's okay for now, though. Just going to hold on to his life, making sure to check corners there, but Mines just doesn't have the resources to get through this. The entire team now on pressure here. Bohm down for the count. That's 2 dead. Make it 3 as Floriously comes out of a big win. With his life here in these numbers, this should be the flag to go through.
The melee one shot was an even battle, and he comes out on top. He may have just secured his team an opportunity to tie this one up. Shooting every grenade, just trying to do whatever damage he can with those spike grenades. Anybody that's close is going to take damage there, and although he is surrounded, that flag is going to continue to be on the move. That's going to be the bird tying this one up with some phenomenal plays from Floriously and the boys.
For the record, Floriously almost pulled off something I've never seen in my life there, Wes. When he shot that nade, it sent the other nade sailing in the air, and he could have caught it, technically. If it went a little bit higher, he would have caught the nade, and then, I don't know, it would have blown my mind. Either way, looks like that game plan worked out. Like you said, 1-1 on the board here, just waiting for the next OS.
Yeah, look at this. They've been able to keep map control, too. That's the important piece. Yeah. No risk of a counter cap, no risk of losing this overshield either. They secure that cap healthily because everybody stays alive, everybody gets their kills, and because of it, they may be able to turn this not into 1 cap, but potentially 2 at the perfect timing. Name finds the opening. JK finds another one as well. We've got another player in the tree to try and deal with it. Unfortunately, that trade is going to probably stall any opportunity at a flag cap, but that's a great job by Built by Gamers to weather the storm, because when you jump out to an early lead and then all of a sudden you give up 1 cap, maybe 2, it can quickly start to go downhill, but a great job to keep this one tied now. Perfect shots by that player as well.
Trying to figure out where Mines is in this action. I didn't see him die. Like 1 second earlier, he had made... Oh, he's back on rockets. I saw him go for an overextension to the back of the base, maybe try to get a pull, but it looks like he decided to turn back around. Common now out here to try to slow them down, but after doing a great job of just applying suppressing fire, takes a trade in this. That gives Mine the space for the rockets and hopefully a couple kills there. I think he might have missed one behind him. He'll do a full 360 just in case.
Gonna relocate. Pushing into the tree. There's gonna be multiple people spawning. This could be a big rocket. Those 3 players might actually be no shield. Where are the rest of the boys on Built by Gamers to try and finish these kills? There goes 1, there goes 2, there goes 3. The rocket doesn't find a kill, but you can guarantee it did damage to all 3 of those players. That was massive by Mines, and that rocket control from Built by Gamers could immediately be transitioned. That's what we're talking about when we talk about power. Power creating opportunity on the map, right? The sandbox just so influential here on Bizarre CTF. You got to get those rockets and over. So the flag does get stopped at the door. He's trying to grapple it, misses it 3 times, and that's going to stall. That's going to allow the bird to get the return. Unfortunately, because he tries to do it from the hip, I'm always ADSing there, Shyway. He's not able to grapple that flag, and because of that, the return comes through. This game tied up 1-1, and the bird are now in control of the bar, it looks like.
You know, what a difficult situation, though, right? Because he's last up. They have 3 up in center map, so there's nothing he could have done to go get to the flag physically. That was his only option. Like you said, maybe scoping in would have been the play. It looked like he might have been just
slight to scope in.
Right. Maybe he was just slightly at a range, or I don't know. I mean, it was a creative attempt that didn't quite work out because of it. Look at the timer now, by the way. 1:30 left on this. Common just playing it slow, bottom rockets, but one big play is all one of these teams will need to really pull out.
X-Cap wins.
Yeah.
Basically.
Exactly.
One mistake could lose you game 1 as well. So 1 overextension, 1 easy death. You never know. That was a very easy kill on the player on the bar. Not aware that there was a player top rockets. Beautiful shots by Bohm, but easy shots nonetheless. Let's see if Bohm can get into the bar. He's got a teammate already there, and this is going to be a very difficult push for the bird to try and deal with.
I like how you're not impressed by Bohm right now. You didn't like the grapple play, and you're like, you know, nice shots, but easy shots. Anyway, we'll...
I mean, the player wasn't looking at him.
I know. We'll see if we can impress you in a little bit. This might be the opportunity, right, BG, with the rotation and flag through Treehouse. Name a line of defense. How long will he last, though, in that one shot? Got 2 players to replace Aperture here. There's the trade that comes in. Gloriously, JK, they're trying to overextend, stop this flag through center. and they got Common coming up from behind as well. So quite the dilemma here for BBG to get through to get this flag.
Gonna need to get some kills in order to do it. That was actually 3 dead for the Bird. It's going to be up to, I believe, just Name, and I don't think he's in any position to try and stop this one. So Aperture wisely goes for that flag. He's going to punch this one in, and now 11 seconds on the clock to play defense. You got a couple of dynamo grenades as well, so this should be an all she wrote, and Aperture knows it, so he's going to stall. He's just going to wait for these players to fly through his big door. Unfortunately, he is going to go down, but the rest of the team able to solidify the win. And Built by Gamers, they jumped out to an early lead, and that early lead pays off because only 3 caps are capped throughout the entirety of that game 1.
Yep.
And Built by Gamers taking that series lead 1-0 as you go into recharge. You got to be feeling good, because I would say that both these two teams, I mean, game 1 was close, and I could have told you that this series, these two teams are very evenly keeled when we're talking about their skill, their opportunity here today. And for the fact that they were able to take game 1 in a best of 3, that's a massive jump to try and get on top of the ball against the Bird squad.
Right, agreed. And well played by BBG, I guess, in the end of that. I think one of the biggest difference makers here, Wes, just taking a look at the scoreboard, we got the minute delay to work with. The slice, I think, is the biggest, change in category here. You had 26 out of Nemesis, and then just about 20 out of the remaining 3 on the team. Not quite the same ratio on the opposite side on the Birds. So something that you'll obviously look to see a little bit more of as we get into Slayer recharge. But I think little moments like that, right? The rocket pickups that we saw, like the play out of Mines, right? Where he shoots 1 rocket, damages 3, and then those 3 get picked up. Little snowballs like that, I think, is what gave him the biggest strides to collect those flags, and hopefully strides they carry into our next game in the series.
Yeah, Nemesis putting up the stats he did is not surprising to me at all. I think he's been one of those players since Halo 5 even that really impressed me, and I always wondered, like, how is this player, like, not having a little bit more success? Because every time I tune into his screen and whatnot, it looks like he's got a great shot. He's making great decisions.
Right. Just
a matter of finding the right team to gel around him. I think Nemesis is one of those young talents on the scene that, like, has a lot of potential. You have to put it all together, and some people struggle with that, and some people actually never find it. So hopefully Nemesis can use his talent and find the right team around him and build that. It looks like they've done a solid job here in game 1. We have more to see as we get ready for game 2.
Right. Wondering how that potential will play out on a very different map, very different, kind of setting to work with here with the camo bottom mid, of course, the shock as well in the center. But let's let the players do the talking. You can see Common knows exactly what he wants off the rip here. Actually, it looks like he wants the kills instead as he'll fight center.
Does he finish off Mines with those nades? Unfortunately, no. The battle for camo still ensues, though. Multiple players. Actually, a player behind him in long haul. That's tragic, as he was trying to set up to potentially influence this battle. He's going to have to relocate here towards the long haul. Very long time for camo to be up, and it does look like the Bird are in a better position, but they've lost numbers, and that's going to deny any opportunity they really had to try and push forward. And a massive flank by Bohm here. Finds one. It's another assist. Somehow the camo still neutralizing the bottom of the map, and Nemesis there to pick up a double. And not only that, he secured camo. So a great job here by Built by Gamers to start off game 2 very strong. It's only a 1-kill lead, but they have complete map control and camo to work with.
It took some time, but this was kind of the impact play we were waiting for. We see the result of it as well. The entirety of the team, they're all stuck elevator side. I like how they spread out to try to address this. Bohm just looking for cheeky angles. We already got a trade to start the action here. Nemesis, though, that was Common. My apologies, who rotated out to bat ledge. Nice little angle from him. JK just trying to be elusive all while this happens. You can see the bait and switching coming in between these teams as they just continue to trade numbers early on here.
Big kill by Common. Can he stay alive? 3 dead, and unfortunately Nemesis, the last guy alive, finds a great grenade. Can he get a double? The last guy alive is just making a mess out of the opportunity the Birds set themselves up for, and that's Nemesis once again making plays. JK finally takes him down, but not without eating a melee. And this would be a completely different game now if Nemesis didn't pick up a few kills there, because the Bird, they would have had shock rifle, they would have had map control, and the second camo, it's already up, but Built by Gamers, they're on top of it. Bomex picks that one up. It's going to be 2 in a row for Built by Gamers. You want to see the Bird focus and prioritize these power-ups and power weapons more, because they really will have a large impact on this game. They did in game 1, and so far in game 2, they've allowed this lead to still be maintained.
Yeah, and in the long run, it's where you really start to see these teams pull away. And I think Bohm is the one with the perfect opportunity for it. Just where does he find it? He's about to find 4 in this situation. No. Just barely surviving. JK rightfully going to chase the man down. So there he goes. We'll see if BBG can pick up off the damage. Still working with a slight lead here. Great little flank out of Nemesis. Is he there in time, though? Doesn't commit to it. Mine's now in trouble bottom mid. Looks like he's not going to be able to get out of that one. Instead, Nemesis, he'll play the doorway, but are they ready for JK here?
Looks like they are. They predict the grenade, and it rocks him right in the head. He's able to get away for a little bit, but Aperture with the second grenade. JK just couldn't get away from those grenades, unfortunately, and going to pay for it with his life. He's already got 8 kills to his name, and the Bird, they're going to need all 8 of those in order to make this one close. Just a 2-kill game from here. The Repulsor doesn't quite hit him off the map. Can't hit the melee either, and Aperture somehow gets the better of name. There in the back of blue, and that's allowed the opening push here. We're seeing Built by Gamers start to swarm. A couple of players here still to deal with. A Repulsor knocks one off. The second's no shield, and Built by Gamers are continuing to push into blue. They win that battle, and unfortunately, Common, the last player alive, is going to have to slow it down and wait for respawners.
Nice little net positive with the Repulsor in the end of the day. And I think that's the only way to stop the blowback, though, right? Like, if you don't have any other equipment, but just being midway through melee lunge, I think it definitely cancels a lot of the blowback out with the Repulsor. Either way, that is done and dusted. I think the bigger skill gap here, right, is the nades, the double that comes in thanks to Mines. Gonna pick up a shock off this as well. I already got info on name and just winding it up for Furiously. Tough shot to hit, though, when you're being suppressed like this.
I was worried he was going to lose his life, but wisely gets out of there. Doesn't have any grenades come his way either. And are they going to expect him to be top elevator is the question. I love this relocation by him. This is a very consistent, easy shot. If they don't expect you to be here in Mines, just post it up as this game slows down to about a snail's pace now. You can see Built by Gamers, they have a lead. They're comfortable. Mines with shock, and he's going to extend the lead as they just try to set up around the map. Furiously, he's going to have to try and push, but unfortunately, he can't do so. And Nemesis picking up another one as this setup is only going to build the lead for Built by Gamers.
Always got to respect the patience of a good snipe, right? Just waiting for that final moment when they know they can hit this shot. Unfortunately, Mine's going to run out of opportunities there. Damage done by BBG, though. They do have a 5-kill lead to work with. Boom, I think he might hear this player directly above him. It's Comet. Going to play it slow for now. Does have the info, right? Aperture over on C-Plat. These are the moments, right, where things start to slow down just a little bit as they feel each other out. It's all about timing Bohm's jump with damage cross map here, if he can just find that opening when they call it.
Yeah, very exposed area for Bohm to be sitting in, but I like the aggressive positioning from him. It's just a matter of will he be cleaned out or checked before a push comes through. The Bird need to be very careful, because if they don't expect him to be there and they end up pushing past him, he's going to have an opportunity to really disrupt any kind of a push they would have had. Unfortunately, Common and Name, they both find kills on Aperture and Mines. That's Bohm. He tries to jump up top middle, but he gets taken down, and all of a sudden it's a 3-kill swing into the Bird's favor, and just a 2-kill game now. Nemesis, once again, the last player alive, somehow able to get a kill, get out of dodge as he was being surrounded into control. But look at this, the Bird just applying so much pressure. Nemesis trying to contain.
Nice.
The press here gets a few, and more importantly, Bomex finds the 3rd camo for Built by Gamers of the game, and another blunder, I would say, by the Bird there. I mean, it looked like the slays were going in their favor throughout the last few moments, and somehow, some way, they still can't prioritize camo in order to secure it.
They found their way through. You got to hand it to Nemesis, though, for being patient and just kind of moving forward and taking that position in Whirlpool and just locking down some of those important sight lines. All while that happened, it could have gone a lot worse, though. You wonder, like you said, from the Birds, they must have known he was there, right? You can be death camming that player, so they didn't quite deal with him, and I think the result of these little openings have led to the lead we've got in front of us here, West. Now 45. Mines and Bowman to try to make their way through pipes. Any trades at this point? Obviously massive for BBG, but Mines does not want to give up free deaths here either.
No, not at all. You want to stay alive and wait for your team. Unfortunately, he gets taken down. 3 dead for Built by Gamers, so it was 45 to 39, now 46 to 43. Just a 3-kill game, but 4 is all Built by Gamers need. The sword in Furiously's hand, that's going to make it a 3-kill game. Unfortunately, Furiously doesn't wait for his shields to come back, and because of it, he goes down, and trades have benefited Built by Gamers because now they need 1 in order to end the game. They're going to slow this one down once again. And Aperture looking to end this one with the punctuation with that shock rifle. Let's hop on board with him if we can. Surely he's the player to end this one. He looks for a peek, and you can tell how passive the Bird are forced to be now.
Yeah, they can't make any mistakes. Nemesis, in the meantime, he can get aggressive, though. Just one kill is all they need, and he can't find it with 3, but Mines is there as a saving grace for a 50-46 close. And I heard you, Wes, wait a minute, that could have been a lot worse, but they put it together when it counted. A couple things, though, right? Like, you start to wonder, was Furiously a little bit impatient in that situation as well when he died up on top A, right? Timing, of course, so important. Maybe he thought he had a little opening for a nade toss, but they were ready for him with the sight line. Just interesting to see how some of those kills are exchanged, right? Like the slight, mispositioning when things matter at that moment it's just so critical, that you lose your life there.
Yeah, I would say so, right? I mean, obviously, if he could go back in time, he would stay alive. He would not give that angle up,
right,
and that opportunity for him to get finished. And I think that's why you play in these tournaments, right? You're trying to play against some great competition, and when the heat of a tournament or your livelihood in a tournament is on the line, are you able to mentally stay focused and really weigh in all the factors that you need to in order to make the right decision? I think that's an exact example of, yeah, you want to stay alive. You definitely want to get your shield back and not give any opportunity to show yourself through that doorway. You probably have an idea that they're top glass as well. It's just that moment. Maybe he's peeking for information. Maybe he's trying to continue a very fast-paced style of game, because obviously when you get the first kill, you really want to stay alive. You want to press your opponents. Right. That's how you find even great. You make an opportunity rewarding in the score line is typically by pressing your advantages in Infinite. Sometimes pressing your advantages can come back to get you, and even peeking for information right there is the wrong play, because I mean, that player is just ADS. You're no shield. That's a very easy kill for him. You'd have to hit one hell of a shock rifle shot in order to take him down. Unfortunately, that's a lesson learned, and hopefully the next time around you just play a little bit more patiently, play your own game instead of letting the chaos kind of ensue.
That did end the series, though, so that would have been a 2-0 to close that one. Wes, by the way, BBG will move on. The Bird are going to move down to lower bracket. Like you said, lessons learned. Hopefully they can apply the learning in the lower bracket. I think we will get to see him again. It looks like they've already taken out PK today, by the way, Wes. We got PK lower bracket, Montenegro, Torrent down there as well, so a lot of top teams lower bracket. BBG are waiting in winter semis. We've still got Palm Villains and Catalyst. Catalyst is Piggy's team, so a hell of a roster there. A lot to look forward to, and we'll be seeing that very shortly. In the meantime, let's send it back to Yeso, send it back to T Squared, and see what they think of these games.
Couple of sets here in the books for our second open night of the season, and I do in fact have my good friend T Squared joining me today. We got to see a couple of really good ones there. Palm Villains, of course, coming off of their victory last Monday and looking solid against Montenegro. Then we got the Bird falling 0-2 up against Built by Gamers. Let's start with that first set. Of course, Palm Villains back. They've got Spartan in the mix this time around, and they look pretty dominant, honestly, front to back in that set against Montenegro. What'd you see there?
Well, I love how Spartan plays. He's always played with so much heart, in general. So having him on this team, especially when they won last week, is a really good sign. But just like Clutch and Shy we were talking about, where the first game, yeah, they were going toe-to-toe, blow for blow. But once you get 4 experienced players like that get map control, that are hungry, that are trying to prove themselves as a new team, like everybody on that team right now is feeling like they're going for a tryout individually and for a tryout for the squad because of this roster shuffle and this roster mania that's going on. So everybody out there right now is putting their best foot forward. And if you're Montenegro, yeah, you're doing great, but you have to be able to close things out, right? We're seeing such great plays coming out of them, but they need to close things off and they need to play a little bit tighter, and they need to figure out what they can do when they don't have control.
I do want to pick your brain a little bit. This is not, specific to Series E today, but you touched on it there with the squad for Palm Villains, the roster mania that's going on. All these big teams making changes. We see Sentinels and C9 looking for a possible player swap here. Of course, there's been all of the talk about E United since Spartan has stepped down from the roster. SSG recently, dropping Rami, picking up Suppressed. When you look at kind of all the chaos we've seen amongst these top rosters, what kind of stands out to you the most about what these teams are doing right now as we especially look forward to Orlando this coming fall?
I think it's just stressful in general, right? Fortunately, they let me out of the prison gates to work out, and I was walking around. I was doing the outside gym over at prison,
Nice.
and I got a good call from my buddy Kyle Elam, and he's like, "Hey, man, what's going on?" I was like, "It's been a while since I've talked to you," and he kind of filled me in on the roster mania, and I was like, "Are you having fun, you know, being in charge of Space Station Gaming? Because it just sounds like a horrible time. You know, if you're a player, that's something that you hate to go through, right? It's fun when you're watching it and you're eating Michael Jackson popcorn as a meme over towards the side of things, but realistically, going through that as a player is going through hell. It's not fun to go through. It's very, very stressful. You know, it's something that really it stinks because you want to be friends with your teammates, but you want to win at the same time, and we're coming down to the closing moments of this season, right? So everybody right now is feeling the pressure to kind of put that best roster forward, but you would love to see some teams kind of stick together. I mean, the fact that Sentinels could be going through a change, it all kind of starts with Renegade, right? Renegade's always been a great individual player, and then you have this C9 roster who they're not even doing that bad, right? And then you have Sentinels thinking, okay, should we change because we just got first place too? It's kind of wild to think about a team that just got first place is possibly going through a change. But what happens right there is a whole trickle down and domino effect where everybody is just sitting there basically sucking from the teat of all of like the top teams, and they're like, oh, please give me something, please give me something. And it's like, realistically, you got to have the balls to just make a team that's going to beat these guys. You can't just be like, okay, we'll take your crumbs and, you know, kind of put something together like that. It's like, you don't have to deal with leftovers. You could put together your own squad and your own team and go toe-to-toe and beat these guys if you actually just have the discipline to go and practice. But right now, everyone's going to kind of, you know, fall victim to what other teams do. And this is a roster right now that we're seeing with Palm Villains that is a potential team that could do really, really well. And I really like the way that these guys are playing. Yes, everybody's trying to get their fit and fit in where they can. But, you know, sometimes you just got to put your foot down and say, hey, this is going to be the roster. Let's make things happen and let's start going over strategy, right? You can vibe check all you want, but if you don't know the vibes of these players when Halo's been around so long, I don't really know what you're doing.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of these players know each other fairly well, having played, you know, whether they're playing in eights, maybe they've been on an official team together before, so hopefully they come in at least with some of that prior knowledge, and then, you know, understanding how maybe it all fits together and it starts to gel. You can certainly go from there. And of course, it's definitely a different era when you talk about building rosters and these kinds of changes than, you know, back when you were competing. So there's certainly a lot more competing interest in there. Let's jump forward, of course, to the second series we saw here. We got the Bird up against Built by Gamers, and it felt like honestly a pretty controlled 2 games from Built by Gamers, especially when you look at that CTF game in game 1. Really felt like they took that first cap and they did a good job of really slowing down the pace of the game, taking control, and almost really suffocating the Bird out. You know, they ultimately tie it, and then we get Built by Gamers with that, you know, late flag cap to grab the win. But it really felt like Built by Gamers, Clutch was talking about, you know, grabbing that advantage and then, you know, kind of trying to snowball that. And it really felt like BBG said, you know, hey, we can grab the advantage and then we can just slow it down, control the map, and really suffocate the other squad. And it really delivered a strong performance from them in both games, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're going to have to call the people for the ethical treatment of animals. We're going to have to call PETA in on this one because the Bird did get suffocated out, and that was kind of rough, right? But yeah, you look at them on paper from Built by Gamers, and you say, this roster just kind of has it, you know, like you see how Mines was playing, especially in game 2. I like what you talked about in game 1, and I agree, but I want to talk about game 2 and Nemesis over towards Pool staying alive. He comes through, gets a kill on Needles, gets a double kill, that helps secure camo, and that was a huge turn, a momentum turn. You had Mines, who was 12-6 at one point with Shock Rifle, kind of holding down Elevator and A side. That was really, really good by him, and he had a really strong start. But you look at what was going on with Nemesis when he was the last guy alive, and that was their opportunity for the Bird to come back. Never should the last guy alive be able to pick up 3 kills. And because he picked up those 3 kills and staggered the deaths, that allowed them to go and get the camo on that side for Built by Gamers. And then you saw a couple mistakes that Clutch touched base on over towards the tail end. Furiously, I think it was the guy with the sword coming out when he was no shields, and getting picked off commonly with a, or it was like a bad challenge across the map. Common had a really, really interesting challenge when he was just in the middle of the open, kind of by the box, coming out from underneath glass. And that was just a really awkward spot to go and challenge when the game's really, really close and you got to minimize your deaths. So between, those two mistakes right there, and then also Nemesis staying alive, you got to emphasize how important that was for him to go and pick up those kills, because to me that was just the momentum swing that they needed for Built by Gamers to go and lock that down. And you saw they're already pretty strong on paper, so you can't really make those mistakes if you're the Bird.
Yeah, it really felt like BBG was playing incredibly patient and just understanding that, hey, we can jump on any little mistake here and widen the gap or finish the game, and they certainly did it at the end of that Slayer matchup. So really fun for them and a really good performance. And as Clutch and Shyway mentioned, they jump up into our winner's side semifinals. Those other 4 teams that did lose in this first round of top 8, of course, still alive, and we'll likely see them later on in the day, and we'll have to see if maybe the Bird can make that lower bracket run. They may run into Sinternegra down there, and we'll see how things shake out. Production's going to let me know if our next set is ready to go. Of course, we're getting ready for more Halo action here. T-Squared. We've talked a lot about Halo already here today. A lot more to break down. We've talked about Roster Mania, all of these rosters. I'm curious, one thing that I really enjoy kind of getting whenever Tony is on the show is he always has this really great insight on a lot of those up-and-coming players, a lot of those new names maybe coming out of the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene. He's like, oh, this guy's maybe my next up. I want to know from you, not necessarily maybe Tier 2, but those players, when you're talking about this Roster Mania and people trying to put together these new teams, is there a player that you really have your eyes on, maybe 1 or 2, that you are hoping to kind of take that next step? Of course, again, as we are looking forward to big competitions like Orlando in September.
Yeah, if you're a new player, you really got to watch out, because Tony really could just be looking over and looking in your window and taking notes on you, seeing what you're eating, what you're wearing every single day. So, that, first of all, let's get that out of the way. But second of all, someone that I've always been cheering for, because he got accused of cheating really early on in Halo Infinite, and I just knew because I was able to play with him and get in lobbies with him consistently, is Mines. And I think that he's kind of had a rough journey with being accused that, and people were trying to push him out of the community basically and take all these little clips here and there, and I just thought it was a bunch of baloney. So that's someone that I've always been cheering for, and I think that he's got a good head on his shoulders, and I'm hoping that he does really well.
Hey, the performances look good so far today, and definitely looking forward to seeing more from Mines here as the night continues. So Tom's got his eye on Mines. I will make sure to do the same. Our next set, though, is ready to go, so let's hand it back over to Shyway and Clutch to keep the action rolling.
Thank you, Tom. And yay, so great discussion, by the way. I don't know if you got to catch all that, Wes. I was wondering if ever in your pro career have you found yourself suckling from the teat of top teams by any chance?
Nah, I never got the opportunity to suckle from the. I was one of the players probably getting left out of those situations, having to take the lower route of putting your own squad together and hoping it works out. And I had some success there, so I would agree with Tom when he's going down that direction of thought. Like, sometimes you're not able to put this all-star squad together. Yes, Sentinels probably have their pick of the litter with what they want to do with their team, obviously. Cloud9 probably the same, but for the Ryan Noobs of the world or whatnot, it's all about, hey, let's get 4 players that are all on the same page, all have the same ambition, all have the same motivation and drive, and let's get after it, because some of these, even the best team in the world can be beat, right? You're playing best of 5s, best of 7s, the tournaments at times, but I mean, everybody can be beat. It's just a matter of strategy, teamwork, being on the same page, and performing well on that day. So I'm definitely under that impression. I pretty much am a living proof that is a successful recipe if you do it right.
Okay, well, speaking of all of that, Wes, we've got big, top, what am I trying to say? Just great teams with chemistry that are formed, one of them being kind of just formed today. Just because you got Spartan, Boo Boo, Foul, and Suppressed. This is Palm Villains. They're playing winners finals. And then you've got our BBG roster, which is a team that I think are practicing together on a regular basis, looking to push to that next level, try to take down some top competition. So what a great kind of setup for our winners finals here. Let's see if they have what it takes to kind of beat this upper echelon. We've got our series layout on screen as well. We got Strongholds Recharge, Slayer, Aquarius, and Oddball Live Fire. Should be a hell of a series here, Wes.
Should be. I still will favor Palm Villains, though. I think that this is one of those teams that I think Tom put it perfectly. They're hungry. They have to prove themselves, right? These guys do not have the accolades that they want so far in Halo Infinite. We know what these guys are capable of, especially Falcated and Boobadooboo. So much talent in those two. Just a matter of getting the right roster behind them, getting on the same page and performing well. We'll see if they're going to showcase just a little bit of that potential here and now. Boobadooboo already starting off with a kill. 3 go in favor of Palm Villains off the start, but more importantly, Spartan found himself the shock rifle. And I mean, we've seen highlights. I'm sure, Shyway, you follow him on Twitter. I follow him on Twitter, and he does nothing but rip heads as he's already found the head of Nemesis.
Actually, he does one other thing, and it's ninjas, Wes. I don't know how he gets as many ninjas as he gets, but I would not be surprised if he somehow finds another today. We'll see. Either way, he gets a big kill in C there. That does open up both B and A as well. Looks like for the team here as new spawners up in Long Hole and under quite a bit of pressure already. Starting to give me flashbacks to our first game of the day, Wes.
Couple go down. Built by Gamers trying to get out of this trip cap situation. B's going to have to be the first one, and that's not the easiest one, unfortunately. They are going to have a few kills in their favor. It's going to be Boobadooboo trying to stay alive here back blue. He's going to grapple the sword to him as he's no shield. A great use of his time as he's trying to get his shield back. Could give him an easy opportunity to maybe relieve some of the pressure from Built by Gamers on to C, but it looks like his teammates have done just that. So although they lose B, they continue to score. Boobadooboo stays alive. And now look at how aggressive Falcated wants to be. He's found one. Great damage onto the second. He wants this shock rifle, so he's going to take down that player as well. Good aggressive plays there by Falcated. And immediately they're going to push the trip cap once again. What you thought could potentially be a close series because we have a lot of talent on the side of Built by Gamers. Could be a blowout in Palm Villains' favor, especially the way that they're able to just keep map control and dominate once they have all the power.
Oh my, Foul moving so quick and efficient here, and of course he'll use a little drop combo just to keep the damage up. All well he does it. Look at this pin. He already knows his teammates got it. He'll drop back for Camo. Not quite getting the kill the second time around, though. That might be a little opening for BBG to slip away with it. All well it happens. You can see Suppressed doing some work of his own. So PBG down numbers, but they might have Camo in this situation. They do. And a shock as well, though. It didn't last too long.
Yeah, the only numbers that really matter, though, however, Shaway, 135-4 right now. BBG need to figure out a way to get a few kills and get some map control of their own. Unfortunately, they have not had any type of numbers advantage for a very long time, if at all, here in this game one. A great job by Boobadooboo to hop into this B stronghold. He's going to deny that from being transferred over. Good help from the teammates to get the reset as well. Stays alive with the grapple once again. Look at how Boobadooboo is prioritizing this grapple, and look at how it has saved his life several times, allowing him to relocate quickly. And because of it, they continue to keep numbers in their hands, map control more importantly, and they continue to push the trip cap. When top teams get map control, they want the entire cake, not just a slice, and they want A, B, and C in the strongholds.
Oh, they eating what is it? Not pretty. They're
good.
Eating lavish. They're eating good. I don't know. Like, things looking great. They've got some very scary levels of coordination at this point, though, West. That's for sure. And I think it's just, you know, we got to see their matchup with Centenegra early on. It took them some time to kind of, you know, get the ball going, get the engine started, so to speak. They have just come off of their winter semi-series against Piggy, Ruby, Alex Shock, and Mortally. And if that is not a warm-up, like, I don't know what is, right? So they're probably just taking that momentum that they've gained from it, injecting it directly into this series. And I mean, this game one is about to end at this rate if this continues.
A and B still in their favor and a lot of pressure. Look at Built by Gamers' point of view. I mean, we're watching it from Bowman. He's just like forced to back up into the back of blue. You got to figure out a way to be aggressive, but it's almost impossible with grenades coming in your direction, multiple players. And look at that, even taking the time to just wait on the repulsor. Just veteran Halo Infinite play. Sparty finding that kill, but Falcated just making sure they control everything they can. Shock, repulsor, grapple, anything and everything. They want a piece of it because it just gives you more opportunity. No. I mean, players are walking up backwards to you at this point. That's 250-4. Palm Villains look dominant, and I know Suppress is on Space Station Gaming, just recently signed, but these three together are going to make some noise throughout the rest of the year. I feel if they end up teaming officially. Wow. I know it's a matter of contracts and there's a lot behind the scenes that still has to go on, but I could not be more excited for Spartan, one, to get into a situation where he may not be the best player on his team. And two, Falcated and Boobadooboo to figure out a play style that complements them, because I do not think that FaZe roster complemented each other. I don't think Snipe Down, we saw the best of Snipe Down. I don't think we saw the best of Bound. I don't think we saw the best of Boobadooboo. Falcated was always dominating, it seemed. But I feel like those guys, when they put the pieces of the puzzle together, they will be able to compete against the Sentinels, against the Cloud9, and that's what we want. We want attrition at the top in Halo, right? We want everybody taking everybody out.
Yeah, it's so cool to see that early chemistry, just like you said, and even just kind of thinking of this roster mania where players are ending up. Like I remember Spartan at one point, I think King Nick was a bit of a duo for him, so maybe we see King Nick slot into this roster.
I've heard some rumors.
So yeah, that might be a possibility as well, which, you know, on paper sounds ridiculous. We're already seeing a little hint of that today, which is great. Just the other day, we saw Snipe Down teaming with Suspector, which is a hell of a combo right there. Then Arctic, and there was one more to round it out, but Orion Noob as well, right? So they're a very interesting roster, but just that's the beauty, I think, of this roster mania, is just where all these high-level players are kind of dipping into. You don't know what to expect, but we get to see a little taste of it, I think, in this series, and so far, so great for Palm Village.
It's like we're watching 8th grade basketball tryouts here, and we're seeing them go down, all the players just giving it their all. And sometimes, I mean, you would think a roster that gets put together that may not seem like one that would be able to challenge Cloud9 absolutely can, with just the way that they all, like, their play styles complement each other. So it's always interesting to see how these guys figure it out, how they play with each other. Because play styles are real in Halo, and you need to build teams around players that are comfortable playing with each other. You can tell Sparty, Falcated, Boobadooboo, they're very comfortable with each other, and they've welcomed Suppress to the roster here in these few series because, I mean, they look phenomenal. 7-2 in the start. Heatwave in the hands of Falcated, and he's doing nothing but sliding and being aggressive. Unfortunately, the Dynamo Grenade is going to slow him down, but I mean, even then, it's not even like he had to see the player to get the kill with the grenade, and so much pressure so quickly from Palm Villains once again.
Nothing stopping them, that's for sure. And it's wild to see BBG come off of such a great series coming into this, and to have them just kind of obliterated at this point in this one. Either way, I want to say there's still more game to go, but the more we watch, the less pretty it looks. Foul going to come in with Boo Boo. They'll clean up 2. That's 13-3 at this point. And BBG, if they don't find an answer in the next 2 minutes, Wes, I think this is chalked already.
Yeah, the only answer is going to be one of those hidden power-up strong side used to put on the bottom of the maps sometimes when we play customs against their teams. He used to create his own version and call it label it the MLG settings.
Oh no.
And we would scrim final boss, and now all of a sudden, like, strong side for some reason has like overshield, or like has a teleporter in the back of Narrows or something. That's the kind of utility that we're going to need to see Built by Gamers have. Unfortunately, Forge, it's not out yet, and looks like Built by Gamer is going to be sent to the elimination bracket soon if things continue, because Palm Villains, I mean, just the pressure, the speed that they play at, it does not look like Built by Gamers are able to match that pace.
No secret teleporters for them to get out of the action just yet as well. You know, there's like a little room in the bottom of this map, by the way, Wes. You can see it through the ventilation in bottom mid. Like, there's almost like a finished room in there. So, you know, if I was
I heard that's where T-Square is put in jail.
Is that his jail cell right there? Is that...
It's below Aquarius.
Below Aquarius. All right. Well, at least he's close to Halo throughout it all, right? You know,
you can hear the action above.
Never left. Yeah.
Falcated, 7-2-2. Just unbelievable numbers. Even against this talent. Built by Gamers, I mean, they're no pushover, right? We know these players are talented. They can aim and shoot with some of the best in the world, but sometimes it's more than aim and shooting, and Falcated just trying to find whatever he can. It's like watching a velociraptor in Jurassic Park just hunt its prey. It's just in a straight line trying to find his next opponent. Does get traded out there. Suppressed. Also just a very impressive young gun, and I know we're in the middle of action, but I think one of the questions Yeso and Squared were talking about, and I actually really like the question from Yeso, is we talk about up-and-comers. We talk about players on Built by Gamers. You're talking about Suppressed. Shaway, who's the player that sticks out to you? I like the Mines answer. I do think he's very impressive, but is there somebody in the scene right now that you're really waiting to just show up and show out at an HCS tournament to really be the difference maker in an upset, potentially, that pushes his name to the levels of the Snipe Downs of the world, to the levels of the Pistolas that have created such an opportunity in just one event for themselves?
That is a big question, Wes. Right now, like with what we see on screen, definitely Surprise has caught my eye. I think the most out of them. He's got the biggest opportunity for Spotlight. Unfortunately for BBG, you know, as great as they are individually, they're not given really any opportunities to showcase their stuff at this point, as we see Bohm lose his life here as well. So many directions I can go with the answer to that question, though, Wes. For whatever reason, the first thing that came to mind was Miss Lacar as the only female player to make it into Pro Series so far, right? So we got a lot of up-and-comers in a lot of different areas that I think have been making big strides, and I just want to see more of that, like more players kind of punching through that you might not necessarily expect in these rosters. So big strides there is what's really cool.
I don't hate the answer.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure what the ceiling is there, but we'll
I don't
find
know
out.
either,
Only
but
time will
hopefully
tell.
high, right? Like I want to see limits being pushed in all areas.
That would be a special story if it is pushed.
Oh, Suspector would be another, by the way. I think
Suspector's been around.
He's been around, but he's always been with Kratos. And now that he's not, I wonder.
Thank God. For...
well, I just wonder what we're gonna see from him now that he's. See, that's the thing. You got to give me more time, and then as like 2 minutes later in our cast, I'm gonna come up with another. So just.
I hear you. Well, we'll be waiting for the answer. 4 kills to go. Palm Villains continuing to roll, looking for a steak dinner on top of it. Falcetta needs to stay alive to make that one happen. Does just that. Relocates. Can he save his teammate? For a moment, he does. Unfortunately, he is taken down by Boobadooboo across the map, able to find another kill. And it looks like it is going to be a steak dinner with one more kill. And that's going to do it. 50-29. 15, 4, and 7. 15, 4, and 6 at the top of your screen. I think it was Falcetta and Boobadooboo just absolutely popping off. But I mean, it was really just an entire team difference from Palm Villains to Build by Gamers. And Build by Gamers, we'll see more of them through the elimination bracket. We know that they're going to continue to push other teams, but we really have tried to announce that this Palm Villains team, they are here to win this tournament, to make waves in the Halo scene. And they look very dominant in doing so. I think they're going to try and make statements along the way, and I think that was a very big statement they just made.
So big of a statement, I don't even know if I caught a specific moment of that game, Wes. I
don't think you needed
we had to shift to podcast mode, I think, midway through. That was winners finals, by the way. That was obliteration. So, you know, congrats to Palm Villains. They will cement their position. Winner side Grands will be waiting for their competitor. Hopefully lower bracket is, you know, the second win, the regain opportunity for these teams to, you know, to really bounce back. You know, maybe it's BBG, maybe it's one of these teams we haven't gotten to see just yet. And, you know, even on the topic of, you know, who are these up and coming players, and who do I think really has a shot? I think like that entire Catalyst team, Piggy, you know, Groovy, Alex Shock, Mortally, these are all players that are kind of, you know, trying to punch through. Definitely got a lot of potential. I think Carmea as well, very young player. Carmea, he's always been, you know, very talented main slayer, kind of in his role in the teams he's a part of. You know, whether or not that translates into top player proficiency, we'll see. Crisley as well is somebody who's been he sends me crazy technical movement stuff that he's doing. He's doing flag runs and curb slides and stuff. He's very invested in it. So I'm wondering if he's got some potential. He's playing today on Unleashed with Eli Elite, Mo, and Clay.
All right, I hadn't heard of him, so there you go. Excited to see
he's young.
More potential, right? Hey, I'm all about not hearing about somebody and putting them on my radar. Yeah. So it's always a pleasure. I think that's what this esports arena tournaments have always given us, especially towards the end of Halo 5. I mean, we started to learn a lot about the Soul Snipes of the world, the Taliks of the worlds, and even like getting deeper into the Centenegra folks were competing weekly, and then even Ascend was playing in those as well. So it was a pleasure to see some of that talent at a lesser form. And now, I mean, we've seen what Ascend is capable of. We know what the Pioneers are doing in the HCS scene, and so it's been a massive pleasure to catch some of this young talent in its like pure form, I'd say, until they explode on the scene, because not everybody does, and it's all up to the individual, the grind they have to put in, the work that they have to put in order to get there. But obviously all of those come through participating in these weekly tournaments, grinding practice as much as possible. Looks like we're jumping into a second series now. Ooh. Pairing Platypuses and Catalyst. We're going to call them Triple P.
Okay.
And Catalyst, because pairing Platypuses is something that they tried to purposely make our job harder for.
Triple P. I'll take it, but what a surprise hit this roster is. Wes, I had no idea these boys were in competition, but this is Jake, Kratos, Ryan Noob, and Tony. We're talking a bit about a few of these players, so can't wait to see what they can do, of course, in this matchup against Catalyst.
A player I really want to keep an eye on as this series goes underway is G1 Tony. I've heard nothing but good things. I've seen a lot of Valorant clips from the guy, so he's proficient on mouse and keyboard as well. And this guy, I hear he's got a lot of skill. He's got a mouth on him as well. Kind of reminds me of a young Clutch back in the day, and that might not be a great thing, but if he can participate, I mean, if he can push his skill to the limit and continue to grind, I think sky's the limit from what I know of this kid. And to be playing with these other players around him, Kratos, Ryan Noob, I mean, those guys have to acknowledge his skill to a certain degree in order to team with him. So they're going to have an opportunity here to maybe pop off and make a name for themselves, maybe create an opportunity for a team one day.
And this is the proving grounds to do it, Wes. So always great to be able to, witness these players on their come up, with ESA being the platform for it. And let's see what Groovy can do. He's got a platform for us here with this snipe. For a second, I thought his teammate was his enemy, but it looks like he'll have to line up another.
Relocates bottom middle. Tries to get him out of B. Doesn't hit the first, but the second one's a dome onto Tony, and that's a great job. Gets the reset. Love this play by him. Oh. Love the aggressiveness with the BR. Unfortunately, I feel like if he continues to go to the right there, he almost wins that fight guaranteed, but can't quite turn two there. But in the meantime, it looks like Catalyst have done a great job to subside the pressure onto A, and that's allowed them to continue to score here. Now they've taken the lead, and I'd say they're the underdog coming in here into this series, just with the names that we have on the other side of the board. So a great job by Catalyst to regain, keep control for now, and even with the trip cap now, Overshield in the hand of Piggy could potentially push this lead, and let's see how far they can get it.
Starting to
A and B still in their favor. Love the back down here by Piggy. He's got multiple players to deal with over towards the nest, though. Not sure if there's a player over towards B, and unfortunately, just checking that and a little bit of an overextension, maybe the opening that Triple P need in order to transfer it over back into their control. That's a big kill by Kratos. Hops immediately into B. 2 dead for Catalyst, and Triple P nearly need to play perfect Halo from here on out. 244 to 147. This is doable, but you got to figure it out, and you got to do it now if you're Kratos and the boys. He's going to wisely try to stay alive and back down with that snipe. Unfortunately, just too many grenades, too much damage taken, and that's created an opening. You see the focus, the prioritization from Catalyst. It's on to B.
They can't afford to lose here as well. Groovy going to look to get a kill. He's still got piggyback base. He will be the one to cap this. Is this enough to close out the game right here? Just 4 seconds to do it. We need to see a member of Triple P get to a hill, and unfortunately, nobody will. Piggy and Catalyst going to lock out game 1 in this series, and a strong start from them as well. Of course, unfortunately, we did have our little technical difficulty. Thankfully, the game got to continue regardless. No trouble there. But, great to see some potential out of these boys, even just having the conversation about, who is going to kind of punch through and make waves. So far, that's the start to the series you like to see.
Yeah, and this Catalyst roster has actually been impressing me in the open, and just about every time I have an opportunity to watch these guys scrim or whatnot, sometimes it's not from their point of view, but I'm always impressed by some of the shots that they hit, some of the ways that they play the game. You can tell that they're one of the up-and-coming amateur teams that really are starting to put the pieces together, and you love to see that, because there's always teams with every Halo that figure it out along the way, that you see aspiring throughout the ranks. I really do have a feeling this Catalyst team could potentially break into that top 16, that top 12 one day if they can keep it up.
If we see them stay together, right? I think that's the biggest thing with this whole roster mania is like, yes, these 4 players, they're great. I believe, Groovy and Alex Shock, definitely a duo, do tend to stick together. I'm not sure about Piggy and Mortally. Like, Piggy was just on LG not too long ago, right? Great roster. Unfortunately, that change happened very quickly. We've seen him kind of bounce around. Mortally, very talented player as well. And then you got Ali Shock. I think he was on the team that beat Navi and knocked them out of the tournament, right? So definitely,
and he looked good.
And exactly, definitely a lot of talent across the board. It's just, can they stick together and find the chemistry and stay aligned in their goals and whatnot, and not kind of clash and butt heads, which team tends to be the real skill gap, I think, with Halo Infinite at the moment. But we'll see. So far, like you said, Wes, there's potential here.
It's a Game of Thrones situation where everybody's taking down everybody and everybody wants to be the king, right? Unfortunately, that's how Halo's always been. I think that's esports in a nutshell, is everybody wants to win a championship, and it's just about, do you really truly believe that this is your best opportunity? Or if you get an offer, is that a better opportunity? Do I go there? What are the pros and cons? And making those decisions as a player is not easy. There's been several times where you'll see a player think he's making the right decision. He goes over to a team and they just don't mesh well. Their play styles clash, their personalities clash, and all of a sudden it was a bad decision. I think you really have to know what you're getting yourself into, and you have to put a lot of thought into it. But that's a completely different, managerial type style, rather than completely outside of gameplay and performance, right? You got to figure out what you're doing to set up yourself for success, and hopefully you're able to find the right team. Catalyst, maybe they believe this is that team because they looked great in game one, and these are not some pushover names. Kratos, Ryan Noob, G1, Tony, these are guys that are consistently all placing very, very well when it comes to North America's best, and to be able to take down players like that bodes well for your future.
Definitely does. You talked about gameplay and performance. All we got to see is whether they can continue to display it. So Catalyst, of course, slight disadvantage to start this one. You can see high ground now held by Triple P. Kratos going to hold top heaven here as well, getting suppressed. He'll get back down. Got Ryan Noob there too, bait and switch with him. They got good coverage on it, but Kyle groovy with the opening kill onto Jake. Do we see Catalyst get aggressive here?
They slow it down for now. You got to get Kratos out of PD if you want to push this. Unfortunately, I actually like that play, but a push from heaven. But Kratos just catches it out and relocates, and he's supposed to be in PD right now. Unfortunately, he's not, and because of it, he's getting a ton of damage. A beautiful play by Kratos to have just about perfect timing to get out of that situation. Subsides some of that pressure from Catalyst, and now keeps it at a 1-point lead in their favor.
Still holding on to the same spot on the map as well. Kratos got better artillery to work with now as well. Good damage coming in. Teammates nearby to hopefully pick it up. We'll see one trade go out. That's Tony popping up on the board. Looks like the shot he went down into the hands of Catalyst. So Kratos kills here. Going to be very helpful. And so is staying alive as well. He's done a great job just to lock down top map in time for Rockets.
Unfortunately, Catalysts are able to pick up not one, not two, but 3 kills in a row, and that's going to make these Rockets just about guaranteed to go in their favor. All 4 dead. They do it without dropping a single player, and because they get those kills so perfectly timed, they're able to secure these Rockets fairly easily. Respawner's not able to impact that one, and all of a sudden now Catalyst up 4, and was once a 1-kill lead for Triple P. Now Catalyst look to blow this one wide open with the set of rockets already being put to use. And the kill feed mortally finds one. 18-11, now a 7-kill lead.
My God, and the kill still going in the feed. You got to love the speed of play these boys are maintaining right here. Groovy had shots into that one player front PD. He just turned, left it behind, and ran at the red room spawns and knew that his teammate mortally behind that player would clean it up. There's trust, there's chemistry with these players, and the result is a hell of a snowball starting to form here. Piggy with a kill, mortally going to tag that out, snap back behind them. Looks like he's got another competitor, but just staying alive and continuing to rotate in these situations, you get to see some of the advantages they come away with. Mortally, he is stalking his prey here.
Finally gets behind him, takes him down. Beautiful commando shots from Mortally. Can he find the double? Doesn't quite get the double, doesn't stay alive either, and unfortunately could have played his life maybe a little bit better, but damage has been done. You got a 9-kill lead, a little bit of room for error after the success you've had here in the first half of the game as they've approached the 25-kill mark. And it's going to be a lot of change of pace for Triple P to get back into this one. I like this by Ryan to slow it down, stay alive, let his teammates finish up those kills back tower. They flipped the map successfully, now making it a 6-kill game. Rockets are coming up in 20 seconds, so if Triple P can get a few slays here in the next 15 seconds and get these Rockets, they can still win this game.
Ryan Noob, no stranger to shifting the pace, that's for sure. He did get a trade in that situation, though. The Stick did come through. You said the Rockets would change the momentum in this game, so Groovy staying alive in this 1v1 massive. Can he find the player, though? Nade's coming in. Nice little dodge to take less damage, but not enough to stay alive. Ryan Noob here. Rockets in hand. That deficit not looking so large anymore here, Wes.
What can he do with these Rockets is the big question. Unfortunately, the first one, it just finds him an assist.
Nothing.
The second
And
one,
he's
nobody's
dead.
home. He gets meleeed. Does get traded out, but you need more than that.
Yeah.
3 kills just separate the two, however. So maybe it's not a matter of putting those Rockets to use. It's a matter of getting them out of the hands of Catalyst, because we saw how successful Catalyst was with those Rockets the first time around. At least you remove that from the equation this time around. You get them off the map, and now you get to play around a more even killed game.
About to even out oh my God, the players on the map here as well. Tony almost getting 3 kills in that situation, or at least helping secure them. We get another one dead on the feed, as we say it. Piggy now up off spawn, and Cafe already getting pelted. So pressure coming in from Triple P as they even out the scoreline very quickly here. All of a sudden, we got a tie game when it counts most as well. Who will pull away in the last links, I think, is the biggest thing here.
It's Mortally that finds an 8 kill to start this one off. 2 kills in a row now for Catalyst. They've extended the lead to 3. They've continued to try to be aggressive, but it's predicted now all of a sudden Triple P starting to catch on to the aggressiveness of Catalyst, but unfortunately Alex Shock is just too much to handle. A beautiful shotgun melee, the brute grenade stick. Look at this, shots to the toes of Triple P in Red Room, and you tried to slow it down when you lost the first 2. Well, they're not going to let you do that, and already just back up to a 6-kill game. So every single time Triple P make this within striking distance, Catalyst blow it right back open, and Rockets once again coming up in 15 seconds, and it looks like Catalyst are going to slow it down once again, and they're set up to successfully obtain these as well.
Could be the play for the game right here. Groovy with a big trade just to keep numbers even. Mortally here to help out in alley, but the sight lines that Triple P have, yeah, just a little bit. I mean, what relentless pressure. Speaking of over challenge, I mean, Piggy going to jump over the rail and die for it. There goes Alec as well. Now Rockets are up, and Catalyst from near perfect play in that last little round of Slays might lose their momentum real quick if Ryan makes these count.
Absolutely. I feel like they've lost momentum. Just a 1-kill game. Rockets were coming up. You did not need to push. Purple Street and Ryan, they're making you pay for it. Finds 2. Still has a rocket left to work with as well. And now all of a sudden, for the first time, I feel like in the series, Triple P jump out to a lead.
On top of that, not where you want to be off spawn as well. Stuck
trapped
in Subway here. They are trapped. Ryan Noob will play this patiently. You know, he's been here, done that, just waiting for damage, waiting for an easy opportunity for a kill, and he hears it. He sees it. There it is. First victim going to be Alec. Nice little trade to keep the numbers even here. Catalyst, they can play this battle of attrition and make it to top map if they trade their kills.
43-42, Catalyst get the lead back after Ryan, who does everything he can. 17-4 and 11 so far in this game. Keep his team in it.
Dead there.
Is it going to be enough? It's tied up, 45-45. Mortally trying to stay alive back tower, but knows he's got to get out of here because he's got multiple players from Triple P around him. Good information as well that players are pushing towards that downhill location. Can he get damage enough to be capitalized on? Piggy finds 1 across the map because of the damage. And unfortunately, 2 go down for Triple P. Now all of a sudden, 47-47.
Mortally could do damage here. He does get help with 1. Piggy going to get the kill. Make it 48. Jake now down in numbers. He's stuck in PD. Going to have to rotate out. He doesn't have his teammates nearby, but not enough to get the kill. That's Piggy with a clutch BR to bring it to 49. 1 to close it. The entirety of the team top map. The rest of Triple P will have to rotate back to Subway. They can't afford any losses here, Wes. This is game 2, by the way, as well. This is for the series right here. And that's it.
In the elimination bracket as well, so that's going to do it. Catalyst will create what I would call the upset in 2-0 fashion over Triple P. And they look great doing it. They clutch up in the Slayer 50-47. The first game wasn't necessarily as close either, and Catalyst looking very strong in this elimination bracket run. The big question is, how long can they keep up this momentum? How far will they take it?
That's the thing. We saw some moments of brilliance out of this team in a big way. They were perfectly coordinated in a couple scenarios where they extended their lead to, 8 to 10 kills, and then would make some questionable plays and kind of blunder a little bit and falter back. The game would tie it up, and it, kept us on a roller coaster. Great for us, as the viewers, but can they keep that up against more coordinated teams, or a team like, Palm Villains, who will just completely take advantage of the little mistakes in the gameplay? Despite that, what's clear is these boys can slay, right? When it comes down to individual winning your fights, I mean, we saw it time and time again. It was those little moments, I think, that allowed them to pull away in the end, like Piggy out shooting Jake in that situation from tires. You win those fights, you win the game off little moments like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just time after time, we saw just sticks going in their favor, trading efficiently, like getting a melee off before you die, just being a little bit more difficult of a kill. Things like that pay off so much, and that's what Catalyst was doing best. But already into another series, the Bird once again back on the broadcast. It's Torrent this time around that's going to be their opponent. Looking like Torrent is competing for now, but the trip cap from the Bird could be exactly what the doctor ordered for them to find some momentum here today in the elimination bracket. They want to go on a run themselves. Similar to Catalyst, we saw the success they were able to have, and the Bird, let's see if they can replicate that strategy.
Let's see it. Of course, we're keeping the Halo action going, right? No lag time in between. Just a little update on where we're at. This is losers bracket round 2. The other side of, I guess, lower bracket, the Bird and Torrent, of course, head-to-head winner going to face Catalyst that we just witnessed in round 3. Of course, game 1 still as well. A very close one at that. West could go either way.
Elimination bracket.
Elimination.
Say it with me, Shai.
Lower,
yep.
The lower bracket
in
in elimination is acceptable. I can't say losers, but note that Challenge says losers, okay? I'm reading Challenge, and they got to update their own thing. For the record. I'm blaming them.
Okay. No one here's a loser, is what that.
We're all winners.
Yep, we're all winners.
Hey, these pros call each other losers. They know exactly. They know exactly.
They
what
call
happens.
each other. They call each other much worse things than losers. Let me be honest. And I was a part of that wave, so.
Oh boy.
Trying to be the difference you want to see in the world, and trying to see the difference between these two teams. Torrent,
or go to jail.
When we hopped on board, they were in a trip cap situation against them. They've been able to get out of that one and build a 40-point lead in the meantime. A lot of names. Some of the names on this team I'm familiar with, some I'm not, so very excited. Filthy G, a player that has impressed me in the past, a lot of talent. Hotshot Ghost, he's been good. Austin Parzelli, newcomers to the Halo competitive scene. Welcome one, welcome all. And if you can create this upset, that would be something special to show me, I feel. 218, 177, and B and C control could be exactly how that story gets written.
Now, of course, this is the Torrent roster, so I have seen Huss on Torrent previously. Parzelli, I think, would be the newer addition. I do think he's a Gears player, because I've seen him play with Precision and Alex Shock in Groovy, which was, or he might actually be a COD player, to be honest. So he's definitely from a different game. Is the
Chances are he plays other games.
The only intel I can give you, and I can let you know, this is about to end in a second.
Whoa!
Huss, oh my, his toes or his heels just clipped the edge of that map to stay on. That wasn't quite enough to save the B-Cap, but they need to just do a little bit more work to really close this one out. You can see the Bird on their last links.
Maybe a trip cap situation, however, although a great job by Parzelli to get that kill, hop into B. Can he? Ooh, almost hits the no-scope, unfortunately, just narrowly misses. Does stay alive in order to capture B to prevent that trip cap, and that was a very important play by him. Unfortunately, he is going to get taken down. 3 go down for Torrent, make it a 4th, as Huss is going to be the last guy coming off respawn. We have eyes on him. Look at that overshield now in the hands of the Bird. So you got 4 points to go if you're Torrent, but those 4 points are going to be much harder than any of the points you've acquired so far throughout this game, because the clock is starting to work against you. A trip cap situation for the Bird. A, B, C, an overshield heat wave in the hands of Furiously, and all the momentum is riding on the Bird. We've seen this all too many times. 246 and climbing, and I believe that's going to do it as they're able to secure B. The Bird are going to take game 1. Torrent, you're inches away, and sometimes you trip up right before the finish line, and that was exactly how that game 1 ended of the series. It is going to be the Bird taking that one, and that shows you give control just for a moment against some of these talented teams, and they just run with it for the rest of the game even.
Yeah, a very quick turn of events as well. I think that was, like a 180 to 250 point swing off that little bout of control. And that's just kind of how it works. Like you said, they start getting their slays, they lock in, They pick up OS, they get the heat wave, everything kind of like links together. I mean, JK, I think a perfect example of that. He was locked in, right? Like he was just everywhere he needed to be at all the right times, putting in damage on new spawners. They're all split spawning, getting shot immediately as well. So that's where the anxiety, the panic starts to kick in, and nothing seems to quite work out. Things can kind of fall apart. Of course, they still got a shot, Wes. That shot's going to take place on streets. We just witnessed this, and I think another map that can very quickly spin out of control if you can't get a grips on things. So hopefully we do get to see a little bit more of that like late game ice at a Torrent, because this time it just didn't quite happen.
Yeah, and I mean, that's compliments to the Bird, right? They did everything right there at the end. I think the moment that you understood that this is going to be a reality of a comeback is when I was saying there's 3 dead, last guy lives out towards overshield, he gets taken down, but the first respawner, he sprints, slides out towards the overshield to try and keep the last guy alive at the time, but all he does is he's the 5th guy dead now because he gives up his life, and that continues to stagger respawns. If you're not able to play 4-on-4 and you're continuously having to play 1v4 and then 1v4 again and then another 2v4, you're never going to win. I think that that's something in Infinite that we talk about: control, pressure, and just aggression. Those are the 3 things that teams just really look for when they try to push their limits, when they try to take an advantage and put it into the score. I worried for Torrent the moment you saw that 5th player go down, because it's going to continue to stagger their spawns. Right. Torrent, if you get into that situation, you got to figure out ways to slow it down, to stay alive, to just buy time for everybody else to get up and then play a 4-on-4 from there. Might not be something they're able to learn here and now in this series, but we'll see if they're able to get out of those kind of situations here now on Street Slayer.
Well said, Wes. Can they slow it down? Can they force a couple guaranteed kills, trades when things aren't going their way? Or can they just set the pace and be proactive the whole way through? Unfortunately, the opening strat won't look that way. Instead, the Bird going to take full advantage, and you can see looks like there's no more rockets left for JK. He'll swap it out with Commando, but he's still got a thrust to work with.
No, a big thing is another question you have to ask is, when the Bird have that kind of significant, fantastic comeback where they play perfect Halo, what does that do to their confidence, their momentum here in this tournament? They can ride off of that one. You know, everybody at the end of that game is celebrating, high-fiving, virtually, of course. But more importantly, just confidence is going to be growing, right? Like, that game was probably closer than it should have been, but the fact that you played so perfect at the end can really carry on to not only the next game, but the entire rest of the day for these guys, and let's see if it does.
I think Formal calls it dopamine, right? It's just a little bit of dopamine at the end of the game to really get you going for game 2. We'll see. Either way, I mean, despite it, 1 kill deficit here, Torrent finding their way back off the opening. We'll see what else they can do with this. Of course, they don't have the favorable side of the map. Huss with an opening kill, though. Should give him a chance to get aggressive. JK not worried about it, though. Furiously there to help him out as well.
Great job to not really take any damage here as JK. He's doing a ton of damage himself, relocating several times, and more importantly, just not giving an opportunity to really get taken down throughout this entire spiel. Once again, finally gets knocked to no shield, but wisely stays alive. And because of it, it's now 10-8, and it looks like the Bird are now set up for this next set of rockets.
Just got to get there quickly, though. You can see Torrent right in front of it as well. They're going to contest for it. JK, great line of sight to laser beam anyone down. Looks like Common will be the first one to pick it up. He'll slide out. Hopefully gets an early kill, but not quite anticipating where that player went. And unfortunately, he'll die with that second rocket, but that will not go to the hands of the enemy team. JK there to put a stop to it.
Nice double kill here from JK. One of the more impressive young talents on the scene. Ton of individual skill. We saw the success in free-for-all early on. We saw his success in the 1v1s, but it really is a 4v4 atmosphere that we're waiting to see this guy pop off in. And you see his name flying around as some of the best up-and-comers. I know that as he's starting to take off here. 6-2-0. Still yet to die here in game 2. 19-12. The Bird find themselves up.
And not afraid to get aggressive either. The entire team going to push up onto Subway here. Try to get the best of the trades. And that almost turned into 3. He'll take 2 at the very least. Hotshot barely alive in this situation. Still trying to do damage. Looks like he will get out with his life. The remainder of the Bird going to have to back up in this situation. So nice kill at a Hotshot to at least find some answer to that pressure. A little bit more coming here as well as they look to tie it up.
Yeah, a lot more. Here's Torrent needs to do. They're able to stay alive, get a few kills. A good job by Hotshot. Somehow, some way, doesn't take any damage from that grenade. And now that they have flipped the map successfully, the Bird are going to have a hard time trying to deal with where a Torrent coming from and all the weapon and arsenal that they've been able to collect. Those Bird grenades do a little bit of damage. The Commando finishes it off. And I like this that he slows it down. Wait for his teammates to push up, because if he overextended there, just trading that kill back would not be a big thing. Or a good thing, I should say. And just like that, they're able to turn that first kill into a lot of map control. And as rockets are coming up once again, shy away, Torrent's starting to pick up kills, and they're right back in this one. They even have the lead in this situation.
They've upped the pace for sure. Oh, unfortunate little nade shot from the enemy. Gonna take the shields off a Hotshot. He's still alive, still a nuisance here as well, which is so huge. They keep the damage up on the B. Might give Huss an opportunity to get to those rockets, and the biggest opportunity will be given when he gets aggressive. So Shotty in to make it 2 as he spins and takes JK as well. Still one member of the Bird there to collect the shotgun, but where are the rockets? Have they done the damage? Huss will find his kill with a melee as well, so they'll take 2-kill advantage off of that trade. Not quite sure where the rockets went, Wes.
Talked about JK was, what, 6-0. He's now 8-4, so definitely slowing down there. But Hotshot Ghost on the other side, 13-4-6. Wow. Being every bit of difference this team needs now in order to keep this series going, to take this to a game 3. Can they close this one out? We saw them with a significant lead in game 1. Unfortunately, weren't able to close the door there. 33-27, up 6 kills now over the halfway mark. Let's see how Torrent finished this one off.
Torrent just moving and grooving at this point. Filthy G through the bottom door. Teammate up on the right-hand side. One on the left as they all come in with the collapse here. 2 dead already. No answer out of the Bird. They're going to try to get out. Fly out if they can at this rate. Hotshot right below him. Just barely staying alive. We talked about his scoreline. 14-4-6 now, so he's still putting in work. All he does is he's got Huss here to support him as well.
He's not slowing down. Thought he stuck himself for a second there from Huss, but not to no shield. Somehow able to just finesse around this corner for at least a little bit until he's taken down. That plasma nade does end up impacting his life there, and unfortunately the rest of Torrent, they go down, but they do have 9 kills still in the lead. Plenty of room to work with, but if we've learned anything, the second you lose control, you lose space, you lose numbers, any lead is not safe.
And that's why they're playing safe as well. Nice to see the rotation back to PD. Try to bring the fight to him. Big kill already to lower down the defenses here. Rockets now up. I think they got an opportunity to get to it as well. Huss actually dying out center. Filthy G still does have this stalker. And such a massive play to be able to take it out of Subway, rotate it back here. The main line of defense as he does change lanes. About to meet a couple, though. He'll lose that fight. Big opening here for the Bird. The biggest opening I think they'll get is with that rocket launcher. They need to win the fight for it.
They can't get it, though. Torrent are doing such a good job in that top tower position to make sure that no one's picking up those rockets, and even off the back of a few kills, they actually find rockets themselves. It's Sparzelli. He's found one. It's an easy kill for him on the name. Flip the map completely. And Torrent, they're not going to throw this lead away. Just 2 kills left to go to tie this one up, to push this series to a game 3, make it just 1, and it's finished off in the kill feed. Sparzelli doing a phenomenal job with those rockets to be aggressive, put a punctuation on game 2, and forget all about what happened in game 1. They're going to tie this one up, and in this series on Bizarre CTF, this one's going the distance.
There's the statement you like to see at a Torrent as well. They might have lost game 1, but they were in position to win that until, the unfortunate kind of last-second choke where Bird took advantage. So just a great way to regain and say, we had that. We're going to look past it and make sure we win our game in what's coming up. And like you said, Bizarre CTF, the finale for this one. Finally, we got a game 3 here as well, Wes, and a great one at that. I think a true test of teamwork, chemistry, typically more of a slow burn game type with Bizarre CTF. It's going to take some time to really get things going. We'll see.
We'll see. Typically, this is a 15-minute game, so these two teams are going to have to duke it out. Which team is the better strategic team at setting up for these overshot and these rockets, and then once they have those, putting those to work? My head goes with the Bird, but honestly, Torrent have really outplayed the Bird in 2 games in a row. They just kind of choked away that game 1, which should have been theirs. And I mean, unfortunately, they find themselves in game 3 when in reality, they should have probably won the series 2-0. Keeping the door open for the Bird, however. Although game 2 did go in Torrent's favor, I still say the Bird are probably favored just knowing the names a little bit more, and the names and the accolades a little bit more professionally. So very excited to see this one underway. And these esports arena tournaments, these are where teams like Torrent can beat a team like the Bird. And now all of a sudden, they've made themselves a little bit more of a name, giving themselves a little bit more of a highlight reel to play around, right? Giving themselves more spotlight to say, hey, I'm here to play. Mortally having a fantastic series so far. We'll see if these boys can keep it up. And if they can close the door on a series that I would say that they were truly underdogs in.
Right. Mortally, so he would be Catalyst, though, right? So the Bird.
Oh.
And that's the thing with the Bird, I'm thinking, is there a chemistry advantage on any side here with Torrent? Just knowing that Huss, Hotshot, and Filthy G have entered tournaments together before. Like, I think they were HCS Anaheim together in that 16-team kind of playoff we had. But then you've got Common and Name, I guess, who are a duo, and then JK and Furiously on the opposite side here. Of course, they're playing well. We've seen some great strides out of them in Strongholds. I wonder, like you said, who's more well-coordinated when it comes to capture the flag? And I think this is the perfect test. Let's just see them in action so we can finally get to it. But Wes, of course, we've seen Bizarre CTF several times at this point. Just what would you expect to see as far as from a well-coordinated team? If they are playing Halo well, what does that look like?
Yeah, I think it always comes down to step one is securing the middle of the map and getting overshield and rockets when they're up. And then how you approach the enemy base. You use those overshield and those rockets to take control of the enemy bar. When you're able to get the slays and gain a numbers advantage, can you successfully get that flag pulled? Now, the second half is always where teams seem to struggle, and that's
right.
Respawners are either going to spawn in the corner or bottom shotgun. Those respawners typically like to overextend into your pillars or into your base. Are you going to be able to successfully, with the flag, bring it back to your base and get yet another round of slays in order to punch that one in? That's really what it takes to have a recipe for success. Have a heads up. It always comes down to, are you keeping track of names? Or are you keeping track of overextenders? And not letting those overextenders get the jump as far as damage onto a flag carrier for free or onto an unsuspecting player that's set up trying to potentially deny players that are respawning in the enemy base. It's like that sandwich opportunity is what teams look for when they overextend. They have like a couple players still spawning back thrust, but two have overextended through shotgun all the way to the enemy base, and then they get a crossfire on the flag carrier as he's in the middle of the map. Figuring out ways to deny that from happening, stopping players from being able to overextend. That's when true Bizarre CTF is played at its finest.
I like that you said keep track of names as well, right? I think that's one of the big things too, is just understanding what when you've got that full round of slays, like who are you missing basically from that collection of slays, and who's on the next set of spawns, right? Because whoever you miss is that one player that flanks you in that situation.
It's all about
where's Piggy, right? Like finding that one player.
It's so important to say names in the communication realm, especially for me to be able to keep track of everything that's happening. If you're if the kill feed happens and it's like all four dead
together,
if you say all four dead and then you're holding back and you say Spartan's the first one up, it's like all of a sudden you spot Booba Doobu falcated on your pillars. It's like we're still looking for Spartan, and if he was the first one up, he's had the longest time to move around the map. That means he's probably taken the longest route if we haven't seen him yet. If Spartan's the first one up and you see Spartan on the pillars, you typically know, hey, nobody is going to be overextended past where Spartan is, or he wouldn't be taking this route. So it's a very clear sign of where people are and where they could potentially be based off where everyone else is. If you're still looking for somebody, that's a bad sign. That usually means that they're in somewhere less predictable and less of direct route, I would say. So it's so important for these guys to keep track of names and numbers, and when they're able to do that successfully, the information just is overwhelmingly in your favor as far as what decisions are you able to make.
It's interesting because that's great predictive info that you only really get experience with if you're playing with a team, if you have that opportunity for communication. So it makes me wonder, obviously there's so much value to being able to listen to team comms when we jump into a listen-in, stuff like that. More ways to bring those details to light, I think, for players can really be beneficial, Wes. Because even for somebody like myself, I don't do that with my comms anywhere near as much as I need to, and I think the reasoning is just not playing with teams, at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something you only get from very high level Halo, and I think even coaches provide a level of opportunity there, right? Like if a coach knows the first player alive, it's his responsibility to say, hey, we're looking for Filthy G at this point. But we're in the gameplay. We'll see how well these players are able to track each other, as we are seeing the bird jump out to what appeared to be, I believe, momentary control. But Hotshot, Ghost, and the boys, they've done a good job to clear out their base, and they look to be aggressive already. Huss getting not only a favorable aggressive position, but good information on the two players trying to push in the tunnel. Unfortunately, the nade not quite as good as the information, and because of it, he's going to get taken down, and that's going to relax a little bit of the pressure we would have seen from the bird. But a great kill from JK could be the answer to squander that story.
Yeah, looks like they did find the defense they needed to get back to center. They might have missed one, though, sitting on rockets, and we'll see if that comes into play in just a second. Here, JK on the prowl. He'll find them. Easy pickup for him. Filthy G now down for the count, and the entirety of the team slayed. You can see they've locked down center because of it, and an opportunity to set up for that OS as well. Going to be the point to focus on here.
JK, Bulldog in hand, slamming it down. They're playing for overshielding right now. You can clearly see the plan. He wants to be aggressive towards their side of rockets. It's a good kill by him. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure that overshield got popped.
There it is.
Does go into the hands of Floriously, but all three other members of the bird get taken down. So Torrent do a good job to stagger the opportunity this overshield player is going to have, even though he gets that first pick. The rest of the respawners are going to be across the map, but I mean, he's still making plays, and it is Floriously that had that overshield, and he's already made it into the flag. He's going to get this one on the move, and these guys around him, they're in a favorable position to find some slays. Unfortunately, they lose two, and that's his sign to throw that one down. He's going to have to figure out a way to get some kills before this one goes any further.
We'll see if he can find them. Of course, Plasma Pistol going to reveal where he is just a little bit, but big slay in a second as well. Going to put damage into a third here. Hopefully the teammate cleans it up, but Huss actually walks away with that shoddy kill. I believe he's still alive, ready to be a nuisance as well. So final line of defense is Huss, and he gets another little killjoy onto Floriously, damage onto two more, but is that enough to stop the flag in his tracks? The entirety of Torrent, they're coming in. I think they got artillery here too. They might have a rocket to slay as they get there. And is this enough to stop the flag completely? Parzelli on top of it. He's still alive. I think everyone on the bird now dead. Their spawns forced elsewhere, so no flag for them. They're now focused on stopping the counter in session.
Yeah, very good job there by the birds to secure that set of rockets and somehow delay that flag run enough to where those rockets were able to impact that flag run. I saw when that flag run started, there was 27 seconds for rockets to come up. So for them to be able to influence that cap from going in, you know, the bird did a phenomenal job of delaying that flag run, just staggering the kill every single time. And because of it, it looks like they are going to be in a great position to try and put the first flag on the board. And although it looked like Torrent, that's really been the dominant team so far throughout this game, they're winning in the slays department. However, it's flags that matter here on Bizarre CTF, and the bird doing a phenomenal job to create that counter cap opportunity, secure the return, and then figure out a way to punch that one in to take the lead.
And it's wild how quickly that happens, right? Just from that one little opening. And it makes you wonder, you know, what should your priority be in that situation? If the flag just barely makes it past double door, you know, maybe your intention is just overextend, get to center map, try to win the fights for the Rockets, and make sure they don't get there to slow you down before you go for the touch. Either way, I mean, that's done and dusted. You can tell that the bird have forgotten about it. They'll take the flag through center map here. Floriously already tagging out a couple, and they are moving quick with this one, Wes.
He is going to slow it down, however, knowing that he's got to get some slays. Unfortunately, he's going to lose his life, and another opportunity that looked very promising from the bird. They've got to figure out a way to get this flag across the map. Overextenders, like I said, are slowing this one down yet again. That player in the bar, Hotshot, goes, finds a kill, and you know, Floriously wants to cap this one. Unfortunately, a player drops from the lobby. In the meantime, you want to see them get this cap punched in before it gets tied up. And although they get the cap, we're going to have to reset the match, wait for that player to connect back to the lobby. But I do love the fact that they were able to punch that one in before having to end it, because that would be a very contestable, difficult decision for any referee or any rules book to try and decide on. The fact that we are able to tie it up and then end it shows me promise as far as the potential of a full reset.
Right. And that was the player on the bird who lagged out as well. So once again, they put that in. They earned that cap, I'd say. So I assume when we do come back, we'll come back with first to 4, I guess, to win CTF. We'll get that update in just a second with production. In the meantime, just an update on where we're at, Wes. We are still, I believe, lower bracket 2, right? This series went the distance. In the meantime, Catalyst, they moved on. They're waiting lower bracket 3 to face the winner of this one. BBG, they lost in, it was rough, that series that we witnessed, winner side. They're in losers finals. And then, of course, Palm Villains are the villains of our story to defeat today. And looking unshaken whatsoever. They have yet to lose a game today.
Yeah, they look strong, and they're going to be waiting for a long time. Your hope, if you're in the elimination side of the bracket, is that they cool off, because they looked hot and they look great. So maybe there's a little bit of rust coming in to that grand finals, but it's going to be a little bit before we get there. The Bird and Torrent, they're remaking this lobby. They want to create an elimination bracket run to remember here, and it starts with this game 3 win. One of them is going to be a very disappointed team. The other potentially using this game 3 as something to build off of for the future, because that Catalyst squad, they looked good, but I think both these two teams will be able to compete with them at their highest level.
What you'd like to see is not just a win, but one of these teams, catch such a stint of momentum that they can hang with the boys, waiting in winners grand finals as well. Because from what we've seen so far, things have been a little bit lopsided. But of course, we've got some time before we get there. Wes, I got the update from production. We're doing a full reset, which I think totally makes sense as well. It was
Absolutely.
a tie game in the end of that one, so why not just reset it, see how it goes. Bizarre CTF so far has been pretty closely contested, though, overall, right, Wes? We did see a great counter out of Torrent off of a bit of a blunder on that opening flag from Fluriously, but they found their opportunity again pretty quickly. If anything, maybe you would want to give the edge to the Birds simply off of the number of pulls they've been getting, the opportunities they've been getting. Over time, you expect that to allow them to pull away.
Yeah, you would say Torrent's only cap came off a counter cap opportunity in that first session. The Bird looked a little bit more dominant, had a little bit more of an opportunity to potentially cap multiple flags, which gives promise going in here. But it's a full reset. Nothing that just transpired matters. It's all about coming to play here in this reset. And so often do we see certain teams benefit from the opportunity to reset their mentality and get right back into it. It is going to be Overshield in the hands of Torrent, and this could be a very different rematch as Overshield Rockets in the hands of Huss. And
wow,
we're seeing some very aggressive plays early on from Torrent. They're in the enemy base. They've got the first 2 kills. If they can find this third, that's going to be a clear sign that they can get a flag on the move.
Everything going their way, that's for sure. I love the use of the OS here at a hot shot as well. He waited as late as he could before popping it so he could just get some mileage off those shields. Unfortunately, those shields now dwindling. Not quite sure how he stayed up, but he has done it. Huss with him as well just to secure the flag. But the entirety of the Bird have overextended, maybe except for one. Looks like that kill will come in. It'll slow the flag down, but still not out of play just yet. Torrent still working with it.
Yeah, it's a big responsibility here for JK to stay alive. Try and deny this flag from going any further. Good damage on this player by Rockets, but unfortunately that was a perfect grenade from Hotshot Ghost, and because of it, kills in the favor of Torrent should mean no flag not on the move. The return does come through, so an unfortunate scene of events from what looked like a very promising opportunity from Torrent actually gets squandered. That's great defense from the Bird to somehow manage that one.
But the aggression still here despite it, right? They're not going to get discouraged. Just going to try again, rinse and repeat. Hopefully one works out. Parzelli with the pole. He needs the fight. He will take the trade. That'll even things out a little bit for Torrent, but they still got work to do. And unfortunately, Hotshot he's got the shotgun to put to use, but just no numbers to help him here. Oh, it's about to pop up to his positioning. Very important. Look at how much attention he has taken from that OS just because he stayed alive. It might give his team a chance here.
Parzelli with the double creates an opening once again for Torrent. He wants to get into bar. Opts to go from the right side, and I like this play by him. Bar control is so important for these teams. Trying to push into the enemy base. They have Overshield once again in their hands. Unfortunately, Parzelli just overextends. The nade does the damage. The battle rifle cleans them up, and what looked to be once again another promising push from Torrent. It's all four dead. The Birds defense stands strong once again.
It's kind of like a ship in a storm. You know, you just kind of got to wait through the big waves that kind of like crack off the ship and just assume that the hull is going to hold against the pressure here. I don't know. That's just what I'm seeing in this situation.
That was really deep, shall we?
It was. I'm going to write a book about it after this, Wes.
Please don't.
Adding it to my little notebook.
Man, I'd rather a YouTube series.
Well, maybe we'll get that. Either way, they're fending them off is what I meant to say, and hopefully that leads to an opportunity of their own, because they have yet to really cross the 50-yard line here.
Rockets and what I feel like the first power weapon or power up for the Bird here in this second series of game 3 already being put to use. Find 2 fairly easy kills for JK. Grapple as well in hand, and we know how quickly a team can cap with grapple in the back pocket of the flag carrier. Unfortunately, JK gets rocked by a grenade, and these overextenders, they're the ones to deal with. I love this by JK. He uses the grapple off the ground to gain momentum and to bounce off the floor there. Gets that flag a little bit further, but unfortunately, it's right into the front of their base, and that's an easy grenade for Huss to find a double. Not only that, but the return. So both teams showing a much better defense so far here in this rematch. Nothing being given to either one, right? It's that second round of slays that needs to come through for either one of these teams to really find success to cap a flag.
Definitely a flag grapple combo like play I've seen a few times before, though, Wes. One that's very powerful, right? The way that he set himself up probably needed, like, I'm sure he hit sprint there, but maybe needed a bit more of a sprint start or something. Didn't quite get as far as he could have, but something I think that will continue to impact pro play in bigger and bigger ways the more that we get to see this map play out. And maybe even in this game as well as we continue to trade blows here back base.
He hears this play running into the bar, and I actually love this play by Parzelli. Unfortunately, just teammates getting taken down just makes your job so difficult in this situation. A trade is good. Can you stay alive? It's so difficult knowing that every other player on the team is trying to hunt you, and he actually does just that. And because of it, couple more players from Torrent now here to strengthen this push to get a flag cap. You see multiple players from the Birds spawning bottom shotgun, all choosing to overextend. One actually does come back. He's going to be jumping into the bar, and a massive kill opportunity for Parzelli with a little bit of help from his teammate. You want that flag on the move, however, because these slays, they're going to have to re-slay once again in order to actually cap this flag. The Bird are going to be able to come off spawn here and potentially compete for this one. It's a shotgun run this time around. The first time we've seen this today, and we're starting to see this a little bit more often, I feel like, in the competitive scene, shall we?
Definitely seems so, and it looks like they might get some success off it as well. They made it all the way through alley at this point. Of course, it looks like the flag has been stopped short just a little bit. Floriously and the team going to look to collect it. So, unfortunately, despite the efforts there, right? Because I thought the biggest thing was, yes, it took them some time to pull the flag, but they kept their teammates alive, and it seemed like they had the escort to make it happen. Instead, the Bird had different plans. Floriously still alive. The fruit won't keep him up, though. He's dead now. Parzelli for the trade as well. OS about to pop up here, so big game-changing opportunity for the team that gets it.
Somehow JK once again stays alive. He is a serious nuisance here. Bottom Dynamos, the movement that he has, the quick actions, the micro. JK has it all there. Just about putting the macro together, the right team around him. They get overshield, they get rockets. He's got his team with him. This could be the power spike the Bird are looking for to really change the tide in this series. The first 2 kills get traded. JK's got to stay alive, and unfortunately, Parzelli just too quick to close the distance there. He's able to find that kill and remove just some of the pressure from the Bird. Overshield rockets, you think it's going to be enough. It's just not. Once again, Torrent's defense stands strong.
We continue to see this back and forth kind of blow for blow trade with both teams here. Now only 5 minutes on the clock as well, so looking like one that might go down to like a 1-0 finish, or we'll see, you know, a huge momentum swing towards the end. Either way, we see kills on the feed thanks to Filthy G. Parzelli looking to add another hot shot with it. Huss as well. That'll thin out the numbers on Bird. You can see they're already spawning up in locker back base. Parzelli and team an opportunity to get aggressive here yet again. Parzelli can lead the charge. Oh, but he doesn't know JK is
He gets back smacked. It's just defense. Great job. You got to check your corners, however. A beautiful play by JK to just weather the storm. When a team has control like that, trades are so beneficial to you. And JK, he gets that first one, and it just stops the entire push, basically.
Now it's Bird's turn to find an answer as well. Not ready for the, or I guess ready for the Dynamo that didn't quite hit its target. JK still bottom mid, milking his life gloriously. He can help from up above. They should win center map off of this. Gotta love the attention to detail as well. Doesn't want a flanker. All while that happens, you think the Bird would be looking to get aggressive here. Oh my goodness, falling from the ceiling.
Yeah, he knew a second player was there. Great awareness there out of Fluriously, and because of it, he doesn't get caught off guard. They get a couple of kills, and this is where you want to see them push before these spawners respawn in the back flag. Unfortunately, a good job by the last few members of Torrent to try and weather the storm. They are going to lose a few, and that player on the flag, he gets taken down as well. So the Bird going to have a real opportunity here if they're able to clean out these last two players over should side of the map. The first one goes down. The second one, we hop on board with Filthy G. He can get one kill, but needs to figure out a way to get more. And Filthy G, him getting taken down could be the punishing blow from the Bird, but respawners over towards the thrust have quite made the play, and somehow, some way, Torrent once again find themselves on the return, bottom middle. It's that second round of slays that they continue to struggle with on the side of the Bird.
Just continuing to clutch up their fights. Last second center map. Parzelli, he'll find an answer of his own. And, you know, here we go. Once again, blow for blow. I believe the Rockets just spawned up as well. So opportunity for a team that picks him up. Parzelli, he will focus flag. Hot shot with a kill as well. Already getting right up close and personal with spawners. And I love this out of Parzelli. That's multiple down on the black screen. Can they find the opportunity they've finally been looking for here? I think this might be the opening, but like you said, Wes, it's always that second round of slays. They still need to respect it.
It's another shotgun run. It didn't work out the first time. Yeah. It's hardly ever seen, but will it work out this time? There's 2 dead from the Bird. Fresh dead, I should say, and doesn't look like anybody's going to be here. So Parzelli, he's going to actually unscathed get this one in. It's been defense for the first 10 minutes of the game. But finally, somehow, some way, Torrent have found the way to get the lead. And with the last overshield of regulation coming up here in 5 seconds, if they can secure this one, they can remove a win condition away from the Bird very, very quickly.
Torrent just winning crucial fights left and right, I think, is the biggest thing. I mean, we saw it in the feed with Filthy G and Huss just working together center map, making sure they come out on top. Hot shot as well, always finding that clutch save. This time it's in the form of an OS. You won't keep it for long, but it's away from the enemy. They don't have much time to work with here, West. Just 1 minute 40 for the Bird to finally snap into action, and the resource is not in their favor as well. Parzelli going to whip out the shotgun with only 1 left to go. Maybe the Dynamo will do the trick. Oh, well, it happens. Furiously, he's already at the doors.
Wants to push in. Not a ton of power to work with. Has some friends, though. The Bird need to make this one count. And this is the step they've failed every single time throughout this past game. Can they get it into the bar? They're getting it in, but unfortunately the overextenders are once again there. Parzelli with one. Filthy G finds one. Another one for Filthy G. 3 dead in common. The last player alive. You know he's not in a position to try and save the day. Torrent now with an opportunity to get a counter cap, but I'm not even focused on this. If I'm them, I'm wanting to slay. 48 seconds and counting, and Torrent up 1-0. All the information from Huss's death that multiple players are going to be trying to overextend shotgun on the side of the map, and they do a phenomenal job to shut down the overextenders. And look at this. They're even going to punch this one in and deny any chance of making this one a comebackable experience from the Bird. Torrent have got it done. They've got the second cap punched in, and that's going to do this series for me. Shaway Torrent looking phenomenal in this upset.
I mean, it could not have gone better for the team in that situation. Getting the clutch kills they needed to stop the flag, and then they kind of checkmated them because their options were so limited. They had such little time off a spawn that they were kind of forced to overextend, which was an obvious play from the perspective of Torrent. So you got pre-nades coming, the early spawn kills. Torrent going to bear on through, take not 1 but 2 flags, and close out our series 2-1 as well. It was a hard-fought battle, West, the only series we've had today that has gone the distance, and a great one at that. I wonder what it means for Catalyst, which is their next competitor coming up in that lower bracket. We got to see what they were capable of. This could be another very close one as well, Wes.
I expect it to be, but Catalyst looks really strong, like more strong than I thought they had.
Yeah.
in them in that first time on broadcast. So hopefully Catalyst is nice and warm, because we know Torrent just looks good. And although there's a lot of talent in this tournament, it's starting to dwindle down. Players or series are starting to be determined, and only one gets to move on in this elimination bracket. So a great job by Torrent to clutch up when it mattered. Those kills continuously on the defensive side were so crucial to keeping that game tied 0-0 for so long of that game. We didn't see the first gap until about 2 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock. And it was a real testament to somehow figuring out a way to trade at disadvantageous positions. And Torrent somehow continuously figured out a way to have success in that direction. If they can do that against a team like Catalyst, I'll be very impressed.
Just a little bit left to go on the road, despite it, Wes. 4 teams left in the running. Loser semi up next. Just 3 games, of course. Finals with BBG, and then grand finals with Palm Villains as well. So can't wait to see that when it happens. Before we get there, though, let's send it back to Yeso, send it back to T Squared, and see what they have to say.
A lot of Halo to break down from that last segment. T Squared joining me once again here as we keep it rolling on our second open night of the season here for Series E Halo Infinite. Let's start at the first set we saw in that segment. Palm Villains against Built by Gamers. It was winners finals. And I swear, Tom, our segment finishes. My shoe was untied. By the time I tie my shoe and look back up, game 1's over. And then by the time I walk out of the studio to ask guys what happened, game 2 was done. Built by Gamers got bodied in that set. What the hell happened?
Yeah, I haven't seen a blowout like that since the last time I was watching Jersey Shore. I don't know about you, Yeso, but that was that was absolutely insane. I mean, Boo Boo, he gets a frenzy in game number 2 to start things off. He's like 10-0, 250-4 in game number 1. Just absolutely slapped him. You wonder if that's going to demoralize them going into the lower bracket, into the elimination bracket for Built by Gamers, because that's bad. You're going to, you know, they're going to be sore for sure. They're going to need like an Epsom salt bath or something like that, because that was not a good look for Built by Gamers and a really good look for Palm Villains.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if you're BBG, the one good thing is that you've had a considerable amount of time for that mental reset. Of course, you'll get to watch Torrent and Catalyst matchup here for the loser semifinal as well, so that, again, gives you just a little bit more time. So I'm kind of hoping, you know, maybe they jumped in to just play some games in the interim to refresh the mental there and hopefully have that reset, because, yeah, they're definitely going to be, you know, they definitely walked away from that series with a bad taste in their mouth. But they looked really good prior, so hopefully they can kind of lean back into what they did in the winter semifinals and see if they can get back into grands for a rematch with Palm Villains, because they're certainly looking for redemption. The next set we went to was Catalyst versus Parrying Platypuses. That is Piggy's squad versus Ryanoob, and this Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate your patience there. Had a couple of technical difficulties, but those are all sorted, and we're getting close to jumping into our next set. Of course, we're getting ready for losers semifinals, but T-Squared is still here with me. We're still talking about the sets that we just saw, and the one that I really want to jump to is, of course, the last one that we saw. It was the Bird and Torrent. They went a full 3 games, really every game incredibly tight, especially that final one on CTF, on Bazaar, having to go to overtime and another set, and ultimately Torrent comes out 2-1 in the set, but that one was back and forth and really down to the wire. What impressed you the most about how Torrent played there?
In game number 1, the Bird ends up taking that one, and it was a great comeback. They got a triple cap on live fire, and they were just able to kind of steamroll from that one, and Clutch put it perfectly. You know, Torrent came up a few inches short, and Clutch knows all about that. So, you know, you thought that that was going to possibly demoralize them going into game number 2.
Tom is a bully today, man. I love it.
Into game number 2 and 3. But listen, man, Hotshot Ghost, if you guys don't know who this player is, make sure that you guys go and show him some love. You know, Filthy G with the returns in the final, you know, moments of Bizarre CTF, but you know, going double positive in a game number 2 Slayer, almost dropping a 20 bomb when your team just lost, you know, a really heartbreaking game, that just goes to show you what type of player he is and what type of team this Torrent team is. And Torrent's been known for having really, really great comebacks. They're a very resilient team, so don't be surprised if they continue through this elimination bracket and go fairly far, especially with the way that Built by Gamers didn't really put up a fight in that winners bracket finals. But you know, going from, you know, Slayer into CTF, you have, you know, an opportunity to win this series, and you saw Huss with some really great plays to go get some returns, and I thought that he came up extremely clutch. And then we had that reset because unfortunately someone lagged out, and when they were able to tie it up 1-1, which was great, just like Wes was saying. But you know, going into that replay, it's a brand new game. It's a great, you know, start to get a fresh start right there, and then you see that it was just a nail biter all the way down towards the very end of the game. But amazing returns, amazing defense coming in from both teams. You saw a great job from JK staying alive as the last person. You saw some really, again, clutch returns from Huss, and then Filthy G coming up really clutch in the final moments of that game helped secure that one.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Incredible just mental resiliency, the bounce back from Torrent in that second game, because, you know, it's devastating, especially when you look at the fact that I think Torrent were up at one point late in game 1 by 40 or 50 points. They were really in control, and they were, I think the last time that I checked when that gap was really high, they were at like 222. So they were not only well ahead, but they were right on the edge of grabbing the victory. And then for the Bird to come back as they did and win it in that close fashion in the end, that's, you know, a punch to the gut for a team. But it seemed like Torrent were able to kind of just let that, you know, wash right over them, move on, come into the next game, looked really strong, carried that momentum into game 3, and 2 incredibly tightly matched teams, and ultimately Torrent comes out on top. And I think they carry a ton of momentum into this next set. We'll have to see just how they match up against Piggy and the Catalyst squad. Do you have any predictions for this set? Is there a way you're leaning between those 2 teams?
I think that Torrent's going to be able to, you know, pull this one through. Again, I love when teams bounce back just like they did in game number 1. Again, it's a pretty heartbreaking loss, but to go and you fight through and you claw through, the vibes are really high on that Torrent team right now. And again, I think that they are one of those teams that puts together great runs coming through the elimination bracket, and you would like to see them do better in the winner's side of the bracket. I'm not quite sure who they ended up losing to on the winner's side, but I think that that's a team that can definitely go toe-to-toe with Palm Villains. We'll see, though. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty now, and all the matchups are going to be extremely even.
So the fun part is the team that they lost to was Catalyst in the first round. The set went the distance, so they went a full 3 games that time. Of course, Torrent coming off of a set where they went the distance as well and took the win. Now the question is, can they get the revenge here against Catalyst? We will know very, very soon. We're getting ready to head back over to Shyway and Clutch Production. Will give me the thumbs up when we're ready to head that way. But I'm certainly excited for this set. It should be a very, very fun one. Tom, you know, do you want to throw any barbs out at anybody else? You know, you've called me out before on the Apex show, or throwing some shade over the Clutch. Anybody else you want to get out of your system right now?
You know, I don't want Tyler CEO coming at me again. He seemed a little, you know, butthurt last show, so we'll let him slide for this show.
Okay,
we'll get him next
let him
week
off.
though.
Okay, well, hey, he's not in the office today, so it's fine. We don't need to take any shots at him while he can't, at the very least, respond. Though I did love the fact that you two got a little bit of an opportunity to spar back and forth for a bit on draft day. That was pretty fun to watch.
That was, yeah. And if you guys are, new to Series E, make sure that you guys watch Apex Legends as well. We do that on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Typically, we just got that going on. We obviously have Halo going on here and a handful of different games. Esports Arena is doing a lot of great stuff. We have the centers inside of the Walmart, so go ahead and check it out. If you guys aren't following yet, make sure you go and do that. But, yeah, it's always fun, And also, props to all the production team. While we get an opportunity to say, anything that we want to, props to Connie, everybody that's working behind the scenes over there, putting together all these shows. Your guys' hard work definitely doesn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, we have the fun part, right? We get to just come on, goof around, talk about games, have a good time. They're putting in the hard work behind the scenes, so definitely I agree. Shout outs to the production team and everybody who puts all of this hard work in. As Connie jumps in my ear really fast. Awesome. Well, are we ready to go, folks? I want to see some Halo. Give me a thumbs up, Connie. Come on. I want to hear what Clutch and Shyway have to say about this set. They said yes. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Let's go over to Shyway and Clutch. We've got loser semis ready to go.
Don't worry, Yeso. We got you. And Clutch, should I give you a second to, you want to reply to any of that, or we just move on? Forget about it.
I'll make this very short.
Okay. Very short. I like how you
Squared knows the comeback. It's that we played 6 times. 6 times we met up in tournament form. Squared never beat me. Next question.
This is the moment where I just kind of remove myself. We could just put if you guys just want to go head to head, we'll create a side segment.
And I know Squared's rebuttal is half the time I wasn't there to play against him, and we've been down this road, so we don't have to go. We've had this conversation.
Here. Okay, fair enough. Let's create some more history today. We've got Torrent Catalyst coming up. Of course, we talked about it plenty. They have already played today. Apparently, I took a sneak back in the bracket. Yeso mentioned it as well. It was 2-1 in the series to Catalyst, so it was a close one at that and could go either way. We just saw a close series with Torrent. They were looking pretty damn good coming out of it, Wes. So I wonder if that's enough. Of course, we got Strongholds Recharge, Slayer Aquarius, and Oddball Livefire if we get there.
Yeah, I think these two teams are fairly evenly matched when we talk about individual skill, but unfortunately, that's not the only thing that's going to determine the outcome of these games. One of the big things I want to see coming out of these up-and-comers that are starting to make waves into the top 16 and potentially the top 12 is consistency. If you're not able to do it consistent, you can create upsets against the Bird and whatnot, but then you falter just in the next series because you're not able to replicate that same level of Halo. So a big thing for me from both these two teams that have had impressive performances here today, can you do it again?
Yeah.
Again, can you do it again and again and again and until you figure out a way to solidify yourself as one of the top professionals in the scene? That's what it's going to take from these guys. It's not just going off in one of these games, one of these series here in the Esports Arena contest. It's more of, can you do it consistently day in, day out, or at least figure out a way to make it happen as often as possible? I mean, consistency is something that only the greats figure out at the highest level, but the more consistent you are, the more opportunity that you're going to give yourself as far as that the potential to be a professional. So we'll see what goes on here. My head tends to lean towards Catalyst. I would say those guys really impress me, and like I said, every single time I watch these guys, something about them is just like different. Like they're a lot of unknown players, Alex Shock and whatnot, and somehow, some way, they seem to play at the pace that I believe is comparable to the best in the world right now, the Cloud9s of the world and whatnot. They may be not that, I'm not saying they're as good as Cloud9, but when they're in control and when they're on fire, they're able to replicate similar style to that, and I really enjoy that style of Halo Infinite. I think it's the most successful style in Halo Infinite, and we'll see if they're able to put that kind of a performance on here in this best of 3.
That whole concept of suffocating your opponents as they split spawn and got like no options, right? They're getting naded, killed immediately, and just a quick turnaround on that as well. And you're right, we saw that on Streets in their closeout game in their series. Even just looking back in the bracket, it's hard not to lean Catalyst because, like we said, they beat Torrent already. They beat, what was it, Triple P, the parrying platypuses, and Triple P beat PK today as well. Like, we've had some stacked competition that didn't even make it to broadcast today.
Yeah, PK didn't even make it.
Right. They're one of those teams that just straight up, we didn't see them today. Torrent beat Sintanegra, also a high-level LATAM team, but on paper, not quite at that same caliber. So for Triple P to beat PK and then to get beat by Catalyst in a 2-0, definitely making some statements as far as consistency is concerned. And maybe that means we'll see a little bit more. In the meantime, our series is just about to get ready. As soon as it's ready to go, we're going to jump into it. In the meantime, it looks like we do have an update, a little break for now. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with our series right in the action.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
What am I to do with this? To the top of the game and it's game, but I'm finna handle it. Break it down like an analyst. I'll be loading up, they wanna package this. Pray for peace, pacifist. I'm never old enough to give a promise.
When the chicken is this crispy and this tasty, it doesn't matter what else is for dinner. Tyson Crispy Strips are so delicious, they'll be your favorite part of every meal. More crispy chicken, more family faves, more to love. Tyson.
For nothing, baby. Let's get in there.
And welcome back to Esports Arena. We had a slight delay getting the lobby prepared, but here we are. We're in the action. This is losers semifinals with Torrent and Catalyst.
And looks like we have a late addition to the show. It's Envor on the side of Catalyst. Not sure if he was on a second gamer tag earlier or what was going on, but you love to see him be involved in this competition, knowing what he's capable of as an individual, giving this Catalyst team potentially a little bit of extra firepower and something they could need for a great elimination bracket run. On the side of Torrent, you don't want to see Envor's name pop up on the other side of the screen, but it is going to be an early lead.
Oh,
Up to 40, a ninja from Alex Shock, and I tell you, Shawway, every time I watch this kid play, something like that happens.
And when he does it, he makes you feel it too. Like, I would love to hear what he said after that as well, because he's always got some commentary for plays like it. Either way, what a statement at the start of this series. And, you know, coming into it, we see Envor on team. You know, obviously he's a heavy hitter, but you're starting to wonder, you know, does that impact the chemistry of the roster? They were playing great with Groovy. So far, so good, though, with Catalyst, right? We've got some big plays out of these boys early on.
Mortally trying to stay alive here. Relocates towards the battery, and that's a good decision by him because it allows Piggy to help him with Parzelli. Once again, knocked to no shield, but still in control of A and B for now. A player is into B, so he's going to have to relocate. And I love the route choice. Unfortunately, just a half a second too late to deny the transfer over of the stronghold, but Camo coming up. And Mortally knows he's got to prioritize his life here because he's surrounded. Does get a nice melee onto another player, but a good job by Torrent to weather the storm, start scoring of their own. And not quite sure what happened with that camo, but they had a much needed stop of score for the side of Catalyst there. It was starting to get ugly, almost up to 100, and Torrent doing everything they can to fight back now.
They did manage to turn it around, slow things down for now. Like you said, A and B accounted for. B under contention, though. So Huss about to disrupt things if he can find his target. Must be a camo player. Even we can't see him on the overlay. But it looks like the reset did come through. Still have yet to find where that player went, though. In the meantime, he's got high ground to worry about. Parzelli with an opening pick. Snaps onto a second. Thankfully, hot shot there to clean it up. So Torrent finding ways to pick up kills in these situations. Of course, Mortally will sneak through and do some damage of his own. Not enough to break the setup entirely.
Not enough. Hot shot, shock rifle in hand. Wants to deny A, but there's just too many difficult angles to try and hit these shots over, and he can't quite find the headshot there. And they are going to lose A. They're starting to transfer C. I don't know about this play because you had a teammate with you. Unfortunately, you weren't able to do damage with the shock rifle, and because of that, you had a numbers advantage. It's been diminished now. Torrent doing a phenomenal job to get out of that situation, which looked to be a little bit sticky one. It is still B and C in control of Catalyst for now, and Piggy up to 11 kills, really the star performer so far halfway through this game.
Piggy just looking to beam anyone moving from Bat Ledge. Unfortunately, he meets two. He will die for it. Does some damage, though, and hopefully something Catalyst can pick up off of. Huss now just going to control top A. Camo should be up just a couple seconds. Surviving here going to be crucial. And we'll see him collect the capture as he does it. Does he go in for Camo, though? Or for kills?
Good kill by Huss. Somehow makes it all the way back to Catwalk alive. Great job to relocate and stay alive for now. You need a second stronghold, though, and he's so focused on maintaining A. He's got to rely on his teammates to transfer over C. They're under heavy fire. Multiple people trying to push long haul, and that's a lot of damage being taken. And fortunately, somehow Envor is coming from the elevator side. He's able to at least find that kill before getting taken down. But in the meantime, Piggy, he's found himself a camo, hops right back into C, and Catalyst doing such a good job, at least here in game one, of keeping control of the map for a majority of this game.
Just always rotating, finding little opportunities for time. And you talked about Piggy. I mean, 11 kills already for him. Alec looking to add to the stats as well. He had a wild opening with that ninja. Not quite able to find too many more slays following it. What's guaranteed, though, is the map control. In the meantime, though, 160 and counting is Huss and Parzelli. They got to work together to pick up slays here, get the bleeding under control at this point.
There we go. The slays come through. The trip cap, it was momentarily. It's 167 points, however, on the side of Catalyst. So Torrent has so much work to do. You want to see them almost push this trip cap themselves, but they're kind of forced to subside the potential aggression for now as they are able to find that first pick. And that first pick on the Piggy is massive because it relieves a lot of the pressure we would have seen Catalyst be able to apply here coming off respawn. And Torrent, we'll see if they choose to try and just hold two and play the long game. Shyway, for me, that's a very difficult to ask, is to try and keep control for that long in order to maintain a comeback. You got to figure out a way to push a trip cap when you're down over 100.
Yep, and like we had mentioned about Catalyst and where they excel, it's in, suffocating the team and pushing those advantages to take the full map and keep your opponents, kind of scrambling. Don't let them get comfortable. Don't give them an opportunity to break a base. As I say it, Piggy going to be a little uncomfortable in this situation as he is
Filthy.
doubled. Filthy comes out with a kill. That's a little opening. They need to get back top map. Of course, not safe just yet. We still got one more through the doors. That's Mortally now down for the count. So map's still back in their favor. But as we can see, kind of over time, the lead still, stays pretty confidently on the side of Catalyst here.
Really want to see this trip cap being pushed, but they're doing a good job of holding 2 for now. A and B still in their favor. They've got it up to 100 points, only down 76, I'd say, but looks like multiple members of Catalyst are A and B, and that's going to be something that's impossible for Filthy G to do anything about. And that being said, they're actually going to start to push A as well, so respawners for Torrent, they're forced to extend towards C. They're going to be able to transfer it over, and it's going to be A and B controlled by Catalyst, but that's what I'm talking about, Shyway. It feels like Torrent just went on a hell of a run, but they're still finding themselves down to 80 points and counting now because of how expensive a trip cap can be in the scoring department if you're able to hold it on for just even a matter of 30 seconds.
Which is exactly what we're starting to see. Like, even though it's not a trip cap, they're in the spawns, right? They're up in their faces, getting super aggressive here. As they split spawn out the elevator, you already got players collapsing on it, which forces this spawn over to long haul. Fortunately, Filthy G will come out with his kill, but no control on the map in the process. The game now slipping through their fingers here. 210 and counting as Piggy just plays his life slow here as well. And one of the best things you see with this C hold is just milking your life in the back here.
Yeah, but I mean, the clock's ticking. 210 climbing, or I'm sorry, 209. DNC are in the hands of Torrent, but I mean, Catalyst just looks so strong as far as their rotations, their aggression when they need to be. It's been a fairly even game, I feel, but I mean, Catalyst just making such a difference. Hot shot hitting a phenomenal shot to help keep control of B.
Oh my!
Oh, onto Envor as well. So impressive. Still a player to deal with here in Pipes. Can't quite hit that one, and that's going to be the one that cost him his life. So, however, he found 2. Can his teammates follow up? Filthy G with some perfect grenades. Plasma's frags finds them both in Pipes, and that is going to stagger once again the potential of Catalyst. And now all of a sudden a 60-point game looks a lot more manageable on the side of Torrent. So they are continuing to inch by inch get back into this one.
Torrent definitely starting to feel themselves a little bit when it counts here, and we saw the start of it, I think, with Hot Shot, of course, taking a swing at just about every target there, not finding them all. Enough to do damage, though. Like we said, AB still held down Filthy G in the setup over on Attic. Where do they push, right? Catalyst needs to focus their numbers somewhere, and as they try to, Filthy G already has a kill in the feed here. Who else is a victim? Bottom mid, not going to find it just yet. Piggy down for the count. Their numbers now dwindling right down to 2. Very quickly, the scoreline closing here if Catalyst can't unify.
20-point game.
And exactly, and find an answer quickly here.
All right. They said we don't need a trip cap. We believe in ourselves to be able to hold this the entire time. They've done just about that. Still a little bit of room to go as they cross the 200-point mark, but everything looking great so far here on the side of Torrent in the second half of this one.
Wow.
Great job to double back and find that kill on Immortal. He's still got a little bit of work to do to get this player out of A, and he's going to be forced to run for his life. Teammates aren't there to clean it up, though, and will that player getting away cost them? No. Envor doubles back. He gets finally taken down.
What?
The melee doesn't come through, and finally it looks like Catalyst have found the opening to at least secure A, but there is a momentary trip cap for Torrent, and it's about time. 230 to 209. What looked like a very strong performance from Catalyst in the first half of this one has been all Torrent ever since. Now, can Catalyst respond in the last 10 points?
Right. Momentum completely slipped away at this point. They don't have the weapons or the power-ups either. 4 seconds left to close it and get in the hill, and I don't know if we'll see it. There's not enough players nearby to make it happen. So, Wes, I mean, here we are doubting Torrent in their capabilities just based off the game plan we saw early on. But, I mean, at the end of the day, locking down A and B with that setup, it was so clean, so efficient. We couldn't quite see enough of an answer at a Catalyst in time to really, break through things, right? I think they had picked like an even approach through both long haul. We had Mortally center map. It just that every single sight line seemed to be locked down by Torrent to close that one out. So great efficiency at the end of that.
Yeah, like you said, it just locked down. Like they controlled A and B, and they never looked back for a large portion of that second half. And even when they did lose it, they got it back fairly quickly. No harm, no foul, and they were able to hold it the entire time. They truly had a phenomenal setup there. some great shots with the shock rifle, great grenades when that player went down, and things like that just continued to snowball in their favor. And that's a massive win from Torrent, a team that, once again, I wasn't sure if they were going to win this series. I thought that they would come in here as underdogs, but they looked very strong in the second half, created some momentum for themselves. And like I said, this series was also going to be competitive. And game one, honestly, I wasn't sure this series was going to be competitive about 3-4 minutes into it, but Torrent proving every bit of that factor wrong, and they are here to play.
Yeah, a bit of a revenge story for Torrent as well, as they have lost to them previously today. So, of course, starting the series a best of 3 with momentum like this definitely is one way to close. Yeah, massive way to close things out. Even just the way that played out, right? Like they had that sturdy setup, and it took so long for Catalyst to kind of break through it that by the time they started to, Camo was spawning. And the spawns had flipped. So they had basically gave the enemy team seaside spawns to get the camo. Like everything was just poorly timed by the end of it, right? Like it all kind of just worked in the favor of Torrent thanks to the way that they had set things up to get there. Either way, that's a great setup for the series coming up here. Of course, Aquarius Slayer up next. Things could change drastically when it comes to Slayer. Wes, I'm starting to wonder if the slight change to the team at this point is negatively impacting them in any way. Of course, Envor on paper would be a great trade for Groovy, but Groovy has chemistry with the team, and at this point today, reps with them as well. So they were on a little tear together, and it's a little unfortunate that chemistry might be impacted by this kind of last-second switch.
I think we bring those conversations up if this is a 2-0 series in favor of Torrent.
Fair enough.
Let's give Envor a chance to put his impact and his staple on this team. We know what he's capable of as an individual. Maybe not the strongest performance in game one, but don't define a player by one game by his potential series here today. So we'll find out here quickly. It's already into the action. Torrent picking right back up where they left off. A 1-kill lead, but more importantly, map control. And it looks like Parzelli, he's found himself the heat wave.
Probably the best weapon to have early on, though unfortunately not going to last long. There's Envor poking into the feed there. His first kill of the game. Filthy G with a trade. Huss in a sneaky spot that he cannot take advantage of. These boys moving a little too quick for his melee. Piggy with a kill as well. So just early trades to start things out here. No clean advantage just yet, though. Torrent looking to make a team play here.
No significant map control for either team right now, but as Torrent do lose one, they lose a second as well, and that could be the exact pendulum swinging moment that give Catalyst the opening they need. We know how aggressive they like to play. A beautiful stick to come through. 3 dead for Torrent. Beautiful job by Hotshot to find 2 here in the closet. Grenades, shots to match, and I love that out of Hotshot to weather the storm. The pressure from Catalyst was starting to become a problem for Torrent, but he dealt with it himself, and because of it, he keeps it just a 1-kill game.
Not quite going to get that other. I love how he still managed to somehow toss that nade even as he died. That's the thing I think is like the big difference maker in those 2v1 moments. That the nade is the only tool you've got off spawn that can actually allow you to take a 2v1 in a situation like that. So really, as powerful as they are, one of the biggest skill gaps I think in Infinite is finding the right opportunities for just a good, powerful nade like we saw at a Hotshot. The result of it, of course, felt amongst Catalyst as well. Just a 3-kill advantage here.
Choosing to use the Pulse Carbine now, Parzelli. Solid damage with it. Makes it an easy kill on Envor. Unfortunately, not quite the reticle placement needed in order to land the shots onto that player, and he just trades his life out. But the rest of the boys in blue are here. Catalyst have found a few more to tie this one up now. 16-16. And now they've taken the lead with those kills from Alex, Shock, and Piggy on screen.
With the enemies off the map, too, they got some freedom to take position as well. You'll see Piggy take top pink. Envor does die. Ahead takes a trade with him, though. Alex Shock over on card. Piggy alone in pink here. Just going to want to bait his life. A lot of pressure coming in, though. He's got the heat wave to keep him back, but might be in trouble. Love the use of the movement to quickly grab the nades. Nobody there to help him in this situation. The entirety of Torrent taking a pink side push, and so far it's paying off. There's a double out of Filthy.
Yeah, you thought Catalyst was in such a good position there to have map control, to apply some pressure, but as soon as Piggy slows it down, the rest of the boys are cut out on Dynamo's side of the map. They kind of execute a pink push, take Piggy down in a 1v3 situation, and because of that, they open up that entire side of the map. It relieves a lot of the pressure we would have seen Catalyst have.
Still trading blows, despite it, though. Even game, Filthy, just in case that didn't go through. He was ready with the BR, but still going to take that one kill to extend it. Doesn't quite hit the slide to thrust. I think his teammate might have grabbed it instead. Still does have one in the back pocket as well. And now top map control here. Mortally with an opening kill. There's two overextending blue base, one hanging back yellow. So kind of an interesting spot, but I like this from Filthy to just isolate a fight here.
Like he's doing better that he's staying alive, letting his teammate find and finish the kill there. That's a veteran move by Filthy. He's able to stay alive, and because of that, he's now able to push with his team. Unfortunately, he's the focus of two of the players, so once again, staying alive. A beautiful thrust back from top middle, lands the heat wave shot, and that was 3 straight kills. Once again, in favor of Torrent. They've extended the lead to 6 now.
Look at this. They got a cushion to work with. They got spawn knowledge as well. Hotshot holding on to camo here. They're not going to see this one coming. There's the shots in already. Piggy down for the count. At 31-26, this is the kind of cushion you want to really pull away from the game, though. Torrent, I don't know what happened with Hotshot in that situation, right? He didn't quite get the kill on Mortal. He's so slippery. And because it took him so long to do it, we find Hotshot in this situation, you know, dying maybe a little bit earlier than intended. Catalyst, they are not done yet as they fight back here.
What does Alex Shock have in store for us? He just got the heat wave in hand. Finally, it feels like they get a little bit of heat wave control themselves, making it a 2-kill game as his teammates both pick up kills and onboard. Mortally, unfortunately, the heat wave, it is going to find him one, but he's going to lose his life. And trades coming through from Torrent's side is so big right there, because once again, in a disfavorable position, Torrent were really on the ropes right there. They needed to figure out a way to trade kills. They did so successfully. Pink side of the map. Not only that, but they get the heat wave out of the enemy's hands.
Nice.
And Hotshot just continuing to impress me, Shaway. I mean, he has been on fire so far today.
Every time we watch his POV, he's doing something smart. It just seems like up by 2 still is Torrent. Parzelli looking to extend it. We'll see if he can find the kill in this situation. He'll pick up Mortally. Snaps onto his second immediately, but there comes a third. And it's that double team action out of Catalyst. The only thing that they're going to be able to do to break out of a situation like this is use their numbers. Unfortunately, onboard the Dynamo just a little too strong. They tied it up.
It's Piggy's Dynamos, but yeah,
was it?
In the meantime.
No.
Tie game suddenly goes in the favor of Catalyst with that kill. Camo is up, and you know, everyone is going to shift their priorities over towards that camouflage. Onboard is going to be able to find another kill. A solid trade there from Huss. But a trade's not what you want, especially when you're past the 40 kill mark and you're trying to compete for this camouflage that's still up somehow. Nobody quite can get top middle. You see Alex Shaw trying to make the play that potentially would secure that. Filthy G, he has no intention of going for it. He's going to stay alive. His teammate is going to be able to secure that one. And now that they have camo, did they choose to slow it down and let this camo player make a play? Did they try and create a little bit of chaos for their camo player to thrive in? Those are the things that are going through these players' heads.
I think the team knows Hotshot is playing well today also, because just prioritizing camo in the situation, he was the one to get the slay to open it up. But does he make a play with it? He's been seen. He's got to get out of this spot. Still up on top mid, trying to be a nuisance. Piggy on board with 2 kills. Make it 3 to bring us to 46 here in a little swing when it matters most. There goes their 4th player. He is trapped like a rat. Note, okay, 1 trade comes through West, but 3 kills to close this at a 2-kill deficit for Torrent.
Still a very winnable game for Torrent, but they're going to have a lot of pressure here as map control is heavily in the favor of Catalyst. But a good flank, top Dynamos right there by Parzelli. Going to relieve that pressure from top car. They find a 2nd kill as well. So now all of a sudden, they found a 3rd snowball. It's the name of the game. 48 to 48. They're trying to be aggressive. They get information there's a player stuck in the pink corner. The grenades. They're not going to find the kill. You got to push him. Unfortunately, his teammates are here. 49. Make it 50. Piggy finds the 50th in the kill feed. And Catalyst somehow, some way will push this series to a game 3. It was 48 to 48, which looked like Torrent had all the advantage they needed, but no way Catalyst somehow stay alive.
Yeah.
Get a couple of kills, get the job done, and push this series the distance. We're looking at a live fire oddball now to separate these two.
Staying alive is the story, and done so in the fridge as well. I was going to say these boys got ice. They stayed alive in the fridge. Anyway, that was one of those like adrenaline pumping type situations, though, right? Where was it Hotshot or Huss who throws the grenade, thinks he's secured the kill. He's slightly too far out to the left with the nades. Now he's stuck in this position where he can't commit. He's got no nades, needs to hold the sight line. He knows the guy's one shot. But the longer he waits there, the more it delays the situation for the other team to come in, bring their numbers, and completely turn it around. Next thing you know, he's caught with his ass stuck to a wall. So
right,
situations like that, very unfortunate for Torrent. But for us, the casters, Wes, it's great because we got a series on our hands now.
Yeah, you thought he was going to be able to get that kill in the corner, and unfortunately, just too much time. That player did such a good job to stay alive, to just milk, to not try and deal damage, but more importantly, just play his life as long as he can. Wait for backup, and backup, it arrived in full forces. They were able to collapse very quickly on him, and when you get caught in that long haul stairs situation, I mean, you're not getting out of that one. You almost have to acknowledge the fact that that grenade didn't get that kill and that you have to run. And unfortunately, that's not something that you ever want to do in a 48-48 situation, right? You want to be the player that gets the kill, that secures the clutch. And unfortunately, it just did not happen that time around. And now you're looking at a game 3 where live fire oddball can be very momentum based. You can get off to a really hot start. Spawns can start to snowball, especially if a team is able to hold a strong setup. We'll see how strong of setups they're able to hold here, as they're going to have plenty of opportunity, I would almost guarantee, to separate each other in that regard here.
Right. Plenty of opportunity, I think, is the best way to put it. When we go from, that match to oddball, of course, we're going to see some momentum, I think, at a Catalyst to close that out in the fashion they did. But oddball is kind of a slow burn game type. I think there's kind of obviously an equal opportunity for things for some highs and lows, for a bit of a roller coaster in this one, Wes. So I can't wait to see how it plays out. Of course, the most objective, efficient team going to pull through in this. But so far, what a series this has been, though, right? Just back and forth, I think, the whole way through. Really don't know who to predict at this point, Wes.
No, honestly, I couldn't pick a winner if I tried in this too. I think it literally comes down to players just making plays, and that's something you want Halo to be, right? You want everybody to be able to compete with each other, and the best player that day came out and proved right. We'll figure out who's making the plays here towards this live fire oddball game. The best thing about live fire oddball, I'd say, is that it's probably our longest game type, map mode combination.
Right.
So these guys are going to have plenty of time to separate themselves from one another. They're going to have to consistently be making plays, not just one that's probably going to decide the game. It's going to be a very long it's like this is the map mode combo that really separates the two as far as longevity and performance. So very excited that game 3 offers that opportunity for these two teams to have the decider move on in our elimination bracket.
Right. Good mental reset opportunities throughout the game, right? Like, things might not be going your way, but you can very quickly turn the tides on it, especially the way that oddball works. The timer freezes when you've got it, right? Everything can change off of one good ball hold. So we'll see it, Wes. A couple, indicators, like just great plays that I think we saw throughout that last game. Hot shot, of course, a standout. The control of the camo, so important. We might be seeing something similar in this game. Could be the OS instead, of course. The heat wave, the snipe up top mid, some great playmaking opportunities, I think, as well. And then the survivability, I think, a big highlight of that Aqua game. Also, some of the plays we saw at Immortally to just kind of slip and slide in and out of the action and delay his life. But of course, we are finally here, game 3 in losers semifinals, or lower bracket semifinals, whatever you want to call it. Either way, Catalyst coming out fast off the rip.
It's a great start for Catalyst. What does it mean as far as ball time is concerned? So often do we see kills not being able to transition, but it does look like Catalyst prioritized the ball after those first few kills. Unfortunately, that ball going to be neutralized for now. Overshield is going to be in the hands of a player for Catalyst. It's Heat Wave in the hands of Hot Shot, but Piggy, he finds 2, picks up the ball, and that's a great job by Piggy to once again prioritize that odd ball. He was the player at the start that did so. He's got it in hand now, and he's already up to 20 points himself.
In the meantime, Envor just beaming back B, right? Nobody's getting out of back green if he's looking at it. He'll change lanes, though. Hot shot with the kill to open things up. Ball still in the hands of Catalyst, in a bit of a tight spot with it, though. You can see they're trapped on both sides. Envor going to be the man to fly through center, but unfortunately into 2 BRs in the process. With the numbers advantage, Torrent, now it's their turn to get a hold. They don't just have numbers here, Wes. I think they got the snipe as well up on tower side. And opportunity, for sure.
Gonna be able to make up the deficit very quickly here. Is still very early in round one. Filthy G with the first pick usually benefits the team with this setup so well if you're able to find a few kills, and Filthy G finds a second on the Envor off screen. Unfortunately, the ball somehow in the hands of Catalyst, being rotated outside the back of the map, and they're going to be able to play this one as well. So although all of these kills going in Torrent's favor, the odd ball and the objective of the game, not so much, as it does get played. Good job by Torrent to try and get that off the play, but they're going to have to do a lot of work to try and secure this overshield with their positioning right now.
Yep, kills need to keep coming. Filthy G not quite going to find his, though. The double team, Alex Shock, Mortally working together. Trade does come in. Mortally still alive. Not going to go for the ball just yet. OS, I believe, up now, and it looks like advantage Torrent. As I say it, they'll pick that up as well. Mortally knowing he is very quickly running out of options in this situation. Tries to get the ball to a safer spot, but Huss will transfer it back to A. So here is the setup once again for Torrent. And I think a setup that will go just a little bit longer this time, Wes. He's dead.
Player getting caught out of green actually falls off the map. Hot shot. Getting the reward of a very easy kill. Just like that, he and Filthy G are the last two alive, but this is significant ball time for Torrent to get back into this one. They're going to take the lead here momentarily, as Catalysts are going to be coming off respawn, spawning what appears to be back root, so it's at least going to be another 15 seconds going on the board for Torrent.
Getting the mileage off this hold for sure. All while it happens, Hotshot, yeah, just listening to sounds, right? Getting the information from his teammates, players nearby. Unfortunately, it does not equate to his snipe. Grab that snipe, will sit down top mid. Piggy, in the meantime, looking to help Envor out, who is just brawling back B. He'll come out with Parzelli. Traded out very quickly. Not quite sure where the snipe went in this exchange, Wes, but what's for sure is Piggy's got some temporary time here.
This is probably the best place on the map to have the oddball set up. Yeah. You're able to obviously play it, and it's very difficult to flush him out. Unfortunately, you lose your player big door, and that's a beautiful shot by Hotshot to take that player out as quickly as possible with the sniper. Triple kill now as he's able to land a body shot. Swap to the battle rifle headshot. Gets good information. Players are spawning mud as well. So Hotshot continuing to dominate today. 11, 1, and 2.
Jeez.
Absolutely not missing right now. I mean, the grenades are good too. You can do everything right if you're Hotshot. Can you hit this one? That would be special. Good teamwork from Huss, and they secured overshield. They got the ball in hand. You're up 14 points and counting. This could be where Torrent make a statement and gain a lead here, 1-0 in game 3.
I was going to say, I'm surprised he was the one to pick up ball in that situation as well. There's the third shot that hits. Alex Shock now dead. They get 14 as he takes 15 with a double. Everything working out for Hotshot in this game. Just going to full spin his way to the OS. Piggy does take advantage. Piggy looking for a third. That's a triple from the grave, so some last-second energy out of Piggy here, but is it enough to stop the ball from going through? They still got it. Transfer hands just for a second. Envor looking for a spawner, but he's out of the field of play here. Ball now respawning.
Good answer back by Piggy. Hotshot gets his triple. Piggy has to get one. Stops the setup of Torrent from ending round 1 in their favor, but 14 points is all they need, and it's almost just one round of slays, another triple kill from Filthy, so he answers the bell, and that's going to do it here. I believe in round 1. It's going to be 9 points and counting. Players just now coming off respawn for Catalyst, and it's going to be so difficult for them to deny this ball time from going towards the hands of Torrent. 98, 99, a player right next to the ball carrier, but that's going to do it for round 1. Hotshot GG.
Damn.
16-3 and 3 in the first round. Can he do it one more time to push his team past this elimination semifinals?
No doubt the biggest impact on that round is going to be Hotshot here with 16 kills, just completely outnumbering what we've got on Catalyst. And Catalyst, we'd like to see an answer, right, to give us a bit of a round 2 here, unless Hotshot has something to say about it. My God. We'll pick up an early clothesline. That sniper will quickly transfer hands here, Mortally with the first hold, but you can tell they're a little battered coming off of what they've experienced so far.
If you're Catalyst, you can't allow Hotshot to get that snipe in his hands anymore. You got to start figuring out ways to shut him down because he is on fire right now. Picks up another kill in the kill feed. as Heat Wave does get removed as well. Catalyst with that overshield. It's getting peppered down. That overshield player is going to be back tower. He's able to successfully buy some time, pick up some ball time, and Catalyst once again jumping out to an early lead, 24-1.
Damn.
Parcelli's going to trade with Piggy, and that's the ball carrier. So that's an important kill to at least stagger some of the objective time that Catalyst would have acquired. But another player there to continue to score. And although Hotshot is on fire, you still have to close the door on this game. We've seen these games be so close so far throughout this series. And Catalyst is looking to push this to a round 3.
Even now, early on, completely different game in round 2 here. Piggy, unfortunately, not quite going to react to that one in time. Hotshot with a pickup on a second here as well. Heat Wave for the third. Bobbin and weaving. Filthy G will take it. And very quickly, the entirety of Catalyst going to hit the spawn screen. That's the opening torrent needed for a little setup of their own. What do they make off of it, though, right? It's not just an A hold. You got Hotshot in the flank position over on tower side. Can he make strides with it, or will he get isolated and picked off? You can see he's still back tower. Such a nuisance for the enemy teams. They got to respect him. They'll come back here and get sent off the field to play, too. So he's just still going here, Wes.
Overshield did just come up, and I think Torrent was able to secure that. That should be their opportunity to gain some more significant time. You're still only down 20 points, so what was once a 46-point lead for Catalyst here in round 2 is immediately starting to dwindle. You can feel it. You can feel momentum shifting. That overshield was a massive pickup by Torrent. And now you have to see Catalyst act quickly. Unfortunately, Envoy, he's able to find one. Can't find a second. A play ball gets caught in the air, but it's by a teammate, and he makes sure that it's played. And now Alex Shot gonna have to try and relocate and stop this ball from going into anywhere significant in order to deny any ball time. They are just down 11 points now.
2.
A great flank from Alex Shot would be massive. He finds 2, 4 dead for Torrent. So Catalyst, they're able to get this play ball back to tower, continuing to build this lead.
Just giving a little bit of space to make a play here. Sniper now up as well. So that'll be the point of contention. We'll see if they can get to it. Of course, just getting as much time as they can with the little opening. Alex Shock with another big pickup for one of these slays. So damn important because it leads to weapons. Huss has them both, and he'll hit the shot too. Can he stay alive though, right? What a rough spot to be in. Both weapons going to drop bottom mid. Envor going to get traded out. Hotshot coming in very hot here, looking for another, and he'll almost take it. Alex Shock with the kill just before the end of that one. And Ball going to continue to be scrappy here bottom mid.
It's always scrappy down there. Grenades galore as the oddball finally makes its way out towards the pillars, and it's Catalyst that get the ball out there. So often are both these two teams prioritizing getting that ball to green in order to play it. You can tell the strategy is very clear. 77 and counting, though. Catalyst really breaking this one open. Hotshot does get the kill onto the ball carrier. He's immediately forced to play the ball, though, and that's a recipe that Catalyst is just fine with seeing take place. In the meantime, though, Filthy G, he's got this overshield in hand, able to turn numbers advantage into Torrent's favor once again, and Torrent need to figure out a way to get a consistent setup now that they have a numbers advantage, and unfortunately, it's going to be hard for them to do so, but a great job to stay alive from Hotshot there. The ball carrier decides to take it towards tower, and these players elbow. One of them is overextended towards mud, and he could be a real nuisance.
He's now 26 and 11, by the way. I think, oh my God, Envor looking to pad his own stats. That's 2. Can he find 3? That is Hotshot on the other side of that tower. We'll see who comes out on top. That would have been a clean snipe. Not quite going to hit it. 81 and counting here as they look to collect some scrappy time. Envor just going to dive down below. Looks like that repulsor sent off a little more than the player. That'll lead to a reset bottom mid. They just need to fend them off in the meantime. What I was going to say, Wes, is just I think it's the 1v1s at a Hotshot. You just don't see him lose them, and that's the biggest impact I think we've seen out of him, I guess, all game long.
Envor is starting to heat up now on a killing spree. 23 to his name. So slowly and surely starting to catch up to Hotshot, starting to replicate that level of slaying performance and presence for his team, more importantly. And that's why the second round has been so heavily in favor of Catalyst, is because Envor has woken up. And you had to ask the question, was it a good thing or a bad thing that Envor is now the 4th for this team for the rest of the tournament? And I think Envor is giving you an answer.
Right. You know, maybe it takes a little bit of time to get the warm-up going, but that's for sure. He has found the answer here as he picks up 2. Beautiful little reversal stick repulsor combo. Just sent him to the black screen, but is that enough to close the round? Ball now responding. Parzelli coming in very aggressively. Alex Shot going to put him down, looking for 2 here. Both one shot. He'll hit it. That's a double for him as Catalyst looks to make plays when it counts here, Wes.
Overshield just came up, and what a better time to get a set of slays. You need 5 points. They're going to get those 5 points. In these games, they've been close, Shyway.
Very close.
Game 3 of the series, the deciding factor for these tournament lives of both of these teams, of course, goes the distance. We're headed to a round 3.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Wes. Just back and forth gameplay out of these teams, and here we go, the finale. Only one's pulling away from this one. And that opening strat going to set the precedent for it all. So you'd like to see one team find the answer. Ooh, Parzelli.
It's a good way to start it off. 3 dead for the side of Catalyst. The 4th player, he's clueless. Piggy, he's taken down. They get the ball over towards the tower. What an opportunity to get a nice start here to round 3. You get the overshield as well. Hot shot. We've seen what he's done with normal shields. Give him an overshield and let's see what he's capable of. He's going to have a lot of pressure to deal with. Multiple players around him. The first one is taken down. The second one, he's got a heat wave.
That was
a melee. And that's good damage onto his second. So Hotshot doing everything he can in the situation. It's allowed his teammate to finish off that kill. 3 go down for Catalyst once again. And although Torrent setup maybe has been stalled momentarily, they pick the ball right back up and they're starting to climb in points. 19 now as they do throw it off back tower.
It's just a little thing that I want to point out with that exchange, though, with Hotshot West. Just his decision-making to go from melee kill to spin around bank nade off the floor. The most efficient play he could have made in that situation, right? You can nade way faster than you can shoot out of melee in this game. So if you want to be efficient with 2 players and your damage, you want to go from melee to nade as quickly as possible. So just the awareness that he had to do that.
DPS output.
Exactly right. How much damage can you put out in the shortest period of time? And then you open opportunities for your teammates, if they are nearby, to clean up what's left. And I think the result of that is clear. 33 in counting for Torrent.
They're going to rotate this ball. It looks like to green, or at least to back mud, potentially to green. Overshield in 10 seconds, and all of Catalyst isn't going to wait for Overshield. They can't. They're down 45-0. They need to figure out a way to stall the Torrent setup right now and get some ball time of their own, but unfortunately that ball getting played every single time has got to be the biggest headache right now for Catalyst. They got to figure out a recipe for success and some ball time. It does look like they've got the overshield over towards that side of the map with numbers over there as well, and it is going to be Mortally that's able to pick that one up. Piggy's got ball in hand, but they got to figure out a way to hold a consistent setup, something that they have been struggling to do here in round 3.
The speed this man's coming in with, right? You could tell he wants these kills. He'll get one. That was a spree for him before he dies. Filthy G will die shortly after, so that info comes in. Still 45 on the board for Torrent. Catalyst yet to make a real hold happen here. Maybe this is the opportunity. Parzelli looking to shut it down, though. Will he find them in time? You got to love the rotation at a Catalyst here to bring the ball back to tower very quickly. You got Envoy already waiting. Line of sight up above. Piggy with the first death on the team, though, and that will slim the defenses of Catalyst. They need to hold strong for that sniper.
Envoy off the top ropes. Finds a kill on the Huss. Secured a little bit of ball time. They made this one a game. It was 45-0. Now all of a sudden 45-32. Snipe just came up as well. You know, Hotshot's headed that direction. Does he find it, though? 3 dead for Catalyst as Alex Shock has a whole lot of players to deal with in front of him. And unfortunately, Hotshot, he's one of them. Had the battle rifle out, but, I mean, I could have called this one Shyway Hotshot. He's found himself the snipe. Oh, he can't hit the no-scope. And you need to capitalize on him while his shield's down, because he's been a real nuisance when he's given the opportunity here. And this is what I was talking about, Shyway. The no-scopes, they're coming through. Oh, on board, though. Finishes him off before he can get that headshot with the battle rifle, and that was a massive kill from Envoy to shut him down. And it's just in time for Overshield. Envoy, you're going to show us what you have in store now that it's your turn with the snipe. You got Overshield now to pair with it. And This is exactly what the doctor ordered if you're a Catalyst fan.
Yeah, it was almost a clean break from Hotshot, but if you give Envor an opportunity, he'll take it to the grave here. That's a double already. Looking to cut off a couple more here, and this is easy peasy. Forward Hotshot now dead. Filthy G will join the spawn screen. You can see the first two spawning up. What a line of defense. Yeah, he knows they're here. You're going to have to deal with him. Doesn't quite hit what he needs to, and Torrent will plow through, but the damage is done clearly, right? The ball in their hands, the time in their favor. They got to get aggressive.
Catalyst had the lead, too. It was looking like a blowout in Torrent's favor, but now Catalyst with the lead for now.
Uh-oh. Think we might have lost him. Wes, you still there? Okay, well, Wes will be joining us as soon as he can. In the meantime, he picked a bad time to leave. Action still intense here. Clearly back B. Ball still on the ground. Slay is going to be important to get to this. 73 and counting for Torrent as they look to hold this one down. In back green. Good temporary spot to have it. Of course, dropping like flies no matter where we look here. Ball now spawned up through center. Filthy G needs to live. Reversal kill for him. That gives an opening to Catalyst to get the ball here. Filthy G still alive to try to cut this one off. The Catalyst off of spawn, so damn relentless. Tom, if you are with me and you want to join, by all means. Well, actually, you're right. I don't know if your mic is patched. Okay, yeah, I don't know if he's patched through. Okay, fair enough. 76-75 here, of course. We have to go down to the wire in this series. Gone the distance for sure. Heat wave in the hands here of Parzelli. Gonna look to cut off ball. I like this rotation at a Catalyst. They're gonna get it back to green. Worst case scenario, easy play ball if they need to. Parzelli, he's hot pursuit though. Not gonna be able to get the play ball on this, but a beautiful trade out of Alex Shot gonna give hopefully Catalyst some freedom to get back to this ball. You can see Huss just being a turret here back green. Suppressing fire, gonna give his teammates a little bit of time. Sorry, did we get him back, Connie?
I'm joining you here, Shyway. I'm in there like swimwear, man. What a time. This is what Halo's all about, dude. We got Filthy G with the double kill. This series has been so close. You really wouldn't have it any other way, but that's a huge stick right there from Piggy. You can see Huss is really starting to turn up. I mean, he was a little bit slow. Hotshot's been popping off the entire time, but it all comes down to these final respawns. What is your decision making? What are your shots looking like? And every player you could just see from their movement desperately trying to get towards the ball.
Yeah, final moments right here. It's a scramble for sure. Morley with a massive kill. Every kill so impactful at this point. Alex Shot needs it. Hotshot not going to line up the snipe of the game there. And Alex Shot will make him feel it as they close out the round, the game, and the series. And what a hell of a series that was, Tom.
That was such a great series. We got Clutch coming in back here very shortly, but holy cow, what a performance from the Catalyst squad towards the tail end of the game. And that has to hurt for Hotshot Ghost. You almost dropped 40 kills right there. You have the ball in front of you. You can hit that last sniper shot potentially to hit it. But I have a feeling like if his teammates were still alive, he hits that shot and they continue to win the game. But because everyone died and he kind of like had that feeling like, if I hit this shot, I'm still going to get collapsed on by everybody. That was just salt in the wounds right there with the teabag towards the tail end of the game. And you love to see the way that everybody was trying their hardest. It was like 0 to 100 real quick.
100%. It was. And that's, like you said, that's just Halo in the end of the day. Like, that's the type of Halo gameplay that you like to see when it goes down to the wire, down to final round, game 3. And like you said, unfortunate that Hotshot didn't quite, make an example at the end there, but he definitely stole the spotlight throughout the game. He will be remembered in this one. In the meantime, Catalyst, they move on. They're going to move on strong, but their competition doesn't get any easier at this point. We got BBG, who've been waiting for them for a while, and then, of course, Palm Villains have been unstoppable today, Tom.
We'll see how Built by Gamers is kind of sitting in, the stale part of the lower bracket and the elimination bracket, right? It's always that weird, awkward moment. Do you study what the other teams are doing?
Right.
Do you do some sort of warm-up? Do you play matchmaking, which really isn't going to give you that type of fire that you're looking for? Like, how do you prefer to warm up in these type of situations is always really key, just as much as it is in terms of your preparation. You have to keep your shot warm because you could see they're coming off an extreme high rate there, and that was a great comeback. Keep in mind that that's back-to-back wins right there. So if we want to recap what happened, in game number 2 especially, Alex Shock staying alive over towards that street side was absolutely huge. I don't know if you remember that moment there, Shyway, where they were trying to hunt him down and he was getting collapsed on by three players. Yeah, and then he was over on the street, and then he ended up making his way over towards the elevator or whatever that part is called. I forget, but he goes into the fountain or whatever that is. So he goes into the very backhand corner of the map where everyone gets spawn trapped, basically. And he stays alive back there and baits out the rest of the players to go and try to hunt him down. And that's the end of that game because it was 47-47 at that point. And he was the last player alive on his team. So if they collapse on him and kill him, and if he doesn't make that exact play and do it perfectly, then they lose that game, right? So there were so many things, and we never even would have saw that great game 3. So there were so many things that kind of led up to that moment, and you saw everything from the mechanics to the shot. I'm sure the comms were on point coming in from Catalyst. That was a great series. That was definitely the series of the night so far.
I completely agree. I think all these players kind of forced to clutch up, and then when they do, once again, that's just what Halo is all about. So awesome plays out of them. Can they continue to clutch up, I think is the question, right? BBG just waiting to play them. We'll see how warm they are. Of course, like you said, there's a couple different ways to do it. And then after that, we got Palm Villains in Grand Finals. So more action coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Series E Halo Monday. It's been an action-packed day so far, and after a very short break, we're ready to get back into it. We've got lower bracket finals about to take place before Grands, of course. The story so far is Catalyst, by the skin of their teeth, have been making it through this lower bracket. At this point, at least, Wes. Is this the end of the line, though? I think is the question. BBG is their competitor.
I don't know. I think the pickup of Envor just gives them a little bit more firepower, and with that, I think that they're going to have an opportunity here, right? I think that Built by Gamers, they looked strong in the last series that we watched on broadcast, but I'm not sure. I think this is another coin toss of a series, and that's a great thing to be able to say just continuously as we go through the elimination brackets, because that just shows you how much talent we have here in the Halo scene currently. If that all of these teams are competitive with one another, then more upsets, more exciting moments, more opportunity for like great competition is at hand. And I think we have another one of those battles here and now. The upsetting thing to say is that team that waits in the grand finals might discourage any conversation around that. So enjoy this series as it's here.
I was going to say, Wes, these two teams have one thing in common. They both got 2-0'd by Palm Villains in the winner's bracket. So this is their opportunity for a little revenge story of their own. They got to beat each other to get there. And then, of course, like you said, we got a final boss waiting in the wing after that. Mortally, though, he's not worried about that. He's worried about getting some rocket kills in the meantime.
Well, I feel like we're seeing a WWE show or something because all of a sudden there's another name coming off the main stage as he walks down the ramp. It's Coach Cobb.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be Neighbor. He's going to be involved in this one. He's been playing with Built by Gamers in some of these HCS Cups, so we'll see what he's got in store for us. Maybe a little something, but unfortunately for now, it's going to be Piggy using that grapple to get the flag out of his teammates' hands and into his own. That's going to be a very quick cap in under a minute span. Catalyst continuing the momentum of that Game 3 win just moments ago here into the elimination finals.
No doubt Catalyst got a lot of heat on their side coming off the series they've just played. BBG up in the air as to whether or not they're warm, but one thing's for sure, Wes, they will have to pick up the pace pretty quickly against these boys on Catalyst, and that's the type of response you like to see. However, that is only to get some defense. Aperture, thankfully for him, he's got an advanced position, but he's alone here. Got to play it safe.
And needs to stay alive. Going to tuck himself away in the bar. Can he, though? He's going to have to deal with multiple members. Although he's tried to buy some time, I don't think it's enough. And those players are going to take him out of the bar. It's a triple kill for Mortally to deny any opportunity Built by Gamers might have at some aggression. And now with Overshield coming up, those kills couldn't have been better timed to try and secure this next set of power-up.
Mortally 8-1 off that triple. Hot start for him. Let's make it 9 if he hits these shots. It's going to be a tough kill, though. Alex Shock will take it. Still up in advance positioning here. He's got Envor to support him as well. That's a little opening they need to really do some damage here. OS going to be picked up. Mortally going to go for the skill jump. Hits it first try. Love to see it. What does that mean for his playmaking potential? Looks like he's got the opportunity. He'll put damage in, and this is where the team comes in.
Piggy finds 2. 4 dead for Built by Gamers. Let's find out where they're spawning here as Alex Shock is going to pull this flag. They're going to spawn towards the shotgun side of the map. And now this is where focusing on who spawns up first is important. You're seeing icons rotate back. A few of them, some of them are overextending. One's went through the big door, and that's going to be what I thought was going to be an easy kill. But no, Nemesis makes it more difficult for Alex Shock. And because of that, that flag that was being run, it's going to be stalled. Catalyst going to be forced to once again compete for middle of the map control, and because Built by Gamers do such a good job to deny that flag from going any further, you'd think that they were going to get rockets. But Envor lands some phenomenal shots there to take down that player top. Rockets denying rockets from for sure going into the hands of Built by Gamers, but we'll see what happens next.
Looks like Nemesis will get the kill. One more in the chamber as well, so he can put this to good use just to be a saving grace for Bohm, hopefully. Bohm's going to get in aggressive here. 1v1 for him. Nemesis, in the meantime, going to focus elsewhere. Not going to find anything with that rocket, unfortunately. We'll see what he can do to work with his teammate down at bottom mid. Coach Cobb with a pickup on the shotty, but there they go. The bottom mid fight once again going to be won by Catalyst. They continue to find ways to aggress here.
Yeah, what can they do with this kind of map control? They're in control of the tree. Signs that the flag is clear, but you see how 3 members of Built by Gamers come back. And they needed all 3 of them because it was a 3v2 situation that picks up some easy kills to flush out Catalyst from their tree. Unfortunately, those players actually end up... One of them stays alive. The rest of the reinforcements for Catalyst are able to help secure Overshield. And now with Slays and an Overshield in their favor, Built by Gamers is going to have to figure out a way to stop this flag that's on the move. Unless they're going to go down 2-0. And so far, so good. They've got it across halfway. Alex Shot checking his back. There's a couple of dynamo grenades to potentially get some information, but quickly gains that information from right in front of him. He gets taken down in a 2v2 situation. We'll see how the rest of Catalyst are able to play. Great positioning here with Aperture and the team. They could hold this one down, but they got to go huge to do it. Not going to be fast enough to stop Mortally there. He'll get the kill. Still one shot. Finds the melee to take on the Bohm. That flag's still in play, though. Bohm, not too many opportunities to do anything to stop it. He might have to cut his losses. Tries to get involved last second, but at this point, he's just outnumbered. Not too much you can do. That's a 2-0 for Catalyst. It's tough, man. Catalyst is one of those map mode combos. You don't see major comebacks come back or, like, happen. 2 flags can be all you need sometimes. Still 7 minutes to go, so if you're on the side of Built by Gamers, the bright side is there's plenty of time to work with. The bad side is, so far, all you've done is build a deficit. And right now, Envor in such an advantage position, getting information, damage, being a nuisance. No one from Built by Gamers even near him right now. It's almost like the positioning is all towards the shotgun side of the map. Look at that. All 4 dots just far to the right, and Envor is still on this massive flank. Probably doesn't know what to do with this much space. This is a very strange situation for him to find himself in, but in the meantime, he's picked up himself up a kill, and 10 seconds for Rockets are overshield, so no reason to overextend or press for a flag now. You want to secure some of the power that's coming up.
I guess so. It looks like he's got drift on this. His controller stick just like drifting to the right. Didn't matter too much. He still will find some damage here. I think the biggest tell in this story, Wes, is just the scoreboard. Like, nobody is positive on the side of BBG. You can tell they're feeling the pressure here, just not quite able to win their fights. Piggy going to win the OS in this exchange. Does find one onto Coach Cobb. He'll get picked up. And once again, just just this trade fest out here bottom mid. It's not really any mileage out of BBG. When it comes down to it, the plays seem to be heavily in the favor of Catalyst.
Well, even just the stalls, even the stalemates in the middle of the map just benefit Catalyst with a 2-0 lead. The clock continuing to tick. 5 minutes and 15 seconds is plenty of time to get 2 flags, but the more time that goes off the clock, the more time you get stalled and put on respawn, the more time that's going against you, and eventually it will become a factor.
Well, as we say it, they do have the biggest opportunity I think they had so far to find a flag in the situation. Big opening at a bomb. Unfortunately, he will drop. Piggy gets the crucial trade to defend. Coach, or I wanted to say neighbor and Nemesis going to work together because we know who he is. Flag now picked. Here's a chance that we haven't seen just yet, Wes. Just run through center map. The overextension already coming in from Catalyst, though. We'll see if they make it.
You need this one if you're BBG. You got to figure out a way to get slays, though. It's a 3v3 situation. Bomax, Alexshock, they're out of the play for now. Unfortunately, Neighbor, he's the next one. Oh, wait. Neighbor finds a kill, actually, before getting taken down.
Oh.
That's a big melee by Aperture to just deny that return from coming through, but unfortunately, Alexshock is going to be there. Rockets? Or what was it? A grenade from Bohm? It's going to get the job done, but no! The touch, it can't come through the chaos. Somehow the return. No one able to quite get a reset, get another touch, advance the flag. It gets stalled right in front of the base, and because of that, all of the work BBG felt like they just did, it's erased immediately.
Unfortunate, but that's just kind of the story, I think, with Bizarre. All you got to do is rinse and repeat. We're starting to see that, though. Aperture already with a kill. Neighbor going to get aggressive here on Treehouse. Got the OS to shield him a little bit longer. But Piggy going to drop Aperture. That's going to leave Neighbor alone for this fight. A couple fights he's going to have to take. Big win onto Alexshock. Unfortunately, he will drop, though. Bohm does take his trade. And can they do anything off of it? They're still at center map. You'll see Envor take plenty of damage thanks to this Dynamo. It's just not quite enough for them to actually break through with a real run here. Oh, my.
I like the aggressiveness from Envor. He's able to find a kill at the very least. Unfortunately, it's just Piggy. And that flag going to be run bridge. I love that pull. They even stall it out to make sure the flag carrier doesn't go down recklessly. But Rockets are coming up, and doesn't look like anyone from Catalyst is there, but a phenomenal grenade is going to actually catch that flag carrier. And even though Bohm has secured these rockets, the flag run being stalled is not what you wanted to see from BBG. And Shawway, I mean, you take a look at the clock. The return will come through. And all of a sudden, there's just 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. What was once plenty of time, now all of a sudden, dire measures for BBG here in Game 1.
It's looking grim. That's for sure, Wes. The only positive player on BBG right now, Bohm, 18 and 16. They're going to have to pick it up, right? They just straight up need to win their fights if they want to come out of this with a proper flag run. As we say it, flag is out center map. That's BBG's flag, though. Obviously not ideal. We'll see if they can get to it for a return. Neighbor off a spawn, looking for a quick kill here. Trade this come in. A little damage on a double doors. It's going to give him an opening to get to the re, but is he safe for it? That's the reversal nade onto Alexshock. Not quite enough to stay alive, though. Still, the fight will continue here.
The fight does get returned, but I mean,
damage done.
You got to do more than that. It's not good enough, right? You got to figure out a way to get flag caps, and something BBG has been close, but no cigar to all game so far. Clock's still ticking.
Yeah. mean, as we see this, not about to change my mind on the result of this game, Wes. In the meantime, Envor still in that flank position. I feel like he spent most of the game on the enemy side of the map just being annoying.
How does he keep getting in these situations where he's just behind enemy lines?
Yeah. From this distance, okay.
Jesus. I don't.
That's a bad distance.
High precision gameplay from Envor.
One of my favorite spots on the map right here, Wes. Such a great curb slide spot. You go flying. You can go straight to double door. You can go to center map. You can cut to alley, all from that one box. Of course, Envor does none of that. He does the other one here instead.
Focused on defense.
I respect it.
It's the right play. One player trying to overextend. If you get this kill, you pretty much guarantee yourself the win. There's no chance of capping 2 flags. 35 seconds, especially if you got the Bulldog shotgun to play around, and he didn't even need to get the kill. His teammates there to capitalize on some brute grenade damage. It did just walk over a player, however. But as entertaining as a comeback story might sound, I'm sorry, folks. Catalysts have done too good of a job here in game 1. They've created the difference to comfortably cruise here for the last couple of seconds. It's off the back of Picky and Mortallys, 26 kills apiece. That's a phenomenal start to the series for them, and they want to get back to the grand finals and have a chance to take down Boobadooboo and the boys. And they've done the first step. They've won game 1, but if we've learned anything from our past few series, Shyway, game 1 does not mean you win the series, and these teams are going to be competing until this best of 3 is over.
That is fair. It doesn't mean that you won the series, but if there's one line I took from your little commentary string there, Wes, it was walk over. I felt like they got walked or ran over, whatever you want to say. Like they got kind of obliterated in game 1. And if you lose in that fashion, then typically, history says that, the Slayer typically goes the way of the winning team as well. We'll see. Of course, like you said, there's always that opportunity for contention, but so far, BBG, they have not quite found the momentum they need to really give me some hope in this series. Maybe a recharge is a different story, Wes. We've got plenty of goodies to work with. We got a slower paced map, at least on paper. It can play very fast with Catalyst. We know how quickly these boys like to move.
Yeah, I think if anything, you can caveat it with some copium of CTF Bazaar is a very specific map mode combo, and some teams just really struggle with finding success on playing the objective, right? Like we saw some opportunities from BBG to get a nice flag on the move, get it to halfway, but it really is that halfway mark that a lot of teams just trip over their own shoelaces for. So if there's copium on the side of BBG, it's on the side of, hey, wash that one out of our heads. We got to mentally reset for this recharge Slayer.
Yeah.
And if we can get the street strongholds, potentially we know a more familiar way to play strategy there to get the objective done. Strongholds pretty much plays itself, right? Like control 2 of them, boys. How you rotate and whatnot, obviously the strategy back there, but CTF Bazaar, I feel like, is one of the more complex objectives, especially when it comes to all or nothing, right? Like you either get a cap or you don't. And like a 2-0 lead in other CTFs, I would say, isn't a blowout necessarily. But on Bazaar, it might as well be, because capping 2 flags when you can't get anything successfully done as far as the objective is concerned is like, I mean, you're climbing Mount Everest at that point. So get it out of your head. I'd like to see BBG focus on some prioritization of this camo. I think that this is going to be a major focal point. Usually when you watch Envor play, he's primarily focused on power-ups and power weapons and does such a good job to be around those all the time throughout his gameplay. Some people prioritize that more so than others. I think Envor is one of those guys that really puts a forefront in his gameplay around those. So making sure you stop that from happening, because I feel like if you continue to give Envor opportunity, he's the best player in this lobby. He's going to continue to expose you.
Take that plus his teammates and how well they've been playing today, and that is a dangerous recipe to close a series, but once again, we don't know till it's over. So let's see BBG come out with a little heat to start this opening strat. As I say it, 2-2 at the very least here. We're keeping it even.
A nice start for BBG, at least a lead nonetheless, 3-2, and it looks like Nemesis has got that camo, so a much better turnaround after maybe a poor performance already deeming yourself successful. What can Nemesis do with this camo is the big question if we're able to hop on board with him. Deciding to play a little passive, though, is getting shot in the back as well. So Nemesis not too successful with that camo, and because of it, Built by Gamers, they're going to fall, and it's going to be a tied game now, 5-5. Catalyst do a phenomenal job to... Just as
Neighbor?
I say that, Neighbor is showing you just a glimpse of 2007 with a nice double kill. It's like, what, 15 years ago at this point? Jesus.
Wow, time flies, that's for sure. Either way, he still finds a play in that situation. We'll see if he can make anything else happen here. They do still have a 1-kill advantage. Don't have the map in their favor. Piggy going to lock down top red. Here he's got Alec to push through long haul with him. With that two-pronged combo, it's going to be very difficult to win this fight. Unless you got more teammates. Oh my, Piggy.
Piggy somehow hits a slide that he just didn't mean to take that far, I guess.
Oh, I think he meant it, but he just knew he was completely out of options, right?
Where snap sliding goes wrong.
That one's, I mean, I hate to be the nerd in this situation.
Don't do it.
That was a curb slide.
Just a joke.
Anyway. It's funny because there's literally like there's so many different terms for slides at this point. Like we're calling curb slides G slides, and now we got snap slides and slide canceling. Like, can we get, the list goes on basically. And I don't hate it.
Sounds like you got some YouTube content in front of you.
It's good for me, that's for sure.
The battle for camo was ensuing as the nonsense from us.
Look at the score, by the way.
Continued. I can't quite tell what happened with camo, but yeah, Built by Gamers. 7-point lead. You got sword in hand as well from Envor, so he's trying to cut into that deficit, but he's not going to find anything to cut, and because of it, he loses sword in a crucial area too. I'm talking losing pipes. Sword over in pipes. I mean, Built by Gamers with the lead can play very passive. You got to come to us, and when we have sword, we can make your life a living hell if we're able to play it correctly. Continuing to trade efficiently, they are as well. So up 10 kills now. Built by Gamers, showing you a completely different storyline than game one.
Almost makes you, start to remember how powerful these boys were just earlier today, right? Like Nemesis was making massive plays in the previous series. We watched them. So finally, these players get an opportunity to take some of the spotlight. Almost felt like we didn't get to see them in that first game, just based off of how lopsided it was. Very different story here in game two, though, Wes, and definitely eating my words, and I'm happy I am. 29-15 as BBG come back with confidence here.
I think it's safe to say everybody wants to see a game three, so everybody's willing to swallow that pill, thinking how strong Catalyst looked there in Bizarre CTF. Well, Built by Gamers showing you one game does not define a series, and Mason Cobb having himself a game at 9-5-5. You love things you love to see in 2022. Put that under it.
All right, let's hope he keeps it up, though, right? Still, anything can happen with these Slayer games. Envor right now. He's on the hunt, right? There, that's the end of the sword, at least, thankfully, for BBG. Two of his teammates going to die in the exchange here as well. That's a camo now picked up by BBG as Envor goes for the desperate play, and he'll die for it. Nemesis here to continue to keep the cross up. All spawners up in pipes. They'll spread out, but at this point, they've got to work hard for this.
If we could hop on board with Neighbor for just a second. I believe he has shock rifle. Okay. We know he's one of the best snipers arguably of all time.
Just got a nade kill. Coach Cobb POV, please. There he is. Oh,
that would have been a good time. Nice try, Observer. I see what you're doing. Long haul spawns. Oh, can't quite hit it, but good information. Good job staying alive. Everything right for BBG here, and I mean, it would be a massive collapse to even entertain the fact of a comeback. Jumps backwards are difficult for us old men. Gonna relocate here towards the Mangler.
As far as I'm aware, jumping any direction is tough for you guys, but hey.
Yeah.
Y'all and skipping your skill jump training. That's
we did it without Clamber, that's all I'm saying.
Don't get me started on what Clamber adds to the game.
There we go. Rips ahead.
Finally.
One time for the OGs, he says.
Who needs skill
12,
jumps,
7,
right?
and 6 now.
It's an aim game in the end of the day. Little melee, close quarters, mortally now. Dad make it 2. Oh, the little hesitation right there. I felt like he had it.
47-23, and I mean,
what happened?
Shyway, this is an absolute blowout, absolute dominance by BBG. If game 1 was what we were calling a dominant win for Catalyst, I think Built by Gamers have done everything to erase that storyline. A double kill, a stake-tacular, everybody on the team going positive. The vibes are high for Built by Gamers, and they're going to need to be, because this series, once again, going the distance. We're going to see a game 3.
Catalyst comes off of game 1 and says, all right, we're clearly better. Let's start sleeping on the wheel. Apparently in game 2, BBG says, you hit me, I hit you harder. And here we go, Wes. We've got a game 3 in a series once again. And I can't complain. Of course, this is lower bracket finals. The winner of this, they go on to face the best team so far in the tournament by what appears to be a long shot. So you would like to see a brawl between these two. You'd like to see, barriers broken so that when we get to grand finals, we get a hell of a show there too. But either way, impressed with what we got here so far, Wes.
All right. Name of the game is Street Strongholds, and we're going to see a very fast-paced game, right? These teams are going to be a very aggressive, looking to potentially push a trip cap. And the winner, they get a ticket, punch to the grand finals. The loser, they're sent home for the day.
$100 though.
$100. Not bad. Hey,
something.
Dinner on Neighbor.
McDonald's dinner, maybe. It's not the good.
Hey,
You
I'll
split it
take
between the team. It's still money. It's still money for sure. We take
food
it.
is food. You can do wonders
Man's
at McDonald's with $100. Don't get me wrong. All right. Well, Shawway, things to focus on, I guess.
Okay.
Going into Street Strongholds, obviously you have rockets, you have the Bulldog shotgun, which becomes influential, Stalker rifle at hand, but as the aggression ensues, split spawns happen, what kind of things are you looking for as far as decisions being made, overall strategies being put for these two teams to kind of separate themselves from each other?
I guess if you are being split spawn, playing your life in those situations and forcing trades when you're at a deficit would be hopefully the play. The rest of it, I'll let the players discover for themselves. I'm sure they know better than I do in this situation. Piggy with the Stalker in hand. All he really needs to do is light things up.
It does look like Built by Gamers have been able to... actually, is that Envor with rockets there in the cuts? I believe it is. Somehow, some way, Envor able to get rockets mortally, found himself 2 kills early on, and that's probably been the difference so far in this game. B and C now in control of Catalyst. So all the power, all the control really in Catalyst's favor. So although a poor start to game 2... and a poor performance in game 2, Catalyst have rebounded for now, but 4 go down, and Built by Gamers somehow against rockets, against map control, have found the slays they need to potentially push an early trip cap.
This is where the road gets tricky for BBG, I think. Now, they played incredibly in Slayer, like just shocked me in Slayer, literally with the shock rifle, but this is a little different, right? You've got, of course, Neighbor in the mix. Like you said, he does play with these boys, so there should be some chemistry. Can they lock things down in objective? That's what we have not seen just yet. As I say, they do have the full map under control, so maybe I should just shut up, Wes. I don't know.
Let the players decide.
Oh, my
the
Jesus.
China cabinets.
Oh! Okay.
Built by Gamers are starting to break things. Storylines intentionally. Another 4 dead for Built by Gamers. The trip cap continuing to ensue, and what looked like an early lead opportunity from Catalyst with the rockets in their hands is now flipped completely into Built by Gamers' favor. Catalyst had to figure out a way to get out of this snowball situation and need to do it quickly. Unfortunately, there's still a trip cap underway.
Now I'm starting to wonder what's happening with Catalyst at this point. After all the wins they've had to get here in this tournament, taking out what Kratos and the Ryan Noob team with a triple P early on, a hell of a win they had to create that. But all of a sudden, everything completely slipping through their fingers. 116 and counting as BBG looking unstoppable in game 3 all of a sudden. Envor just looking for some form of an opening here. He's got his teammates with him on B, but this is just to slow things down. They are under relentless pressure here, Wes.
I believe Built by Gamers was able to find that second set of rockets, too. Already up to over 110-point lead.
Gee.
They momentarily have A and B, but B immediately jumped into by Coach Cobb. And 134 with B and C in control. That's going to benefit Built by Gamers continuously. And all of these play. Oh, no, you hate to see it.
You do. It's a BBG player, too. Damn.
That's tough.
Who did we lose? Was it Aperture?
Technical issues. I believe it was Aperture, but I mean, more importantly, you have that 100-point lead.
Yes.
But momentum, map control, things that cannot be replaced.
That's the biggest thing. Yeah.
Are lost there. And that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for BBG. You had to feel like you had that game going in your favor. It wasn't over by any means or any stretch of imagination, but it definitely was leaning towards them heavily, especially with the momentum side of it. So now, if you're Catalyst, you get an opportunity to completely reset your mentality. You get a break to breathe, right? And you have an opportunity to have a hot start, to push a hot start into potentially a comeback, right? It looked like a game that they were on the ropes. You now have the end of the round. You get to reset it mentally. You get a nice breather. Your coach gives you some water, and you get to go back out there and maybe a little bit more consciousness as you were looking like you were about to be knocked out.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with Catalyst. Both Game 2 and Game 3, something disconnected, clearly, and they were not able to find their footing, which was great for BBG. And like you said, that's why this is such a horrible scenario for them. The momentum they had was undeniable in that Game 3. And like you said, just kind of locking down split spawns, the most favorable position you could hope to be in as a team. They'll get the points, no doubt. I'm sure we're going to get a point total update from production in just a second to find out where exactly we're at, but you can't replace the momentum, like you said. So one strong opening at a Catalyst on top of the fact that they now have an opportunity to kind of regroup, regain mentally, and we could see a very different Game 3 all over again when we come back into the lobby. Either way, Wes, I'm here for the ride, whichever direction it goes.
Yeah, I think that this is something players have been dealing with since probably the H2A days, right? And you kind of learn that it's part of the journey, right? It's not a perfect world by any means, but as a competitor here in the scene and in esports, because you see it happen all across esports at this point, and what you do is you have to be able to weather the storm and mentally refocus and stay locked in throughout these. So as a player, you're looking to continue to prioritize the right things. If you're built by gamers, you want to continue to repeat the things you did in the previous game to have success.
Sure.
And make sure that you're on your P's and Q's, because it's very easy to be distracted by some of the uncontrollable factors that are happening to lose sight of what the goal is, or to not be as locked in. And then when that happens, you offer opportunity to your opponents. If you're Catalyst, it is that opportunity to mentally reset, catch your breath, and then lock in yourself. So a lot of different factors mentally wise these guys are humans. They're not robots. None of this is like predicted, right? These guys are all competitors. And when you compete at something, you mentally have to stay in a certain form in order to be at your very best. And if you're not in that mentality, then somebody else probably is. And they probably have that advantage over you at times.
And true competitors, hopefully, when they're faced with obstacles like this, they are not fazed by it. But here we go back into the game. Just an update from production here. It is 130 points is the score to hit for BBG. Catalyst needs to go all the way to 250. So they have work to do. But like we talked about with momentum, Wes, this could be a very different Game 3. As I say it, though, Boom, this is the start he wanted.
Yeah. Boom. Damn. Is it Boom or Boom? Because he's booming them with the rockets right now. It's a double kill. That was corny.
Save the corny for Mason Cobb. All right, let him deal with the corny jokes. Okay. I don't know. It didn't get any better, did it? I tried.
A and B momentarily in the hands of Built by Gamers, and this is a good start for them. Unfortunately, they are going to lose A, but they decided to flop the map for C. An overextension to ignore B right now is an interesting decision, I'd say, by Bohm, and 3 dead, so he finds himself by himself. This is a risky play from Bohm here. He gets taken down without any success, and because of it, C is consistently under pressure right now as well. You can tell the last few set of kills have gone in the hands of Catalyst, and with that, we could be looking at a trip cap for Catalyst, and this is where it gets scary. How long will this trip cap take place?
This was the fear that we had alluded to coming into this. They've got the map locked down. Can they hold on to it? Nemesis right now just looking to thin down the numbers. They've done a pretty good job of it. A back in their control. Piggy with 2 on the feed, though. That'll make things a little tricky for Nemesis. The shotgun not going to stop the overkill. Piggy just walked out with all 4 at the perfect time, too, Wes. The rockets about to pop up.
The rockets are up. You got to figure out a way to compete for them if you're built by gamers. Unfortunately, you're still trying to get a stronghold. That gets denied, and you can guarantee rockets are going to go in the hands of Catalyst as well. And oh no, Shy Away. This is where the resets hurt the most, is when you end up in a situation you shouldn't be in at all. And now all of a sudden, a couple of kills continuing to go in their favor. A pair of rockets gets found, and Envor is going to do what Envor does best, I would assume, and that's put power weapons to use. The first one, it's a kill. The second one, it's another one. Not only that, but he's got pressure onto the third that's in B. You need to transfer B over just to stop the bleeding a little bit. You're still technically in the lead for now, but so much pressure being applied by the members of Catalyst so quickly.
Is it safe to say just welcome to streets in Halo Infinite? Because I feel like that's just how this map is, right? There's like this, almost like a dice roll of like, do you get that opening as a team? And then once you've got it, because the way the map works, it's, you know, a little bit predictable, and everyone is so close to you when it comes to just locking down spawns. If you know the map, you can keep things in your favor. We're seeing that for sure off the opening here, 137 and counting. Remember, BBG need 130, but the more we witness this, West, the steeper that road looks to be.
Yeah, it's just so tough. We've seen it so often. When this snowball gets this far down the hill, how far does it go? Because stopping it, it just seems impossible at times. The pressure is just so much. And just like that, 3 dead once again for Built by Gamers. And look at this, the sight lines on the C. We know how easy these picks are.
Jeez.
Now, you got C, that's great, but guess what? The kills, they went into Envor's hands. He's 12-5-4, and he's going to hop immediately into C. Actually going to let his teammate do it. His rockets are coming up in 10 seconds again. And 195 and climbing. 195 now to 21 rockets are coming up. That's a big kill by Nemesis, but there's still more work to do. You got to figure out a way to find a double, but the Bulldog shotgun, it's so powerful, it takes him out. I do believe Built by Gamers were able to get rockets. Aperture finds that first kill. 3 dead for Catalyst. So if there's any hope on the side of Built by Gamers, you still have that 51 points at this point, but you almost have to play perfect from here on out.
Not gonna lie, Wes, it is difficult to watch this right now. 32-35 on the board as they desperately fight to win the B hold, and if they don't do it, that might be it for the game. 241 and counting. Here, spawners up alley. They got to scramble to get to C. Is it going to be enough, though? They're getting peppered as they go by. Envor about to make a dish here. And you know what? I think he did it. That's a GG's for the game. Wes, my God, was that quick? That's it. That's the series, too.
Yep. That's the series. It's the best of 3. And Built by Gamers, unfortunately, sometimes the dice just doesn't roll in your favor. And that's that mental lock-in form that you have to keep. And unfortunately, the game started off fine for them, right? They got rockets. They got a few kills with the rockets. Everything was going right. But the second a trip cap went in Catalyst's favor, how quickly can you get out of it? Well, the answer was they never did. And Catalyst, they had an opportunity to reset, to mentally refocus, to get back into this, and they took that and ran away with it. No pun intended. That game was an absolute speed race of strongholds. That trip cap lasted the entire game almost, and Catalyst, they punched their ticket to that grand finals, and unfortunately, they're going to have to play against Boobadooboo and the boys, and that's going to be a completely different story, I believe, as far as the amount of pressure and force they were just having to deal with.
It's a shame because that whole series, or that game, I was looking for an opportunity to say that somebody got caught in Cobb's web at some point, but obviously he got caught.
Well, I'm glad that didn't happen.
Right. I was also going to say if he dropped the wall, that he dropped a web. You know, Cobb drops a web.
You're stretching there.
Somebody said Dadcast in the comments, and I completely agree. Welcome to the Dadcast, by the way. It's been a good cast so far, by the way. Wes, we haven't casted together in a long time, so always a pleasure, my dude. That's it for lower bracket finals, and grand finals is the last one to come up next. So if you're just tuning in, you pick the best time to do so. Check out a quick little analyst segment from Yeso and T-Squared first, though.
We started with 18 teams, and now only 2 remain as Catalyst moves on. They take the 2-1 win. They're over Built by Gamers, and they will go on to our grand finals. Let's start though with the first series we saw. It was Torrent and Catalyst in the losers semifinals, and Torrent coming off of a big victory in their prior series, and this one goes the distance once again. It's another incredibly tight series, but sadly Torrent going to be kind of walking away from today kicking themselves a little bit because they fall to Catalyst in the winner's side of the bracket. They do the same on the loser's side. Both of those sets going to 3 games, and Torrent ultimately falls. Catalyst, though, looking solid, and it seems like, especially when we get to talk about this second series, that, you know, when the chips are down, they seem to respond really well to the pressure.
They really do. I mean, it's unfortunate for Torrent that, you know, they weren't able to walk away with that series. It was a really, really close series, though, and it was unfortunate that there was a lag out in that final game, too, because you could just see once that triple cap happened, all of the air just gets sucked out of the balloon there for Built by Gamers. And, you know, you had some great individual performances, some great team performances going back to that first series that you were talking about. Yes, Recharge Strongholds, that was a phenomenal game. But we talked about it with Shyway just a little bit, you know, going into Aquarius, how important it was for Alex Shock to stay alive over towards the tail end of that game. And he was able to basically secure that win as the last guy alive. He forced all of the players from Torrent to go and look for him. They overextended, and then everybody came and collapsed. And you could see the teamwork is so good from Catalyst, right? They have great individual plays, but they're always helping each other, and the baiting and switching is there. They're a very talented team, but, you know, to fast forward about what we're going to have happen here for them to win is that once they have control, they need to not give that up, and they need to lock it down as long as possible, right? There's an ebb and flow that happens in Halo, right? You get the control, and then the other team gets control, and you have to weather the storm as long as possible. So if you're not able to weather the storm when you're playing against a team like Palm Villains, you're just going to get absolutely walked on, right? So once they have control, they need to not make major mistakes, and they need to start winning this kind of mental battle that's going to happen throughout the series, because they have a long way to go. They have to win one series, and then they have to do it again, and for a team that's already the underdogs, that's pretty tough to do.
It is going to be a really tough test. Let's talk about that second set. Of course, Catalyst going up against Built by Gamers. Built by Gamers, last time that we saw them tonight, they got absolutely crushed by Palm Villains in the winners finals, and I know you and I were both concerned, right? You know, they're going to be kind of cold coming into this set. Have they been able to stay warm? Have they been able to kind of let that performance go? And the start of the set didn't look great, right? Catalyst came out absolutely gunning. They get 2 really fast caps in game 1 to go up. Built by Gamers settle, though, into that game. Ultimately, they do lose it, but it felt like they kind of got their legs under them. And then they came out and looked incredible in Slayer. And then the same in game 3 in Strongholds, and it looked like, damn, seems like BBG just needed to kind of settle into the series, and then they got their footing and were going to run away with it. But then, you know, unfortunately, we have to do the reset there in game 3. They go into the reset with the lead, but Catalyst responded. They bounced back, and they absolutely dominated game 3 in the end, and they take the win. What jumped out to you the most in this series? Because it felt like we saw 2 different Catalysts as well as 2 different Built by Gamers just in these 3 games.
Yeah, you can really see what happens when a team has control, you know, in a series, and then all of a sudden, boom, something like a lag out happens or a restart ends up happening, and then you're forced to kind of restart. And that's what happened right there. Is the restart happened. It was looking really good, just like Clutch was saying. They got rockets, they had momentum, but once you give a spark to the other team, and that's a really unforgiving map, right? Street Strongholds, it can just go by in a blink of an eye. So the fact that you have this lead, yeah, it's great going forward, but if you're getting triple capped the entire time, it's tough, because do you really have a plan to go and take that back? If so, what's the plan? There was a time where they had an opportunity to get B. They were making their way over towards Arcade, and once that got reset, you had a feeling that Built by Gamers just wasn't going to be able to stand a chance. And Catalyst, they're baiting and switching again, which I think is really powerful. They're always, you know, within the vicinity to help one another, but you could just watch from one point of view to the other how different it is, right? You have kills that are 50-50s that you're not winning. You can see, again, the kind of deflation of the Built by Gamers squad, because that's what happens when things aren't going well for you, right? You have to be able to bounce back, just like Clutch was saying. That mental fortitude is really, really important to be able to say, hey, doesn't matter, throw everything out that's in the past, focus on what's going on right now, try to realize that you're in a great situation just by being this far, and try to, get it going and get some sort of momentum. So I don't know what was going on with the communication, but if they were kind of just like, lackadaisical, kind of, people don't really prepare for that type of momentum swing. So you have to just get over it and just get your team hyped up. So someone on that team needs to stand up and say, hey, this game isn't over. Hey, we're still in this. Let's get it going and be the energy for that squad, because you could see missed melees, some missed shots here and there, sloppy play, a lot of desperation. All of those things happen when your back's against the wall, and a lot of times you're not prepared for that. So that's a great job by Catalyst to go and bounce back, put them in that situation, and force them to basically make bad plays.
Ultimately, an important learning experience for Built by Gamers. They finish in 3rd place tonight. Torrent capture 4th place, and Catalyst has the opportunity going into grand finals against Palm Villains. Casters already. Real fast before we go that way, it seems like you're leaning towards Palm Villains, but I want to get you officially on record. Who's your pick for grands, Tom?
It has to be Palm Villains. I mean, the fact that they are such a strong team individually and just all 4 of them together, I feel like it's going to be very, very hard to beat. I hope that this goes the distance, so I want to see Catalyst play well.
Catalyst with a really tough test. They've got to force the reset, win 2 best of 3s here against a Palm Villain team that is looking kind of unbeatable here tonight. We'll have to see how it shakes out. Let's go back, though, to Shyway and Clutch. Grand finals ready to go. Let's close out the day.
Thank you, Yeso. He says to Tom, I think you're leaning towards Palm Villains. Until we're proven wrong, like, I'm not leaning. I'm lying on that standpoint, right? Like, Palm Villains all the way. It's up to Catalyst to show us that they can even hang off of what we've seen.
Yeah, I think I'm more so. I've been on that boat and we've left the dock already for Palm Villains.
You're not even going to give them a shot, are you?
They're a team that I'm a big fan of, and I'm very excited to watch these 3, like I said, play together. Just because, we talked about the previous success of these guys. These guys are superstars, right? And I know Catalyst has some talent. They're up-and-comers, but, hey, there's a reason why you're up-and-coming, and when you get to the top, you'll be playing against these guys consistently. Let's see if they have what it takes to try and compete with them here and now. And already, Catalyst off to a start, so, hey, more so than ever, I want to see an upset like that, but it's got to happen for me to be able to say it's possible, and that's a great job to at least get that overshield intact, and not quite sure who that was. I believe it was Mortally, but to even just deny that overshield from Palm Villains' hands, that's a win in my books, as well as trades across the board over towards B. So, Catalyst, they've started off in the right direction, at least as of now.
Right, not just the OS, the early control as well. So 38 points to start things off. Like you said, and you said pretty damn well, these are superstars on Palm Villains, and I do not expect them to go down significantly without a big turnaround. But we'll see. So far, so good for Catalyst to lock it down B and C. Remember that even though this is grand finals, it's a best-of-3 series. So if Catalyst do not keep up this pace, do not keep up this damage, it could end very quickly. So far, so good, though. Envor line of defense up above. He looks like they will lose B for now.
Envor's probably the player to watch on the side of Catalyst. He really is going to have a phenomenal series in front of him if he wants to bring these young guns to the top. Claim this cash prize here at the end of the day. It's going to be a very difficult task because every single gunfight you run into on the side of Palm Villains is going to be a difficult one. Overshield is coming up, and unfortunately, Booba not able to secure that one. Mortally does a great job once again to deny overshield from Palm Villains. He gets it himself. This time he's got a little bit of overshield to play around, and because of it, he's able to take it back to C, get the reset. And now all of a sudden, 84 and climbing. Catalysts have what I would call a significant lead here, at least early on here in game 1. 87-16 is no joke, and Palm Villains, I talked about the potential for them coming out slow, Shyway. It may just be the case.
You really got to respect, the fearless gameplay out of Catalyst in a situation like this. I think, just in general, when you're going up against top-level competition, there could be, maybe nerves that factor into play. or maybe you slow down and alter your play style in an attempt to kind of, respect your opponents, whatever it is. All I see is just, players playing in the pocket, right? They're in the zone. They're going in. They're getting aggressive, fearless on the encounter, and the results pretty clear right now, dominating this game.
Continuing to dominate. 116 and climbing. Almost up 100 points at this point. And not quite pushing the trip yet as of yet. He gets his shield back, realizes that respawners may not have come up at A, and because of that, he actually opts to go into A. I like this decision by Mortal. He's a phenomenal day so far for him statistically, just gameplay-wise overall, but can he get it done in the grand finals? That's a question for me right now. Suppressed. Not having the greatest start here in game one, but we know it only takes a matter of time for this kid to heat up as well, and he's going to have to heat up if he wants to take down 2 players. Unfortunately, just too much to deal with, and that's unfortunate. It is Booba that comes out on top. 9-2-6. This top slayer so far here in game one.
It wasn't just Boo Boo, though, right? Like the combo of the two of them and how they used their lives to survive against 2 other players in that situation, right? Like Boo Boo tanking that melee instead of, I think it might have been Spartan, who was one shot in that situation. Just perfect use of bait and switch into stay alive in a situation anyone else would have been traded. The answer to that, now 57, as they do hold on to a temporary bout of control here. That little trade goes through top mid. Piggy looking to pick up the pieces. We'll see if he gets it. Mortally with another OS. We talked about the damage he's been putting in today. Still planning to add a little more to the board here.
You talk about prioritization on power-ups and what they mean for the opportunity you create, the potential you create for your team, especially as an underdog. Mortally having the first 3 overshields to himself.
Big statement.
Doing a great job of prioritizing that overshield to make sure that he's giving his team every advantage they can get, and they need those advantages in order to stay in the series. But, I mean, they're winning this game outright, and it's on the back of probably not having to face multiple overshield players a lot of the time. Snipe in the hands of Alex Shock. He's been playing pretty well today. Unfortunately, just too many players to try and deal with as he tries to come out pillars there and influence that combat loop. But right now, this is a scary moment for Catalyst, I would say, because all of a sudden you're starting to lose control, it appears, and kill on a Booba and a transfer at B is exactly what you wanted to see. Unfortunately, multiple players from Palm Villains now look to have their eyes set on B, and we'll see if they can deny that push from happening.
You said it was a scary moment, and Catalyst know it.
Big
They're
kills.
looking to weather the storm, right? Big kills, like you said, just to slow down the roll here upon Villains looking to catch up. They do get AC temporarily. Catalyst very quick to shift over to C. Heatwave going to delete Onvor. Bottom mid, though. Boo Boo Doo. That's a clutch kill out of him. He's the nearest to OS. Not quite going to hit the jump, but he'll hit 2 instead. It looks like that double team will come through. The timing perfect. Alex Shot coming out with a double. OS in the body here of a teammate. And Catalyst, though the A and B hold are in session, this is a quick little turnaround opportunity for him.
Snipe in hand. A nice body shot onto that player as well. A sweet no scope to be able to help Onvor out. Onvor finds a double because of it. 3 dead. And now once was just an early lead for Catalyst is now looking like game one's going to go in their hands. We were all talking about how Palm Villains was the team to watch here, but Onvor, Alex Shock, they have something to say about it.
Making us look rude at this point. You know what? I respect it, right? Come out with heat and wake up Palm Villains. They are now forced to wake the heck up in this situation. Alex Shock has time to go for that jump twice, and they're still dominating, right? It's like, let's see what he can do, having changed his angle of approach here. Still got the snipe to work with, just looking for a cutoff.
Playing it slow. Just waiting to try and spot a player. Unfortunately, it's a very low percentage no-scope he's forced to go for, and because of it, he's taken down. The snipe's removed from his hands. Piggy anchoring this tower position, but in the meantime, A and B are still in control of Palm Villains. Starting to climb back slowly and surely. It's a brawl down in the pillars. Everybody's invited. And it looks like Catalysts have come out on top, at least for now. Last player alive back B, but Spartan with some kind of a frag grenade, able to play his life so perfectly back there, and he's a handful to deal with, and you know he's not going to go silently in the night as well.
Definitely not. You can see Palm Villains starting to close the gap in Slays a little bit. As I say it, though, what an answer. 3 dead, make it 4. A clean break there at a Catalyst, and going to give them the freedom to not only take the map back, but force spawns as well. And where do they play? It looks like they leave OS open here. They're going to pick that one up for free. Alex Shock, the entirety of OS, I think, in this game, firmly in the control of Catalyst, and they will be abusing this on the aggression. They get
Look
stuck.
at this, another overshield. The push. It's so difficult for Palm to deal with right now, and although the overshield just getting dwindled away, the damage has really been done right now, I feel. They've been able to transfer C over. Unfortunately, they are going to lose A, but no, Envoy somewhere across the map able to get that done. Overshield player is finally taken down, but I mean, this entire time, Catalyst still continuing to score. Just now is C being transferred back in the favor of Palm Villains and continue to score, but I mean, just a couple more of those situations and Catalyst will take game 1.
Palm Villains do find a little grace period, though. Mortally with a kill to open things up. Little drop weapon at a Boo Boo Doo just to make sure the man dies. He'll die shortly after, though, so once again, trading blows here. And like you said, Catalyst, just a couple smart decisions, a couple big plays, 1v1 wins like Alex Shock gets right there, and that could be curtains for game 1. Now, note that it's a best-of-3 series, but lower bracket for Catalyst. They do have to reset. They got 4 games to win if they want to do it, so a bit of a hill to climb, but this is the way to start the series.
Gain momentum, gain confidence, know that you can compete against these guys. Those are all recipes to success. Somehow the melee doesn't come through, and that was a big kill that didn't go their way. Unfortunately for Palm Villains, they're able to trade it out and eventually get all 4 dead for Catalyst and continue to score. And look at this, they're going to push a trip cap. How long can they keep this one coming? Mortally with the flank. It's unsuspected by Boobadooboo, and that was a big kill to get Boobadooboo off this anchored top tower position. He can be such a nuisance from up here. Oh no, Falcated has found the snipe and does exactly what Falcated does best. He's taking a head off of that top tower position immediately after Mortally takes control of it. Unfortunately, nobody really in a position to get overshield, but that might change quickly with the repulsor. Can't quite get there, and another overshield in the hands of Catalyst. Let's see what they do with it.
Clean break with that OS, but will he be safe, right? 2 dead already. The lead is clear for Catalyst. They've been playing well all game, but we have seen turnarounds happen and happen quickly. And it could be the start of one here if you let Falcated survive in this situation. Doesn't quite find the kill. Second player is going to come in. He still gets the melee in that situation. That'll slow their roll a little bit. Little repulsor to get the reset on the B, but that's still not going to turn over the Catalyst very quickly. That gap is closing here, Wes. You need to see a clutch at a Catalyst at this point.
Yeah, this is where it becomes scary. The trip cap, it's about to be in effect. You got 1, maybe 2 lives left. They are going to be able to hop and see with the help of this drop wall. They should be able to slow this one down. You need to wait for all 4 players to get alive. You have to start creating some space eventually, and all of a sudden that clock is starting to become a factor. Looks like B is going to be the prioritization, but unfortunately Boobadooboo finds the first 2 in the feed and suppress. He lands some great shots. It's a momentary all 4 dead, and now what feels like a matter of time for Palm Villains to create the upset.
A tragedy we have seen before, Wes. This is unfortunately just how it goes with strongholds. Sometimes Palm Villains, at any point, if you start to doubt them, they say, nope, this is our W. It's not happening today. I love what I saw at a Catalyst, and it gave me hope. It gave me a little bit of optimism for this series. I just hope that losing in that fashion doesn't completely kill their motivation, their confidence in this series, Wes, because they had what it took there to win that.
It's not over, but it's so tough to come back after losing in a fashion like that, especially knowing that, hey, you got 1 more game to lose in the next 2 and you're out. And even if you win the next 2, you still got to play another best of 3 behind it. Like, that mentality is such a burden to try and play with. And for Palm Villains, you know that they're riding out on cloud 9 right now, right? Like, they just had a miraculous comeback. They put the pieces together when they needed to, and they're going to be confident going into game 2. So for Catalyst, you need to come out strong at the very start. And I mean, it's just so difficult. Like, the players are so young and like new to the scene and like on the come up, right? You almost need to steal that game 1 in order to like build the confidence in you that, hey, we might be the better team today. But still some games to be played. There's no point in riding off into the second place sunset yet, but it's definitely a steeper hill to climb from here on out.
No doubt.
No room for error.
Exactly. That loss is very disappointing, and I guarantee they're a little battered, shook up by it. But what I hope they see through that is the potential they have to actually win this thing, because the heat that they came out with was dominant, right? They came out with so much confidence, winning all their fights. I hope that the lesson, from that is that we actually have potential here. If we keep playing our game and we have that late game ice, then, who knows? Maybe Slayer goes their way. Maybe things come back in their pocket, so to speak. So one game at a time, right? You got to kind of erase the mistakes from the past one, jump into the new one with a clean slate, and hopefully some momentum back on your side.
It really does depend on the start for me. If you allow Palm Villains to come out off the start, get a lead, get rockets, and turn that into some momentum, it's going to be so difficult for Catalyst to get back into it. For Catalyst, it is almost imperative that they come out, they have a hot start, they get the set of rockets, and they kind of build a comfortable enough lead to play around, like a 5-6 kill lead to really build that like in-game confidence back in their favor, to get some momentum going, right? I'm very interested to get here in the game 2 and to see how this opening break goes off. You can almost guarantee that Palm Villains are gonna have a strategy that's down to a science going to like give them the opportunity to try and take that early lead. So only time will tell, but if you're Catalyst, it's been a hell of a road from this point. You don't want it to end here. You definitely want to at least take this series to the distance, I would say.
Agreed.
And into showing promise and your potential as a team going into future events. But here we go. It is actually,
I knew it was
gonna be recharge. If you know it, then just say it.
Well, when I saw Streets twice, I was like, nah, there's no way. We're not doing back-to-back Streets. Something's up. So here we are, recharge Slayer, what might be the final game of the tournament right here if Palm Villains continue what they left off with in that first one.
Much different start from game 1 to game 2. We saw the first 3 power-ups go in the hands of Catalyst. Right now, Falcated already with the camo in his back pocket. The Needler as well. Not often do you see a drop shot with the Needler, but Falcated doing it all right now. You have to imagine he's eventually getting taken down in that situation. It's going to be an early lead, however, for Palm Villains, and Shock Rifle is going to be traded, so at least you get it out of Spartan's hands as well. Not the worst start for Catalyst, and at least it's not the snowball opportunity that Streets would have potentially provided with the set of rockets as well. Unless
this bait and switch goes through, though. Look at this play. They're going to rotate through and try to cut the spawners out from behind. You already got Suppressed and Sparty working together in pipes while it happens, but a little bit of an overwhelming play out of, oh, wait a sec. Did they just, Piggy just got, we got killed too somehow. They crossed each other up bottom map, but looks like he might have turned around and burned them. Either way, Mortally now left to rotate by himself here.
Looks like Palm Villains have Shock Rifle over in tower. It's going to be a very difficult time for Catalyst to try and get out of this pipes area. A lot of the map right now controlled by Palm Villains, and got to figure out a way to get out of pipes. Not the easiest, but looks like Alex Shock has taken liberty on that. He's already found himself bottom middle.
Hopefully not compromised there. Mortally there to help him out, supporting fire. And one player going to scramble back to elevator. Mortally not aware of that rotation somehow. Thankfully, he's got a teammate to ensure the kill, but it comes through as a trade, down by 5 at this point. Still early on in the game. Alex Shock looking to put pressure on. Risky angle to take here, but he cleans him up. Perfect shots cross map
nice
there.
Shots.
Not going to miss a bullet. I agree. That was some ice on the BR there. Oh, my.
You saw it for just a brief moment. I think it was a camo Shock player and suppressed. Unfortunately, too little too late. Not enough of a reaction time there to stop that from happening. Suppressed just lined it up, knocked it down, and that's created the snowball. We saw 4 straight dead now for Catalyst. Potentially 5.
Oh,
make it 6.
Mid-slide.
Alex Shock does get the better of Boobadooboo over towards Glass, so that relieves a little bit of this pressure, but unfortunately the rest of the teammates, they were stuck back blue. Piggy, he's able to get one.
Oh, look
unfortunately,
at this.
the second grenade can't come through for him, and Falcated able to hunt him down. 6-1 and 3, Falcated with a hot start. Right now, it's still just a 5-kill game, so Catalyst is in this one.
Nice.
especially on the back of an onboard double.
You can just see how quickly Palm Villains are to like pounce on you when you're staggered, though, right? Like Falcade getting in that fight when that one player was one shot to clean up another kill, and just the cycle of it all. They're so quick to react to these openings. As I say it, I mean, credit to Catalyst for finding little wins despite the pressure here. Piggy with another grenade into pipes. Might be aware of that player. He will rotate away from it. Nice little sightline in the long haul, though. Going to clean up the damage. Alex Shock there to pick it up. They got numbers to push up on the pipes here.
It's such a difficult direction to try and push into this doorway.
Nice.
But Repulsor, it'll help. Piggy finds a nice double. It's the third kill. Very easy. Oh, it's Sparty with some great shots on that player as he tries to get from shock rifle back into the pipes location. Just a 2-kill game, though, so Catalyst doing a much better job here in the second half of that game. And it is going to slow down, and they are going to have an opportunity. I say it's going to slow down, but Alex Shock, he didn't have any intention of letting it slow down. He's aggressive.
On the camo.
Already off guard there, but camo sword in Foul's hands, and now all of a sudden they're surrounded. It looks like that aggressive push may have been their demise, at least for now.
Oh,
it's an overkill for Foul, and he's starting to heat up.
Yep.
Shock rifle as well. He's so dangerous.
Oh, he is. Can we run it back for a second and talk about how Alex Shock tried to ninja camo sword?
Yeah, I don't know.
At the start of that was a wild idea. Didn't work out. That was just the beginning of Foul's over. 32-28 now. It is still close, but Foul looking to add a couple bodies to the tally here.
Still just a 4-kill game, so even though Foul gets that over, everything looks like it's been going in the hands of Palm Villains for the most part. Still very doable for the side of Catalyst. You got to get your shield back if you're Falcated.
Oh, my bobbing and weaving.
Somehow still alive, somehow still being chased, and finally, Alex Shock is able to take him down. A frustrating experience nonetheless, but he wants that shock rifle, and unfortunately, that shock rifle sitting right on top of those frag grenades were an easy kill for Palm Villains to reacquire. Multiple players towards the elevator, and that's where the push is. 3 go down for Catalyst, and now all of a sudden, that 1-kill game extended to 6. Palm Villains in the late game look like they are just a different team.
With this kind of deficit, it's going to be tough to be aggressive, right? Because you can't afford trades here. Camo up, but they do need to go for it. Looks like they will still risk it. Out bottom in. Multiple going to go for the play, but look at what you lose in the process here. Your lives, right? 2 dead. Alex Shock with a big double trade there. Sparty McFly going to get in the mix, and he'll do his damage. I was about to say, Wes, we have not seen much of Sparty in this series, and here he is. Turn it up to close it out.
I was about to say, it's been a quiet day for Sparty, but even a quiet day, you're +6 in the closeout grand finals.
Yep.
Probably hadn't missed a shot in about 6 games.
You know, he was
Sparty
shooting
really is one of the most impressive players on the circuit right now to not have a win, I'd say, in this game.
That was so sick. He was shooting the plasma pistol, by the way, to create a charge, I think, on the wall. It works on the wall rack, doesn't it?
Disruptor, but yes.
Sorry,
yes,
Disruptor.
yes.
My bad. Disruptor. Just a smart play out of him. Final kill right here, though, and Boo Boo Doo will be the one to put it down. It was a show in the end of the day there, Wes. I think it could have been a lot more lopsided, so credit where credit is due. Catalyst, they came to play, but this is Palm Villains. These are superstars we're talking about. And, of course, Suppressed, still on that come-up, making big waves, I think, for himself, too. Yeah,
for me, it's all about the overkill Falcated gets, and it's probably because he has camo, right? And it's probably because he has camo sword, obviously, a big influence in that. And that's really where the game started to tilt. They got those 4 kills. They got a ton of map control, and then moments later, they went about like 6 for 0 or 6 and 1, and then X kills versus deaths. And it's all about when it's going your way and you're able to get camos and whatnot, you keep the game close. But the second you give one away to the better team, what are they able to do with it? It's almost like you need 80% of the power-ups, power weapons to try and create an upset of that magnitude. And although in game 1, you saw overshields continuously going into Mortali's hands.
Yeah.
It still wasn't enough. In game 2, you saw camos continuously start to creep into the members of Palm Villain's hands. And when that's happening, it's almost like it's a matter of time for one of these guys to make a play. And Falcade, he made the play. He got that overkill. And with that, it gave him just a lot. It didn't make a big difference in the score right there because I think it was still just like a 1-2 kill game. But it was really the map control and the power weapons and whatnot that they gained from that, right? Like they just gained the opportunity to then take the lead in the score.
Right. The power weapon story in general, a lot different in that game too. Like you said, a lot of OSs slipped away, and maybe that was part of the reason why there was some, dominance, momentum on the side of Catalyst in game 1. In game 2, very different, right? Suppressed right off the rip, had that camo shock, and we got to see the headshot he pulled off, I think, on Alex Shock, who, wasn't quite ready for it. And I think that was just kind of the start of what was to come. We didn't expect any other result, I think, from this, but despite, our expectations coming into this, it was a lot closer than, it could have been, I think. So great performance at a Catalyst. And once again, that covers our Esports Arena for today. This is an every Monday, every Friday gig, so we will be back on Friday. Before we do jump back to the analysts, Wes, it was a pleasure casting with you. Any final thoughts before we jump back?
No, it's good to be back. It feels like it's been a little bit, but it was great to see some young talent. It was great to see more of Alex Shock and the boys. Mortally impressed me as well. And I think if there's anything that we've learned, I think the finals was a little bit like lopsided in the sense of the superstars came out and they showed out, but everybody else 2 through about 8 was very, very neck and neck. And that's a very exciting thing because those guys, they're all the next up and comers, you'd like to think. Those are the guys that fill out the 9 through 16 through 24 teams in North America. And if they can just figure out a way to continue to improve, to put in the work, I mean, living proof, right? Like they have what it takes to one day be able to create upsets like the ones against Palm Villains and whatnot. So it's an exciting time in Halo. It happens every time a new Halo comes out. Something like this happens where there's a new wave of semi-pro and pro teams, and it's like all of these individuals are so talented. It's just a matter of which ones keep putting in the work and adapting and learning. And it was great to get some eyes on that, and congratulations to everybody that performed well, and hope to see you continue so.
Agreed. It just stacked bracket the whole way through. And I think, if you are a Halo AM at this point, this has got to be one of the best places to get experience as a player. You're going up against top pros and also against other amateur rosters. It continues to get better every week, and it's free to join. And if you win, you get $600. So, I mean, what are you doing? Getting into next week's tournament. Either way, that's it for us for today. So thank you for joining. We're going to send it back to Yeso and T-Squared to close it out.
Yeso and T-Squared here as we get ready to end the day. Before we jump into that series, of course, hats off to both Shyway and Clutch. A pleasure to listen to you both, gentlemen, and there's a reason that those two are mainstays here on any Esports Arena Halo broadcast. They bring the analysis, they bring the excitement, the energy. It's always fun to listen to those two. But I'm back here with T-Squared, of course, a legend of the Halo scene. We're breaking that all down. We just saw grand finals. Of course, you could take a moment to pat yourself on the back, T-Squared. Not that it was a difficult pick to make, but Palm Villains looking good. They take the 2-0 win there up against Catalyst.
I was really impressed with Catalyst, though, and I think that's the one thing to take away from that squad particularly is that they put up a really, really great fight in game number 1. They were, super close to taking that one, right? So if you're Catalyst, all you have to do is you go back, you watch that, and you say, what was the major mistakes that we made? There was a couple turning points most likely that could be broken down during film. Everybody can hold themselves accountable for that type of situation, and then you go and you make those improvements. And the one thing that they can kind of look forward to, and I hope that they don't really fall victim to, is that they keep their squad together, because with all this roster mania stuff going on, this is what I'm talking about. It's a team like this that needs to stick their foot in the ground and say, hey, this is our squad. No one's going to come in here and improve our situation besides ourselves. And I think a lot of times people are looking to point fingers at one another. One vibe gets thrown off and they're just out of there, right? And if you just work hard and you work together as a team, not only are you going to see improvements, but it's going to feel so much better than if you just had some sort of, Mr. Fixer-Upper pickup that's going to come in and magically replace everything and make everything better. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, a lot of work still to be done, but one of the most valuable things about making these deep runs as a team like Catalyst or even Torrent, another great example, is that there's a lot of tape that you can look back on, a lot of things you can learn from, and a lot of that experience against a bunch of different rosters and a lot of really good talent, especially when you stack yourself up against rosters like BBG and especially Palm Villains. There is a lot you can learn and a lot you can get out of this experience, and I think Catalyst, they impressed me as well today. Honestly, they looked really, really good. They were really fun to watch all throughout the day, and while they, certainly probably have a little bit of a bad taste in their mouth after losing that set against Palm Villains, they still, threw everything they had at Palm Villains in those 2 games, looked solid, kept it close, and ultimately they fall, but they have a lot to be proud of there. And of course, Palm Villains, back-to-back victories here to kick off the season. They looked really impressive here in our open nights, and now they're, the defending champs once again heading in next week. We'll have to see if they can keep it running one more time.
Yeah, not surprising, and also keep in mind what happens in Series E, right? You look at Team Esports Arena that got signed by Optic Gaming eventually down the road. The teams that are participating in Series E week in, week out, daily, those are the teams that are going to see massive improvements. It's much better than, going in the sauna, as they say, or going into matchmaking. And, this is a great level of competition. It's a great bar that's been raised, and it's an opportunity to play for money every single week, right? So, and twice a week. So I love the fact that these teams and these players that have won tournaments in the past are still showing up, and I think that that's what you need if you're going to go and catch up to these teams. And a lot of these teams, it's almost cocky not to participate, right? I'm sure they have their own plan where they're scrimming, et cetera, and they have concrete plans over towards the side. But don't be surprised when you see teams that have been putting in that work start to get rewarded for that work. And it doesn't happen overnight. It's going to happen as you chip away at it. But I got a lot of respect for, this Palm Villains team, and I want to see them continue to show up and hopefully win. If you're a Palm Villains fan, that's what you want to see. And heck, they're great Halo players, so why wouldn't you want to see them compete? And at the opposite side, you want to see and root for a team like Catalyst or these underdog teams built by gamers, Torrent, to go and put up a great fight against them because they are so damn talented.
Yeah, and the point you make there, looking at Optic in Apex Legends, look at what happened with Esports Arena Red in Halo last season. Even JKV, who just got signed by Excedrin in Halo Infinite. Not only if you are competing in Series E does steel sharpen steel here, you're playing against great talent, you're learning, growing, expanding those skill sets, but the pro orgs, they have their eyeballs on Series E. They know that there's great up-and-coming talent competing right here every single week. So if you want to improve and if you want to take that next step, this is the place to be. Tom, it is always a pleasure to get to hang out with you, my friend. I appreciate your insight as always. Thanks so much for taking the time and joining us here today, and I look forward to more in the future. I know we got Apex coming and more Halo very, very soon. So thanks so much for taking the time, my man.
Yeah, always a pleasure. And everyone in the chat, shout out to you guys. Appreciate you guys. And shout out to all the players. And again, production crew, you guys are doing a great job. Connie, stop. I know the stream's been cutting out a couple of times. Would you stop tripping over the cord? That'd be great.
Oh, I'll go make sure. Yeah. We know what you're doing out there, Connie. Thanks so much, Tom. We'll see you again very, very soon here, my friend. That is the GOAT himself, Tom T-Squared Taylor. You'll see him all over Series E broadcasts here throughout the season, so make sure to show him some love. That is going to do it, though, for our open night here, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you coming out to hang out. Thanks so much for enjoying the show. From myself, T-Squared, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again tomorrow.